Hello friends. This is Phoenix. What if? How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto turned the Whirlpool into a hidden power. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. The retrieval team that consisted of Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Uzumaki Naruto Inuzuka Kiba, and Rock Lee had succeeded in retrieving Uchiha Sasuke to Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. Sasuke's body was injured, but compared to Naruto, Sasuke's injuries were like comparing a finger to an arm. Naruto had huge scars from the two Chidori strikes Sasuke hit him with and a couple of large cuts. The whole team returned with injuries. Lee had a broken arm, Neji and Choji were critically injured, Shikamaru managed to return with a few cuts and scratches, Kiba was injured decently, but not as horribly as Neji. Naruto was actually in the worst condition, but it wasn't visible thanks to the Kyuubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox. Sasuke had a half-strength Rasengan rammed through his chest, and a couple of cuts and broken bones. Naruto had more broken bones than Sasuke, two full power Chidoris and more scratches and bruises than Sasuke. Naruto's sensei Hitaki Kakashi carried him all the way back to Konoha while the medics carried the rest of the team. When they arrived at the tower, as usual they said that they completed the mission. Sasuke, the precious Uchiha, was strapped to a bed immediately and taken care of. He was still unconscious. Naruto, the demon, had to walk back home and treat himself as the medic refused him treatment. He ran into Sakura on the way home. He put up a smile so Sakura could see that he succeeded in retrieving Sasuke. "You did it! You retrieved Sasuke-kun?" Sakura's eyes filled with glee. "That's right, I always keep my promises, and I never go back on my word no matter what, cause that's my ninja way," Naruto declared. "Can I go see Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked with hope. "Yeah, but he's asleep," Naruto responded. "Thank you." Sakura hugged him. Naruto smiled. Finally his life was improving. One day later, the minimally injured members of the Sasuke retrieval team gave the report to Tsunade. Naruto waited for Kakashi in their meeting place, which was training ground number 7. His emotionless face turned into a smile when Sakura came by, but Sakura had an unbelievably horrid frown. "Uzumaki Naruto, I thought you were his best friend. How could you hurt him so horribly? It's a miracle all his limbs are intact." Sakura began crying over Sasuke. "Sakura-chan, he hurt me bad too." Naruto was just about to show Sakura his scars, when she yelled in pure rage. "Never call me that again. You hurt Sasuke-kun so bad that he's unconscious. You're conscious. Your wounds are nothing compared to his. I wish you were dead. Don't ever come near me again." Naruto's smile quickly turned into a frown. The frown turned into tears, tears turned into rage, but that rage was suppressed. Naruto turned away and left. He didn't care about missing the meeting. All he cared about was his broken heart, and he left to mend it. A couple of his friends asked what the tears were all about. He said Sakura hated him and told him she didn't want to see him again, because he hurt the Prince of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura went to Ino and started to tell her about Sasuke and Naruto. "You know about Sasuke?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, Hokage-sama said that he should wake up tomorrow," Ino informed her. "Well, Naruto hurt him so horribly that I told Naruto that I hated him and never wanted him near me again," Sakura told her friend. "You told him that?" "That was low, Sakura," Ino responded. "I don't care, he hurt Sasuke," Sakura said in defense. "I care a lot about Sasuke, but you can't shout at Naruto like that. We all know he has a crush on you and you really broke his heart," Ino stated. "I told you that I don't care." Sakura left Ino and went back to her house, and her parents congratulated her as they hated Naruto and thought of him as the Kyuubi. In the council room of Konoha a day later, Naruto took a deep breath and entered the council room. He was thinking about why they summoned him. Most likely Sasuke. The village definitely couldn't stand by and let their precious Uchiha get hurt. "I was summoned here," Naruto formally said. "We summoned you here, as you are the cause of Uchiha Sasuke's current condition. Also, Uchiha Sasuke is technically a clan head, due to the Uchiha massacre, and that Itachi is not here. Since he defected, the success of the mission is quite alright, but the way that you completed it is not. We are aware that you used the Kyuubi and that you completely lost yourself and you were unable to stop before you severely injured Uchiha Sasuke. Koharu said. You could also consider Naruto as such since he's the last Namikaze, but you denied him the permission, because of the Kyuubi. If I could, I would rip your head off, Tsunade thought. I was in control the whole time, and I didn't have a choice. Sasuke was using the curse seal level 2, what was I supposed to do? Naruto argued. We are also aware that you used the Kyuubi in Nami no Kuni during an A-rank mission, but Uchiha Sasuke was able to stop you, Koharu continued. It wasn't Sasuke, it was Haku, the enemy. I would have killed him if he wasn't that boy in the forest and Sasuke wasn't even conscious. Naruto defended himself. Don't make false claims, Uzumaki, Koharu said, looking at him with concentrated, angry-looking eyes. No, you shouldn't make false claims. I read that report and it deviated from Kakashi's report. Tsunade defended Naruto. Evidence? Koharu turned to Tsunade. Summon Hitaki Kakashi. Tsunade told an ANBU. A few minutes later. This isn't what I wrote. Kakashi looked at the report. What do you mean that isn't what you wrote? Koharu gazed at Kakashi angrily. See, you made a false claim. For this meeting I will remove you from the council. You will be placed with Enbu until further notice as you have clearly been altering mission reports and that is a crime that you may spend 1 year in prison for. Tsunade smirked, wondering what she would do to her. Koharu angrily stood up and left with her Anbu escorts. Before she left she tried to put up a resistance. You can't do that, the third made us his advisors. But I can, Senju Hashirama, my grandfather did say that if a council member is unjust, the Hokage may remove them from the council regardless of their position. Tsunade continued to smirk. We also have to deal with the Akatsuki, they will come after Naruto later and they will attack the village. They are likely incredibly strong if they have S-rank ninjas such as Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi with them. They could cause plenty of lives to be lost all because of the Kyuubi container. Homura continued. Naruto gulped. He scanned the room to see everyone with straight faces. Naruto did not like where this was going. Tsunade also had a bad feeling. Naruto glanced across the room, looking at the council. Haruno Kazashi, Nara Shikaku, Shimura Danzo, Homura Makoto, Akechi Itsuki, Yamanaka Inoichi, Inazuka Sume, Sarutobi Isuma, Hyuga Hiyashi, Senju Tsunade, Sanjo Masaru, Shirai Yuta, Akamichi Choza, Aburame Shibi, Uchiha Sasuke and the Anbu commander made up Konoha's council. You can't mean you're gonna make Naruto suffer for all the Uchiha's crap, Tsunade yelled. No, but I think we should banish the Kyuubi container to eliminate the possibility of Konoha being in danger against a couple of S-rank missing ninja that could mean our deaths. Homura smirked evilly. Impossible. I refuse to comply with your idiocy, Tsunade yelled. She hated the fact that they were trying to go pin all of Sasuke's stupidity on Naruto, but now they were talking about banishment, that's plain stupid. Well, you have to. This village was founded on the principles that if the Hokage refused to comply with the council can overrule the Hokage with votes. Danzo hid a smirk. I don't see what this is all about, so troublesome. If you banish him, you basically give Akatsuki, the nine-tailed fox, the most powerful demon in existence. If they have that power under control, then they could easily throw any of the elemental nations down to the ground like they did with Konoha. Who knows what they have planned with it? What if they want to control the world? If they are collecting Biju, then they might manage to do that. Shikaku explained the idiocy of Koharu and Homura. We have a plan for them. Danzo said. What plan is that? Tsunade yelled, still enraged. Well, since you were completely biased against the Kyuubi container, we cannot tell you. Danzo hid another smirk, while Tsunade resisted the urge to send him flying to Suna. Naruto's hope shattered completely and he resisted breaking down, as he waited for his doom. The vote started. Do we banish him or not? Yes or no? Homura said. Yes, because of putting Konoha in danger against the Akatsuki, and the inability to control the Kyuubi properly, Danzo said. Yes, my reasons are the same as Danzo's as they are quite reasonable. Homura smirked. He hated that boy, and he lost his only son to the Kyuubi and saw Naruto as the Kyuubi incarnate that had the power to corrupt people. Tsunade of the Sannin was an example, as was Jiraiya. Naruto sighed, already 2 versus 0. No, because he is a loyal shinobi that has done nothing wrong and you lot are cowards without guts. Tsunade boomed. No, while what Kaharu-san and Homura-san said is true, what Shikaku-san said is also true. Whatever Akatsuki is planning, nothing good can come out of it, Aburame Shibi said. Naruto's heart lifted up. It was 2 against 2. No, you're troublesome, he's troublesome, this whole thing is troublesome, but it isn't smart to banish him, and if we end up doing so, something bad will come out of it, Shikaku stated. Naruto was in the lead now, but the civilians had yet to vote. Yes, he corrupts people and is a bad influence, hurry up and get rid of him. Haruno Kazashi. Sakura's father smiled evilly. He had gone to Sarutobi many times to remove Sakura from Naruto's team, but he refused, making Kazashi angry. He thought the boy was a demon, like the majority of civilian population. Yes, he should go, as we are no strong enough to beat the Akatsuki now since the sand and sound invasion has weakened us, Hyuga Hiyashi stated. Naruto's heart went down once again. No, as Tsunade-sama said, he is a loyal shinobi who didn't do anything wrong and has completed all his missions successfully up to date. He is a good person and it would be wrong to banish him, Sarutobi Asuma said. Yes, he is a danger to our village and needs to be gone, Sanjo Masaru said. Yes, he should die in a hole like the demon he is. Shirai Yuta, a wealthy businessman who hated Naruto for the Kyuubi, said. No, he's much more loyal than that stupid Uchiha he brought back home, Inoichi said. No, I agree with the Yamanaka and Nara clan's reasons, Choza stated. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke says yes, Danzo said. How? Tsunade asked furiously. Considering the state of the Uchiha the Kyuubi container left him in, it would make him automatically banish the container, Danzo explained. Tsunade growled. A couple of council members agreed with Danzo. Naruto's heart fell. He was sure Sasuke would agree to banish him, because he was a power-hungry fool. It was currently 6 vs 7, he was quite close to banishment. No, he may be the Kyuubi, but if Akatsuki gets him, it will be a repeat of the Kyuubi attack, Akechi Itsuki declared, surprising everyone. It was 7 vs 7 and the last vote by the Anbu commander. Would Naruto stayed or not? His mind knew it was a 50-50 chance. Yes. Naruto almost fell to the floor. Tsunade and the rest of the council voted for keeping Naruto. Had the same reaction. Naruto would have been lucky, because Anbu don't show emotion. But the commander had an unbelievable bias against the Kyuubi, as he didn't have any family because of it. Naruto's dream was shattered. He had to leave the village and could never be Hokage. He could never use chakra again either, and he would easily be hunted down by the Akatsuki. He would never know his parents unless he got a huge idea. Even though everyone he asked about it never told him, he would know. Tsunade was on the brink of crying, but she suppressed it. Okay. Then Uzumaki Naruto is banished. He will leave the day after tomorrow at the first signs of sunlight, where we'll announce his banishment to the rest of his village. Take him and put the chakra seals on him and make sure he can't reveal anything about the village. Homura evilly smiled. Troublesome little craps. Shikaku muttered later, Naruto's apartment. Naruto finished packing his few belongings and decided to begin telling people, when suddenly Konohamaru and his friends knocked on the door. Naruto opened the door. Konbanwa, good evening. Oyabun, boss, Konohamaru enthusiastically said. Sorry Konohamaru, but I gotta tell you something, Naruto gloomily replied. What is it, boss? Konohamaru asked with the same enthusiasm. I've been banished from the village. I can't come back after the day after tomorrow. Naruto stuttered. What? I'll kill whoever authorized this, namely the old Baa-chan. Konohamaru yelled. His friends wore an expression between shock and anger. Calm down, Konohamaru. Naruto placed his hand on the 8-year-old's shoulder. Calm down. How can you be so calm? You just got banished from the village, Konohamaru yelled again. It's because I know there's nothing I can do about it. And you don't need to kill Ba-chan. She didn't want me to go, but the council introduced this thing, where the majority wins, Naruto stated. Naruto grabbed his headband and made a slash on the leaf sign. I'm not a shinobi of this village anymore, tell that to everyone, Naruto told the Konohamaru Corps. The hospital the next day at the morning. What happened and why am I in the hospital? Sasuke groaned. Sakura was at Sasuke's side. That no-name loser called Naruto got banished. Sasuke-kun. Caused he hurt you so bad that he was exiled. But don't worry Sasuke-kun, I'm here with you. Sakura shouted in joy. Naruto, banished? I always knew he was a dobi. I need power and that no-name dobi has too much. Sasuke got up from his bed. Maybe we can go out together. Sakura said yes. Now that Naruto's not disrupting my plans, Sasuke will finally see me. Shut up Sakura, I need power. Sasuke jumped out the window. Ichiraku Ramen, the second people to know outside the council were Tuchi and Ayame. They banished you. Tuchi yelled out, surprised by the whole thing. How could they? Ayame yelled in fury, sorry, but there's a chance I won't ever return to Konoha again, so I guess this is my second last meal in Konoha and my last in Ichiraku, Naruto stated. Naruto was given a buffet pass for free, so he ate all the ramen he could as it was the last time he would be in Ichiraku ramen. Goodbye Ayame ne-chan. Tuchi-san. Naruto waved goodbye as Tuchi and Ayame broke down. Meeting place 5 p.m. 13 hours before banishment. Naruto had called for one last meeting and told Konohamaru and his corp that they had a mission, which was to round up all the members in Iruka and tell them that he was banished. Konohamaru did so. Everyone came, except Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura. All of them were more or less angry with the council. Each of them gave Naruto a present, not including Konohamaru and his corps. Team 10 started. Asuma gave him cigarettes for some odd reason and told him not to smoke until 16. Ino gave him a few special flowers from her shop. Shoji gave him 3 bags of potato chips, and Shikamaru gave him a set of shogi, telling him if he ever found anyone to play with he might as well play with them. Team 8 went next. Kurenai gave him a book. It was called 99 Ways to Beat Up Perverts. Naruto grinned at the title. Shino gave him an encyclopedia on bugs, telling him to remember him by it. Kiba told him that it was stupid that he got banished and he might as well enjoy life as a civilian since he didn't have a choice, and gave him a copy of the collection of paw prints that he collected. Hinata gave him a taijutsu scroll, shyly telling him that if he came across bandits or robbers he could fight against them better. In reality she was just trying to protect Naruto. Team Guy was the last and they noticed the absence of Kakashi. Kakashi was obviously told, but he only cared about his precious Uchiha. Sakura was in a tantrum and Sasuke didn't really care. This is most unyouthful that my eternal rival is not here. His fires of youth have been dampened, and we will train 3 times harder so our fires of youth are not dampened, Guy declared. Hi Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee and Guy finally separated after a fatherly hug. Train with fires of youth Naruto-san. Guy handed out a green spandex. Thanks Guy. Naruto took the green spandex out of the hand. Naruto-san, the fires of youth burn within you. Lee held out a book. How to Train with the Fires of Youth was its title. Thanks Lee. Naruto replied. Uzumaki-san, I defied fate thanks to you and you were a wonderful person. I will miss you. Neji held out cookies that he made himself. We may not have known each other well, but I know you were a prankster and I'll miss you too. Tenten gave Naruto a case. He opened it and found a sword. It was well made, with high-quality metal. Naruto immediately stabbed his hand. I'm leaving now, but I'll be back, not to come back to the village, but to make the council suffer, Naruto declared in an angry tone. Everyone who knew Naruto was shocked. Naruto was a smiling, silly ninja, who was naive and thought he could save anyone. He never thought of revenge. That fell into Sasuke's line of thinking. Iruka was the last one to say goodbye, and they all took turns hugging him and saying their goodbyes. They all swore to annoy the council members against Naruto at every possible time, even Shino. He threw his orange jumpsuit on the ground as a memento of himself. When everyone left, Naruto packed everything in his bag and rested a little. -2 hours later, 8 p.m. Tsunade-sama stopped drinking. Shizune, the apprentice to the Sannin, yelled. Always taking people away. I don't want to live in this stupid village anymore. I refuse, so I decided that I'm leaving and protecting Naruto. He's almost like a son. He's the closest thing I have to a family besides you. And I'm not leaving him to rot against the Akatsuki. We're both part Uzumaki and we are connected through Mito Ba-chan. So in a distant way, Naruto is related to my grandfather, Tsunade stated. Then what will happen to the leaf? You have to stay, Shizune argued. No. The leaf doesn't deserve me. I'm leaving no matter what, even if Naruto is gone right now. I will find him and I will tell him about his parents. I don't care about what the council says, because he will be out of their jurisdiction in 10 hours. Tsunade yelled back. Tsunade-sama, what about the people? Shizune asked. They have my permission to rot in hell. Tsunade glared at her apprentice. Why? The apprentice asked. They're just as rotten as crap. You know Naruto's daily abuse, am I right? Tsunade responded. Yeah, Shizune had to admit that her master had a point. I'm leaving. Pack your things, Shizune. We leave it right before sunrise, Tsunade stated. 9 p.m. Gates of Konoha. Jiraiya-san, did you hear the good news? The demon has been banished. The guard Chunin jumped in joy. Demon? Jiraiya's fist hit the stomach of the Chunin and he coughed up blood. I can't believe those council rats. Well, I'm not staying here. I lost my only purpose to now. Even if it means missing Nin. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Sorry Minato, but the council has made chaos and therefore nothing ties me here, not duty, not responsibility, not anything. Jiraiya decided to get some information about the banishment and also decided not to miss the chance to peep his last time in Konohagakure. 12 a.m. Hokage Tower. Sure, his chakra was sealed, but he was going to go through every last one of Ba-chan's files of himself to find out who his dad and mom were. He was still quite good without chakra. He could paint the Hokage monument with an orange jumpsuit and have 12 Chunin chasing him. What couldn't he do without it? He snuck out of his apartment and got to the Hokage Tower. 4 Chunin were guarding it. It was quite simple to get past them. He snuck into the tower using a hole, which led him to the basement. The Hokage's files were at the very top of the tower and there were 7 floors. The first floor only had a Jonin that was working late and he was sleeping on his desk, so Naruto easily got to the second floor. The second floor was completely empty and the third and fourth floors were quite easy to cross. The fifth floor and sixth floors weren't heavily guarded and Naruto slipped past. At the seventh, in the Hokage's office, he saw 2 figures smirking at him. Why? But as he approached. Ba-chan? Ero Sennin? Naruto asked. Huh brat, guess what, we're leaving with you, Jiraiya said. Huh, but Ba-chan's the Hokage. Naruto liked the idea, but then the Hokage would be gone. Screw the village, and all the people. Tsunade said the exact opposite of what she was supposed to say, as the Hokage. What are y'all gonna do after you leave the village? Jiraiya asked. Huh, I never really thought about it. My original plan was to go to Tazuna and Inari, but now that Ero Sennin's here I can be a ninja. First I want to know who my parents are. Naruto stepped forward. Parents? Jiraiya was slightly surprised as he thought the lie he gave would shut him up. Flashback. Ero Sennin, who were my parents? Naruto asked. Just go back to your toad training. Jiraiya sighed. No, I will bother you and put posters up about you being a perverted old man and spoil your reputation until you tell me. Naruto threatened. Fine, I don't know your parents, Jiraiya replied. Naruto grumpily turned away. End of flashback. Take this. Tsunade gave him 2 letters. Jiraiya automatically put his hand on Tsunade's wrist. You can't be serious. Jiraiya said. I am. I think he deserves to know. Delaying it would be delaying the inevitable and he'll never get these again tomorrow, Tsunade stated. You win. Jiraiya turned around in defeat. Naruto began to read. He took the letter out of the envelope and began reading the first letter. Son, if you are reading this now, Jiraiya-sensei has deemed you ready. I am your father. I don't have much time to write this, but please forgive me for sealing the Kyuubi into you. I didn't have a choice. I can't force another parent to make a sacrifice I can't make myself. And as Hokage I must protect the village. Sarutobi should have taken care of you and Kakashi should have also taken care of you. Jiraiya is out on a large mission and likely didn't come back until you were 12. Since you have this letter, you have permission to take full control of the Namikaze estate. My last wish is that others saw you as a hero who helped defeat the Kyuubi. You are allowed to take the Hiraishin scroll from the estate and the Rasengan scroll, in case you haven't learned it already from Jiraiya, You also have the permission to take the rest of your inheritance, hidden in the same place. To get there, simply look for an inscription that says, Skill, in the upper rooms. I haven't told Kakashi that you are my son, but I did tell him to take care of you. I had a great deal of enemies and I wanted to wait till you could defend yourself before knowing. Goodbye. I hope you forgive me someday. Namikaze Minato. The fourth Hokage. Well, Dad, they saw me as a demon and they gave me a ramshackle apartment. And I didn't get a single ryo of that inheritance. Naruto grumbled. About the first half, the council took it from Sarutobi and spent it as soon as they got their hands on it 12 years ago. Tsunade explained. Being Hokage or ex-Hokage, she knew these things. So, aren't you gonna read the second letter? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto growled at him and simply started reading. Sochi, if you are reading this now, the unforgivable pervert, Jiraiya has deemed you ready to read. Like Minato, I don't have much time to write this either. I wrote this in case of my death at the hands of the Kyuubi. Unlike Minato, I'm not naive and I know that you will be treated like dirt and you will be scorned by the villagers. I can only hope that Kakashi and Sarutobi can give you a comfortable home. You might not have any friends, because the hostility of the villagers, but I know that there are a few people who are reasonable and aren't hostile. Among those people, find a few friends that you can really trust. If things get out of hand and the council members force you out of the village, use Uzushiogakure as a temporary refuge, or the ruins of it at least. Long ago the Uzumaki clan built a strong refuge in time of natural calamity, but there was an earthquake which wiped Uzushiogakure off the map. No one except me made it there, but we were short of everything and I was scared. I was only 8 years old then, and everything was gone. I made it to Konoha and they took me in, since I was a member of a dead clan as far as they were concerned. I would love to write more, but I'm running out of time. As I said, go to Uzushiogakure at some point and claim your legacy. Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki clan. I have a plan. Naruto began explaining his plan. I will go, and thank you Mom. 2 a.m. Namikaze Estate. So we're here, now what? Jiraiya stared at the huge dusty door. We sneak in. Tsunade suggested. No, that won't work. Minato was too good for that, Jiraiya stated. I'm a Namikaze, so this should work. Naruto took out his sword and stabbed himself and put his blood on the seal. Good work. I forgot that I was allowed in the Namikaze estate, so I could have done that too, Jiraiya said. No, you couldn't. Minato hated unexpected visitors and would always adjust the seal, and he probably adjusted the seal again to make sure you couldn't get in, Tsunade stated. Anyway, let's go. For the next hour they were trying to find the stone that had secrets engraved on it. Naruto took the chance to take some things from there, like journals, so he could know his parents better. January 8th, I managed to fend off the ninjas from Iwagakure again. Everyone including Shikaku and Inoichi threw another party to celebrate the defeat of the Iwanin battalion. I wonder when I'll see Kushina-chan again. Also Sarutoi wants me to assist some waterfall ninja next week, since more Iwanins decided to attack them. January 14th, I successfully defeated some rogue ninja trying to steal food at camp. They were easy to beat. Kakashi is improving, but as always, his stubbornness and arrogance could cost lives, so he isn't ready for Jonin. Maybe in a few months, but not now. January 25th, I'm the Yellow Flash now for some reason. All my peers are calling me that ever since I killed 300 Iwanins at the fortress. I don't even like that name. In Kushina-chan's letters she calls me Hedgehog and that's bad enough. Yellow hedgehogs don't even exist. Another party was held, due to my birthday, March 11th. Finally, after 9 months at the battlefield, I can see Kushina-chan again. My forces met up with hers as backup in the ruins of Uzu no Kuni as a staging point against the Rock Nins. Naruto flipped a couple of pages. Today was a horrible day. Obito died. Rin went into depression and Kakashi got his eyes slashed and replaced with the Sharingan. I respect the words of Obito. Those who abandon the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Obito, he seems like a good person. He's way better than Hitaki will ever be. Naruto snarled. Here's Mom's journal. February 2nd, found out I'm pregnant. The doctor said that it was too early to know whether it would be a girl or a boy, but I don't really care right now. But wait. In 5 months I'll only be allowed to do D ranks. No. Naruto looked at a picture in the photo frame. There were 2 people within it. One had red hair that was so long the end couldn't be seen in the picture, and the other had spiky hair like him, but he had chin-length bangs. They looked so happy together, it was a shame they died. Found the place, Naruto, hurry up and get here, Jiraiya yelled. Naruto stuffed the books into a bag he brought for grabbing things that actually belonged to him. Yeah. Naruto stared at the stone inscription. Hurry up and stab yourself and trace it with your blood, Tsunade said. Okay. Naruto did exactly as he was told, and the inscription lighted up and the stone tunneled into the ground, leaving a pathway. The three followed the pathway until they came to a dimly lit room with 2 pedestals and a chest. The chest contained 250 million ryo in cash, and there were 2 scrolls on the pedestals. Naruto snatched the Hiraishin scroll, but left the Rasengan scroll, as he didn't need it. How do we fit all the money? Tsunade asked Jiraiya. We stuff it into our bags, of course, Naruto answered. Hold on, brat. You might fit 50 million ryo in there, but the rest is going to be sealed into my scroll. Alright, pervert, but if you spend a single ryo, you'll wish you never existed. Tsunade glared. Now all we gotta do is pack our things and head to Uzumaki, Jiraiya said, leaving the box empty. Let's get out of here, Tsunade said. Brat, let me remove that seal. Jiraiya bent down to Naruto's level. When Jiraiya finished removing both Danzo's tongue seal and the chakra seal, they had no further business doing anything here. So they all simply left the estate hanged, in case anyone saw them on the street. Gates of Konoha, 4:30 a.m. Are we all set? From here on out we are missing ninja, Tsunade told her apprentice. Are we gonna do what we did last time? Shizune asked. No, we're never coming back here unless we are caged, and it's obligatory. We have a destination, Uzumaki, the land of whirlpools. We also have to train Naruto, because of the Akatsuki, Tsunade explained. Let's go, Naruto whispered, looking at the sky. He could tell the sun was rising, thanks to the light in the sky. He didn't want to be there for the banishment. You heard the brat. Jiraiya began pushing the great gates when they saw Izumo and Kotetsu approaching. Stop it. You have to wait till the banishment ceremony. And what are you two doing here, Jiraiya-sama, Hokage-sama? Shit. Move it, Jiraiya. Tsunade pushed her teammate out of the way and forced the doors open. Stop it, Hokage-sama. You are not allowed to leave the village. Stop or I will call the Anbu, Kotetsu shouted. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Naruto, sensing the danger, catapulted himself through the gates and into a huge forest. Damn brat left us to fend for ourselves, Tsunade groaned. A couple of Anbu surrounded the 2 Sannin. Surrender now and you will not be hurt, the Anbu leader said. In your dreams. The Sannin began to fight them. Kaden. Enden, fire release. Flame bullet. Jiraiya spat out a large fireball while Tsunade punched the leader into the ground, making him break a couple of bones. What chance do we have against 2 Sannin? One Anbu said, making the rest flee. If I know the kid, he's already pretty far from the 5-minute head start, and if he went by catapulting himself then he didn't leave a scent. Jiraiya informed his teammate. We gotta find him, we have the map to Uzumaki. The 3 left to find Naruto. The Great Forest, 4:40 a.m. Naruto sat down to rest and sent a few shadow clones to guard the area, when he and his shadow clones sensed 3 chakra natures. Then he saw 2 figures. Damn it, Ba-chan. Arrow Sennin, hurry up and find me. I won't manage against 2 Akatsuki members. Naruto, come with us. Itachi spoke to the figure carrying a big backpack. In your dreams, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Naruto created 80 clones so Itachi couldn't risk using Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu. Kisame and Itachi dissipated most of the clones until they were striking at the real one. I'm finished. Sorry mom, sorry dad. Just as Itachi was about to strike at Naruto with a kunai, the whole area illuminated and Itachi was hit by a huge lightning bolt that nearly killed him. The same happened to Kisame. They fled. A person appeared after the light faded. The person had brown hair that was spiky and he had custom body armor with a shiny katana. Telling by his face he was at least 40 years old. Who are you? Naruto hesitated to ask thanks to the overpowering aura around him. No, who are you? Judging by your techniques you are likely a ninja, but no forehead protector, meaning that you were exiled and you got rid of the chakra seal. The man said. I'm Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto answered, still scared. That was because he didn't know the man and he was so powerful he would likely wipe the floor with him. I'm Kazuki. The man replied. So what's Minato's kid doing outside of Konoha, banished for some reason? Kazuki asked. You knew my dad? Naruto asked. Yup. Minato went to the academy with me, Kazuki replied. Then aren't you supposed to be with Bastard Leaf? Naruto asked a question. No, I supposedly died in the Third Shinobi World War, Kazuki explained. Why didn't you go back to the Leaf? Naruto asked. I didn't want to. I was healed by a traveling medic who was quite good at medical ninjutsu, and she was also a young one, around 30 years old. I left and started to roam around until I signed a summoning contract with the wolves. I stayed in their domain for 2 years and then started traveling. After that I wanted to get stronger and learned how to handle a sword under a skilled swordsman. It took 2 years to fully do that and I became good with the sword. I then improved my fuinjutsu under another master of fuinjutsu and that took 1 year. I was 26 then. My dream was to make my own village and I didn't want any affiliations. I went under genjutsu training until I was 28 and ninjutsu and taijutsu training until I was 30. I continued to travel the world and became very knowledgeable about it and its hate. By the time you were born, I had absolutely no will to return to Konoha. Kazuki told his story. I'm gonna wait a bit till Ero Sennin and Bachan come here, Naruto said. I'm gonna wait too. I wanna see who they are. Kazuki yawned and sat down with Naruto. The Great Forest 5 a.m. How could you abandon us to the Anbu? Tsunade yelled in a monstrous voice, making everyone shiver. Hi Tsunade-sama. Kazuki waved. Huh, but you died. Jiraiya pointed at him. Well, since I've got nothing to do, I'm traveling with you. Kazuki grinned. What? All three of them shouted together. I guess we could let him. Naruto decided. Fine, but I've got my eye on you. Tsunade grumbled. Okay. Shizune said. So where are we going? The spiky-haired man asked. Uzushiogakure. Why would you go there? It's gone. Kazuki asked. To make it our refuge, I plan to make a new village over there, which outshines Konoha. There won't be any secret organizations or anything bad. Naruto explained. A naive dream, but it might work if we take our time, Kazuki said. Konohagakure 7 a.m. So Tsunade left. Danzo muttered, looking at the Anbu reports. He tried hard to suppress a grin that came to his face, but he failed. I will be the Rokudame then. 8 a.m. Training Ground 9. Naruto's gone. Was all on Kakashi's mind. The Dobi ran away. What a hypocrite. I'll never run away, Sasuke spoke. That demon got what he deserved. Sakura growled. Don't get so happy, Sakura. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama went with him. That means Konoha just lost 2 extremely valuable shinobi, Kakashi said. Damn it, I was planning to make her train me, Sakura scowled. Konoha lost the Godem, so now it needs a Rokudame, Kakashi spoke. It seems that the precious Uchiha was discharged like nothing happened. Neji voice was heard behind the three. Sakura grumbled. Sasuke glared and Kakashi didn't have an expression. It was truly unyouthful to banish Naruto-san, Lee and Guy said together. I also think that banishing Naruto was bad, Tenten spoke. You know who the source is? Neji glared at Sasuke. You are partially to blame, because if you never ran away to Orochimaru in pursuit of your stupid power, then Naruto wouldn't be gone. Neji continued speaking. You're as much as a Dobi as Naruto is. The only thing that matters in this world is power, Sasuke stated. Everyone except Sakura glared at Sasuke. Sasuke, don't go overboard, was all Kakashi could say. And you too, Hitaki and Haruno, you didn't care about Naruto enough to attend his last meeting where he said goodbye to all of us. Neji finished. I had to, Kakashi began. Save your excuses, Hitaki, your sensei would be ashamed of you. Neji turned away and left. It was most unyouthful of you to do so. You have much too little youth to be considered my rival. Guy told him disappointedly. Your team is too unyouthful. Lee said and left. Hitaki-san, you should have at least said goodbye to Naruto. Tenten voiced her disappointment like the rest of your team. Kakashi hoped that he wouldn't get a bunch of lectures and anger directed at him later on, but that was not to be. Later that day 10 a.m., Kakashi, maybe you aren't cut out to be a Jonin instructor, Asuma told him. Yeah, what kind of teacher plays favorites like that? You made it clear you hated Naruto, the only thing you taught him was tree climbing. And that was because you were forced to, as a team of genins must learn tree climbing on their first mission outside of the village. You taught him nothing of your own free will. Maybe you should just go back to Anbu. You taught the Uchiha your favorite technique and a couple of jutsu. And you taught the civilian how to do genjutsu. You only taught them their strengths, what the hell? Kurenai finished throwing her anger at Kakashi. Thanks a lot Kurenai. Kakashi muttered. He was quite traumatized by Obito and Rin's death, and now everyone was bugging him about Naruto. So he made up his mind and did what he was told to do. He called a meeting with Team 7 or what was left of it. Training Ground 7 1 p.m. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked worried about Kakashi, but in reality that was to maintain a good image of herself. Listen, I'm quitting Team 7. Kakashi's words shocked Sakura. Sasuke didn't really care though. That's it, Sasuke said. No, before that I'll say that I'm sorry I failed you as a sensei. Kakashi apologized. Yeah, you better be sorry, you didn't teach me a single useful jutsu, Sasuke said. I should have known you were an ungrateful little child. Kakashi was somewhat furious that Sasuke called the Chidori useless. What did you call me? Sasuke bursted out. Kakashi groaned and left. Hyuga Mansion 9 p.m. Father, I heard you were part of the group who banished Naruto. Why? Hinata asked without stuttering as she was given courage by Naruto. He was a weak fool with too much emotion and Konohagakure would be a lot better off without him in the village and your stupid crush turned you into a weak pathetic little idiot. Hiyashi scolded Hinata. Hinata started crying and then she stabbed her hand, much like Naruto, swearing to get stronger and to make her father eat those words. Neji came in and asked the same question to his uncle. His uncle simply said that he put Konoha in danger. When Neji asked how, he was denied an answer. Neji saw the blood on Hinata's hand and asked her what it was. He was given this answer. Hinata said that she vowed to make her father eat the words that Naruto was a weak fool. Hinata ran off to find someone to train her. A few days later, we're finally here. Uzushiogakure. Naruto had been missing and out of trace for 8 years, so had Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya. Konoha hadn't exactly flourished in that time. All the countries like Nami no Kuni, the Wave Country, Cha no Kuni, the Tea Country, and Yuki no Kuni had cut ties with Konoha because Naruto was banished. Meanwhile Uzushiogakure had flourished to a great extent, where it became a great village, at the very least as big as Konoha when the Yondaime Hokage ruled it. Because Tsunade left, Konoha lost the advantage of having the best hospital. Uzushiogakure was given that pleasure. Right now there were 6 great nations and their order of greatness was Kumogakure, Uzushiogakure, Iwagakure, Tsunagakure, Konohagakure, and Kirigakure. The cage of new Uzushiogakure was unknown. No one ever saw his face, except the people of Uzushiogakure. He always wore a mask and he never opened up. No one even knew his name outside of Uzushiogakure, and only Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kazuki knew the Azukage's real name. The others only knew him as Azukage-sama, their savior. People knew the Azukage's achievements, such as killing the Raikage's whole army when the Raikage invaded Uzushiogakure. He was known as the devil of the battlefield or the god of 3 elements, or the lightning flash. In just 8 years, he built the second greatest hidden village. Konoha was currently facing a war. They were allied with Suna, Taki and Kusa. Their opponents from Iwa were allied with Kumo and Otto. Orochimaru only supplied people against Konoha. He never told anyone about who the real leader of Otogakure was. Iwa declared war, because the ninja and the Yondaime Tsuchikage Iwao hated Konohagakure, because of the Yondaime Hokage, and they also wanted to make themselves the greatest elemental nation on the continent. So they used phony claims that they found spies from Konohagakure trying to collect information. They also had problems with Uzushiogakure. They were frustrated by not getting any information about it. New Uzushiogakure was so mysterious that Danzo, the Rokudame Hokage, sent many spies to Uzu, but all his spies never returned. All the other countries wanted to spy on Uzu, but the same thing happened. Uzu no Kuni grew bigger as the hot spring country and the river country became part of Uzu Shiogakure along with its huge earth extensions that skilled earth release users made. It was a bit smaller than Hai no Kuni, but it had more skilled shinobi, a larger village, better technology, better resources, a more organized system of teaching that didn't allow favoritism at all. It made ninja more prepared for the outside world. It was a place that someone like Sakura could never become the top kunoichi. There were absolutely no fangirls in the academy, since the kunoichi there were quite serious, but not above jokes and pranks. Konohagakure was on decline and they were currently losing the war as the only thing keeping them going was their bigger numbers. The Nara clan came up with many strategies, but the shinobi of the Leaf were unable to do them. Kakashi was made an Anbu captain upon his re-entry of Anbu and the new people who joined Team 7 were detestable as ever to the old members. The new sensei was called Yamato and the new team member was called Sai. Sai constantly insulted Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke shoved the insults off and tried to act cool, but Sakura tried to punch Sai every time he called her a dickless moody hag who has no control over her emotions. Yamato often trapped the two in a cage to force them to stop. Kurenai had grown older. She now had a 3-year-old kid who she had to take care of, so she retired as a shinobi of the Leaf as long as Asuma didn't come back. Asuma, apparently saved by a mysterious man from getting killed by Hidan and Kakuzu. While doing border patrol, the two Akatsuki members took a shortcut through Konoha to get back to their base after incapacitating the Nanbi Jinchuriki who was exiled from Taki like Naruto. This mysterious figure took the Nanbi Jinchuriki and killed the two Akatsuki members Hidan and Kakuzu. Asuma was out on a war camp, constantly writing to Kurenai. Therefore Team 8 also got a new addition to the team. Her name was Azuki Yugao. Yugao had retired from Anbu, because she was tired of the mass bloodshed Anbu members saw these days. She preferred to become a regular jonin. Currently of Konoha 11 everyone was a jonin, except Sakura, who stayed shunin, because of her lack of skills. She doesn't have good medical ninjutsu or super strength, because Tsunade left with Naruto. Kakashi didn't make any interactions with his former team and completely devoted himself to Anbu. He didn't want Obito, Rin and Minato to haunt him. Obito, because he would call Kakashi an enormous hypocrite, because he did abandon Naruto. Minato, because he ran away from his responsibilities to take care of Naruto as Minato had requested. Rin, because she naturally would that Kakashi for all his actions, especially not even saying goodbye to Naruto and favoritism. One of the things Kakashi hated was the Rokudame Hokage Danzo. He allowed root members to roam around freely and trained the academy students into tools. Guy refused to make contact with Kakashi, because he stated that he wouldn't talk to someone with absolutely zero fires of youth within them. Naruto's jacket was torn into 19 pieces and it was divided between Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Kurenai, Konohamaru, Neji, Tenten, Lee, Guy, Konohamaru, Udon, Moegi, Tuchi, Ayame, Shikamaru, Choji, Asuma, Ino and Iruka. Each of them put Naruto's jacket in a special place. A special thing was taking place today at the Hyuga Mansion. Hyuga Mansion Arena 8 p.m. A 20-year-old Hyuga Hinata's heart started to beat heavily. She had just challenged her father for the title of Hyuga clan head. The terms were that if she won, her father had to step down from his position. If he won she would be placed in the branch family as a servant of the Hyuga. She had trained under Kurenai and Asuma as well as Yugao. She drew back her confidence. I must do this. For Naruto-kun and Neji-sama, she got into the traditional fighting stance of the Hyuga. All of Konoha 11 who weren't in a war camp came. Go Hinata! Go Hinata! Ino cheered Hinata-sama. You were foolish to challenge Hiyashi-sama. But when? Neji thought as branch members were not allowed to cheer for the opposing side or it would be considered as revolt. Hinata, you could have been a clan head one day, why didn't you wait? Hiyashi asked as he was quite surprised by the whole thing. Father, every second branch members suffer. I will not allow this. If this clan goes down too deeply, I might not be able to pull it out. So the sooner I become clan head the sooner the Hyuga clan is pulled out of the darkness it has fell in. I'm doing this for the Hyuga clan. Hinata declared bravely. She had gotten over stuttering when Naruto had gotten banished, as she realized that it was time to grow up and become strong to overthrow her father. Father, ever since Mother died you became cold. You acted extra harshly against branch members. I wonder if you blame them for not being able to cure Mother's sickness. This clan does not need slavery. It needs to become united. I will abolish the curse seal. I will accomplish my dream. Hajime. The branch member yelled Hake Kusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hiyashi thrusted his arm to send Hinata flying with a tremendous force, but it failed to reach his daughter as she used Shunshin to evade it. So you have resorted to stupid means and have abandoned the Hyuga clan's great techniques, Hiyashi told Hinata. They are not stupid means. We have grown arrogant in our own techniques, and if someone finds a way to counter our techniques then we are defenseless. Hinata stated, continuing to look at Hiyashi through her Byakugan. You stupid girl. There are no weaknesses to the Byakugan except one, and there are no weaknesses to Gentle Fist. Hiyashi angrily replied. Wrong. Hinata simply said Suiden. Suiryuden, Water Dragon Missile Technique. Hinata drew water from the moisture in the air and then did lots of hand seals, and a huge water dragon charged towards Hiyashi. Hakesho Kaden. 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven. Hiyashi spun and blocked the attack when he realized Hinata was nowhere to be seen. He suddenly felt himself being pushed to the ground. Damn it, Genjutsu, it can't be, the Byakugan can see through Genjutsu. Hiyashi grunted as he tried to dispel the Genjutsu, but he couldn't because it wasn't really Genjutsu, it was a simple Shunshin. See, they are not petty tricks. Hinata waited until Hiyashi got up. Foolish little girl, you could have taken me while I was down, Hiyashi grumbled. Dear father, I thought that was dishonorable, so I let you stand, Hinata said in a voice that was similar to Danzo's root agent's, an emotionless voice. Yuho Soshiken. Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. 2 blue lion-like shapes came out of Hinata's fists, while she stood ready for combat. Hiyashi assumed the Gentle Fist Taijutsu stance once again. Hiyashi and his daughter began to trade blows, equaling each other, neither gained the upper hand. In the stands, beat that bastard Hiyashi, Hinata. Kiba cheered her on. Akamaru, who was now at least as big as a wolf, barked in agreement. Hinata-san, let the fires of youth burn within you so you can defeat your unyouthful opponent, Lee encouraged. Complete your dream, Hinata, Kurenai whispered to her. In the arena, well, father, it looks like I underestimated you slightly, Hinata admitted while preparing her next jutsu. Hiyashi said nothing as he charged at Hinata while she did her hand seals. Hake Rokuhuian Sho. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hiyashi began attacking Hinata, until he hit her 64 times, making Hinata cough up blood. Give up, I have closed all 64 of your chakra points. You can't use chakra, so how can you defeat me? Hiyashi smirked, but that automatically turned into a frown as Hinata was smirking. I won't give up, no matter what you throw at me. I never give up, as that is my ninja way. Hinata coughed up more blood, still smiling. Neji's eyes widened, as he remembered what caused him to change his attachment to fate. Flashback 8 years ago. I have closed all 64 of your chakra points. You can barely stand, and without chakra, your fight is a hopeless one. I won't give up no matter what you throw at me, that's my ninja way. I'm not attached by fate like you, unless you find something precious to protect you'll never grow strong. Why don't you give up? Because I was called a failure, and I'll prove you wrong. How? You shouldn't be able to use chakra. I'm not attached to fate. I flunked the academy test 3 times, if a failure like me could do this, imagine what a genius like you could do. End flashback. Why don't you give up? Without chakra, your fight is a hopeless one. Hiyashi waited for something to happen next. I will win, because my will to win is stronger than yours, Hinata shouted as she started to gain increased chakra. How? You shouldn't be able to use chakra. First gate, Kaimon Kai. Second gate, Kumon Kai. Sweden. Kaminami. Water release. Divine wave. Hinata summoned an enormous wave that soaked the whole arena and hit Hiyashi at point-blank range, nearly killing him. The medics quickly grabbed him and started to heal him, and they then put him on a stretcher and stopped him from bleeding, because he bled when he hit the ground. Without that quick medical attention he would have definitely died. Hinata-sama is the winner and the new head of the Hyuga, the branch member announced in joy. You did it, Hinata, I'm proud. Kurenai congratulated her. Go Hinata, you're awesome. Kiba shouted, Mom, that girl with purple-blue hair is cool. Kurenai's son said. Yes, she is. Kurenai smiled. Danzo, the Hokage, frowned. He had expected that girl to lose, and with this he lost the support of the Hyuga. Hinata was so happy, she won. It took all of her chakra to do that attack. The power of the 8 gates took their toll on her and she passed out. I wonder how Hinata-sama managed to counter the effects of Gentle Fist. I must ask her about it later. Congratulations, Hinata-sama. But how will you remove the curse seal? The elders don't even know how to. Neji frowned, as they would need a skilled Fuinjutsu master such as Jiraiya of the Sannin, but he left with Naruto. 3 days later, Kakashi, who was on the war front, opened a letter. News from the Leaf. A girl from the main house called Hinata challenged the Hyuga Council head Hyuga Hiyashi. The girl had amazing ability and was able to counter the Gentle Fist through unknown means and unleashed an S-rank jutsu at the end, putting Hyuga Hiyashi on the verge of death. She is now the new head of the Hyuga clan. Good for you, Hinata, good for you. Kakashi thought as he went to sleep. Konohagakure Konohamaru was the fastest improving person in all of Konoha. He became Jonin at 15, Chunin at 13 and Genin at 11. Hardly anyone advanced to Jonin at 15. Kurenai, known as the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, did not advance until 26. Asuma advanced at 20, and Guy managed to make Jonin at 17. Of this generation's elite Jonin, he was only beaten by Kakashi, who advanced at 13. He didn't bother wearing the Jonin vest, since he hated it. It was an offense to the current Uzushiogakure to have them wearing their village symbol on their vests, since he learned about Uzushiogakure and managed to find out that Konoha denied them in their times of need. He began to hate his village more and more, but knew there was nothing to do besides wait for the next Hokage, who he just hoped could change the village. So he pushed himself to his limits every day, trying to make himself the next Hokage. Sasuke made Jonin at 17. He was an arrogant bastard as always, thinking everyone in Konoha was inferior to him. He now had a Mangekyo Sharingan. He began to hate Sakura more and more and considered her nothing more than a weakling. Sasuke became rather unhappy 1 year after Naruto's banishment, since he discovered that the Dobi was his greatest challenge and it was his fault that he grew stronger. Sakura, on the other hand, was happy Naruto left, as she considered him the only obstacle between Sasuke and herself. However, she discovered that Sasuke still didn't even consider her a friend, so she kept trying. But all her attempts failed up to date and she is still trying. The Hokage's office, 11:30 a.m. A week later. I am assigning you to an S-rank mission. You are to find out information about Uzushiogakure, such as their technology, their food supply, anything. Your squad leader is Yuhi Kurenai, and you will leave tomorrow. Danzo assigned them their mission. Hokage-sama, who will take care of my child? Kurenai asked. Asuma is coming home in a few hours. I have informed him of everything, Danzo stated. I understand, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said. You are all dismissed, Danzo said. Shino, Sakura, Kiba and Kurenai left the office. An S rank. If we get caught spying there, then we will die, get tortured or be used as leverage. I want to see my son after tomorrow and I'll have too many regrets to die, but this is an S-rank mission and I can't refuse. Kurani thought sadly. Kiba had a different thought on this mission. No one's ever been there and back from another village. As spies, if I manage to do that, it'll be awesome. 9 a.m. It takes a full 2 days to get to Uzushiogakure. Ino looked at the map. Yes, it does, and we can't risk getting detected by them, so this mission will take a while, Kurenai stated. Ugh, we have to do stupid things like running around the borders then, Kiba groaned. Shut it, dog breath. Sakura yelled. It is logical that you do not get your temper any higher than it already is, Shino said. What did you say? The cherry blossom yelled. Shino, just leave her, Kiba told his friend. We have to get moving. Kurenai started to run toward the direction of Uzushiogakure. A few hours later. We'll eat lunch over here. Kurenai stopped at a restaurant. You know, Sakura, what if the Azukage is like the ghost of Naruto, and we get captured before we see anything? Then he'll probably just let us out blindfolded and keep torturing you, because you called him a demon and stuff. Kiba joked. Dog breath. One more time you annoy me and you're as good as dead. Sakura raised her fist to indicate she was serious. Oh please, you're just a lowly chunin, you can't threaten me. Kiba mocked her. You are dead dog breath, dead. Sakura charged at Kiba. Srop it you too. Kurenai ordered 1 day and 12 hours later 6 a.m. Border of Uzu no Kuni. Remember the plan, sneak into the border without drawing attention, then listen to gossip in towns surrounding Uzushiogakure and find out as much as you can. Then if you can find out a way into Uzushiogakure we do that and see the town, collect as much information as you can. Kurenai told her team. Alright, Akamaru, ready for this, if we're not careful it could mean our deaths, Kiba told his partner. Akamaru gave out a low growl and looked at the border. Shino scouted the area ahead with his bugs, but found nothing. Kurenai simply looked ahead since she had nothing else to do. Sakura looked around. She only saw a typical row of buildings and some high walls. Kurenai-sensei, is this it? I can't even see any border patrol here, Kiba said. My bugs detect no lifeforms in the area ahead, Shino informed. Something's wrong. Be on your guard. Kurenai casted a genjutsu that made the whole team invisible and the group started to slowly and stealthily approach the border. They scanned the area and figured that there would be traps on the walls, so they moved inside the building, using everything they could as cover. Then they suddenly approached a large corridor. They slowly walked through it, but they were unaware that a camera watched their every move. Uzushiogakure, a 6-foot-tall blonde, had woken up just a few minutes ago. He brushed his teeth and checked the borders. Then he saw his former friends and their sensei approaching on his screen. He looked through the video cameras. He looked at the way they approached the building and moved through it. It would have worked with other buildings, but Uzushio's border didn't even need manpower to keep it safe. The camera was trained to recognize the identification seals he put on all the members of Uzushiogakure so they wouldn't attack them. They attacked all other people who dared enter the border with all kinds of weapons. They were all non-lethal though. Naruto knew he would have to use manned border patrol instead of his cameras and robots once the technology of Uzushio was discovered, but not before that. Well, time to go meet them. Naruto put his headband on and shoved his mask on, and got dressed. Border. The 4 people were walking across the corridor, when suddenly a great blast of electricity fried Akamaru by surprise. Kiba's dog struggled to get up, but failed. Akamaru! Kiba yelled. The door to Uzu and the way back outside had shut. They were trapped. A large amount of knockout gas was released and all of the Konoha ninja passed out. I expected them to last longer. The Azukage said as he teleported all of them to the hospital and applied chakra suppression seals on them. Uzushiogakure, Hospital. Kiba slowly opened his eyes, seeing himself on a bed in a hospital. Akamaru was by his side. Where am I? Kiba mumbled. You are in Uzushiogakure no Sato, trespasser. I would like you to state why you have trespassed into our country. The medic told the Inuzuka. I won't tell you ever. The Inuzuka replied. Very well, but our best medic can easily get that out from you. She does not play nice, so you may want to answer. It is better than facing her torture. The medic said. I'll never bark, you'll have to make me spit it out. Kiba growled. I see, the medic said to the Konoha ninja. She was still staring at him in a completely straight way, not frowning, not smiling. She had brown hair tied in a ponytail and wore a white shirt. Kiba couldn't see the lower part of her body, not like he cared. He wondered what happened to his sensei and his teammate. He didn't care about the pink-haired fangirl. He was thinking about them until he saw Shino and Kurenai across the room. Asami, Azukage-sama wants to see the trespassers. A medic in a black vest said. Understood, Yun-sama. 5 minutes later. How are you feeling, Konoha ninja? A deep voice asked the Inuzuka. Not good, thanks to you. We're missing ninja, not Konoha ninja. Kiba tried to act. You think I would not recognize the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, the great bug of Konoha, and the great fang of the leaf? I might not recognize the pink-haired girl, but since she was in your squad I can also safely assume that she is with you. Also, I highly doubt that you would be missing ninja, even though you have no headband or identification. I really don't think ninja of your caliber would defect so easily. I also know that you are very loyal to your village, therefore you are here to spy on Uzushiogakure. The voice came closer to Kiba. He saw a man wearing a mask, and the traditional cage uniform with the kanji, Whirlpool. The only things he could actually clearly see about the man were his blue eyes, and his muscular build. I will see your teammates now. You will be placed into a containment cell until further notice. The Uzumaki left Kiba. A couple of people wearing steel masks with black armor dragged Kiba to the containment cell. With Sakura Haruno, Sakura slowly opened her eyes and glanced around the place. She was in an area with wooden tiles and many beds. She quickly figured out it was a hospital. A man was standing before her, with a cage-like hat, so she decided that she was in Uzumaki in the hospital, and the Uzumaki was standing in front of her, waiting to interrogate her. No, that's stupid. Why a cage of an important village waste time on us? He'll probably send his underlings to do that. Hello. Kunoichi of the Leaf. I assume that came here to do a spy mission, and you were sent by your Hokage Danzo. Your teammate Kiba is from the Inuzuka clan, because he has the markings of the Inuzuka on his face, and your teammate Shino is from the Aburame clan, as he uses bugs to shield an attack. Your leader is Yuhi Kurenai, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. I know all of this in your names as my cameras saw everything, and heard everything including your whispers. I saw you nearing my border, but didn't do anything as you didn't cross it. When you did, my cameras started to attack you and knocked you unconscious. I then brought you to Uzu. The Uzumaki finished. He knew them all and would know their names even if they weren't whispering. Why didn't you kill us? Sakura asked. Simple, because your Hokage would demand repercussions and deny that you ever crossed my border, but now I have you and I have proof, so I can find the Hokage. Whatever the case, your life is in my hands. It wasn't wise of your Hokage to do this, especially since you were in a war. The Uzumaki replied. He had already stolen the mission file with his spy in Konoha. What's going to happen to us now? Sakura continued asking. You and your teammates are going to be stuck in the same cell. The seals I placed on you make it impossible to use chakra and physical strength. Don't even bother trying. The Uzumaki told her and left to see Shino after signaling those same people with black masks to. With Shino, Aburame-san, I believe you and your team are guilty of intruding Uzumaki. You will be placed in a cell until further notice. All you Kakaichu bugs have been suppressed inside your body, so you will be unable to know anything about our village. Also, all of your team will be taken to the interrogation chamber. The Uzumaki told Shino. How do you know so much about our clan? Shino observed. I fought with some Aburame in the past, so I analyzed their abilities. The Uzumaki used a cover story. It was half true, as he disposed of Fu and Torun and placed them in cells. He didn't demand any repercussions from any village, because of how he could easily deal with them. He knew he was getting arrogant in his ability, but he decided to demand repercussions for these four, at least giving them a reasonable reason to leave. He didn't like the thought of keeping most of the former Team 8 and one of the members of Team 7 in a cell. If he decided to let go of any of them, he would wipe out a huge amount of that person's memory and send them back to the village. Luckily he didn't have to do that to anyone yet, as most of the villages only sent one group of spies. The exception was Danzo. He sent at least 5 teams to Uzumaki, and this was the 6th. I understand Uzumaki-sama. Shino knew it was best to not deny he was from Konoha, as the Uzumaki had found out about his Kikaichu. Shino was then dragged to the same containment cell Kiba and Sakura were currently in. Lastly, Kurenai-san. I will say the same things I told your teammates to you. You are guilty of trying to sneak into Uzumaki. You will be placed into a containment cell until further notice. Also, I suppose you're worried about your son Hiruzen Yuhi Sarutobi, and I know you didn't want to come here in fear of getting caught and being unable to see him again. The Uzumaki said. He gave out that he knew this information, because he already had a cover story to back it up. He didn't want to say he had a spy. How did you know? She asked, shocked that this Uzumaki knew such information. Simple, I was traveling in Umi no Kuni using a henge when an adorable black-haired boy came up to me. We had a small conversation, where he told me his name. This was believable, as Naruto was in Umi no Kuni that time and he knew about this mysterious man that the boy had encountered while naughtily running off to find his mom, so he decided to take advantage of it. He only knew one person who had eyes that looked like a dojutsu, and he only knew a few Sarutobi members. He knew Asuma and Kurenai had secretly been dating, so that came to one conclusion. Kurenai was dragged and out with the rest of her team. In the cell. Damn it. Kiba slammed the reinforced glass an 8th time. Calm down, dog breath, as the Uzumaki said, we won't get through here with physical strength. Sakura told Kiba. How the hell did we get caught? We did everything fine. Kiba groaned and made a few growling sounds. From what Azukage-sama told Sakura, he was watching us through some kind of technology. He caught us before we crossed the border, Shino told his team. Maybe the Azukage really is Naruto's ghost, Kiba suggested. Ever since Naruto's banishment you suggest every strong person we meet is Naruto's ghost. What's wrong with you? Sakura glared at Kiba, as she lost Ino as a friend 8 years ago in the banishment, so she didn't like being reminded of that incident. No one even talked to her like a friend since then, but it wasn't like she cared. Kurenai was in her head. She was thinking about how she would never see her son again, or Asuma. Shino was thinking about his clan and how he would never get to use his Kikaichu again. Kiba was thinking about how both he and Akamaru would rot in the prison, and Sakura was obviously thinking about Sasuke. Uzushiogakure, the Azukage's office. So how's life, kid? A familiar white-haired old man said. Ero Sennin, how's writing your book going? Naruto the Azukage asked. Horribly, every hot woman I see almost kills me when I jot down something on my notepad, Jiraiya informed his student. Good, Naruto said. So what's up? You don't look too good, Jiraiya observed. It's just that the stupid mummy Danzo sent Team 8 excluding Hinata to spy on me. What the hell do I do if Danzo refuses to pay for them? I don't want to kill them. Naruto voiced his problems to the Toad Sage. Keep them in prison, Jiraiya told him, and prevent Kurenai-sensei from seeing her kid and make him and Asuma-sensei worry infinitely for his wife, Naruto said. It's not your fault, kid, it's Danzo's. He sent them on an S-rank mission the moment Kurenai came out from retirement. And by Konoha's law you can't refuse an S-rank mission. Also losing the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha would be bad for this war, so as long as the price for them isn't too high he'll take them, Jiraiya explained. Hey brat, how's it going? A female voice asked. Kurenai-sensei and her team minus Hinata. Replacement Sakura came to spy on me, Naruto informed the female Sannin. Where's Kurenai? I need to catch up with her, the female Sannin asked. No, they'll find out I'm the Azukage like that since they know you ran off with me, Naruto stated. HMPH. The Sannin grumbled Konoha 3 days earlier. Where's Kurenai? Asuma asked the old Hokage. I sent her on an S-rank mission 1 hour ago, the Hokage answered. You what? Asuma growled angrily. I sent her on an S-rank mission 1 hour ago, the Hokage repeated. An S-rank? You sent her on an S rank the moment I came back, and where to? Asuma couldn't control his anger and yelled. Uzushiogakure no Sato, Danzo replied, never leaving his emotionless face. What? I request to go to her aide Hokage-sama, Asuma continued to growl. Request denied. For a 2-week period you are not allowed to take any missions as Kurenai has left, you will instead take care of your kid, Danzo told him. Asuma continued to groan and grumble until he left. Present, Cell? How can we get out? Kiba asked desperately. Since there is reinforced glass instead of bars we cannot break through, and since all our ninja tools have been taken, we cannot make an explosion, so the only ways to get out would be to make Azukage-sama release us or make one of his subordinates do it, Shino said. Sakura suddenly got an idea. Are there any vents? She asked. Yes, but it is also guarded, with a cage surrounding it, Shino told her. Then our best option would be to wait until Azukage-sama demands repercussions for us sneaking into the border. Hopefully, Hokage-sama will pay for our release, Kurenai told her team, but she had doubts about that. Sakura gave up hope of ever escaping and slept on her bed. Kurenai looked for the emergency explosive tag and knives she hid in her shoe, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any, because the metal detector and paper detectors that watched out for all enemy shinobi and prisoners' emergency items revealed them. They worked by pointing red lights at every metal tool the person had. Kiba was still trying to shatter the reinforced glass, and Shino was thinking about everything he might lose if the Hokage refuses to pay the fine. Inuzuka Kiba, your interrogation session will begin now, a voice from outside said. Kiba gulped. He wondered whether these were like any of Ibiki's interrogations. He saw one of those and thought he would immediately break if he went through one of those. A metal mask wearing black armored female took him to the interrogation room. It wasn't what he expected. He expected something similar to Ibiki's dark cave. This room was bright. It had wooden tiles as floor and a simple place where his head was placed. It was similar to the thing that Inoichi used to hold people while he entered their minds. The Azuki appeared, and Kiba immediately shouted at him. "You damn bastard, when I get out of this, I'll rip you apart. Perhaps, I could easily make you face physical pain, but I'm simply wiping parts of your memory that hold information on my village. I'm sure your Hokage would do the same," the Azuki told him, as he started his jutsu. Kami no Shinten, God of Mind. Naruto quickly erased all the memories that contained information such as their knowledge of cameras and simply kept the bits that made sense with each other so they wouldn't be confused. He then looked for information on Konoha. He found quite a bit of stuff, but he didn't look at their personal life as he didn't want to intrude. Each of them contained information on Konoha, which he looked through. When everything was finished and Kurenai's team were all back in that cell, the Azuki simply began writing a letter. "Dear Hokage-sama, 4 of your ninjas have been found sneaking around my border. I have taken them captive, and you are not allowed to have your ninjas enter Uzu no Kuni, as I have not allowed it. It is clear that they were trying to get information about my village. I would like to talk to you about the consequences of your actions. Meet me in Takigakure, in the hall built in front of the ancient waterfall 5 days from when the letter reaches you. Bring as many guards as you want." The Azuki of Uzushiogakure 3 days later. Danzo growled when he read it. It was his first sign of emotion in front of other people in 8 years. "Uzushiogakure, I can be your bodyguard, Naruto," Kazuki said. "No, Kazuki-sensei, I'll go alone," Naruto firmly stated. "What if they try something?" Kazuki asked. "I have shadow clones," Naruto replied. Fine, just don't mess anything up," Kazuki told his student. "Konoha will receive a fine of 8 million ryo. I will make it clear that I don't trust him as a Cage wouldn't. I wish to hide my identity for as long as possible. I have already shown favoritism, but I suspect Danzo will think it is because of their war effort. He never sent worthwhile people before anyway." Naruto explained what his actions were. "I understand," his sensei said. "Soon Operation Kiri will start," Naruto stated as he teleported to the gates. Takigakure 5 days later. Danzo looked at the Azuki as he sat right in front of him. He could tell that whoever it was, the person was in his early to mid-20s. He masked his appearance quite well. The only traits someone could notice would be his shoulder-length blonde bangs and his gleaming blue eyes. Danzo, on the other hand, looked like a cripple who could barely walk. Danzo also felt a bright, sunny, cheery, but also a powerful aura from this blonde. However, he didn't fear that. "Hokage-sama, please sit down," the blonde told the Hokage. The Cyclops agreed and pulled out a chair. "Azuki-sama, before we talk I have a question," Danzo spoke to the Azuki. "And what might that be?" the Cage asked curiously. "Why did you attack my squad that was simply passing by, Azuki-sama?" Danzo revealed his question. "They crossed the border of Uzu no Kuni, so I had to stop them from spying," the Azuki said. "I have no idea what you're talking about. They were on their way to a businessman in Kaminari no Kuni. Do not make false claims, Azuki-sama." Danzo fiercely spoke back to the Azuki. "No, they did cross the border, and here's your proof." The Azuki brought out a weird thing with a bunch of buttons and a screen and put in a disc. He then made the screen face the old Hokage and he watched it. It showed Kurenai and her team walking past the border and then suddenly get knocked about by the knockout gas. "Azuki-sama, I would expect better from you. You simply played out the event to bring this thing as evidence," Danzo said as he didn't know what to call it. "Hokage-sama, do you really think Kurenai-san and her team would have stayed still and let themselves be knocked out once again?" The Azuki gave him a question that made the Hokage think his previous statement was stupid. "I suppose you can name your price, as that is what we came here to discuss, the release of the team," Danzo said, changing the subject. "I believe 15 million ryo would work," the Azuki told Danzo. He knew that he would have to lower that price though. 15 million ryo, Azuki-sama, don't you think that is too much for 4 shinobi? One is an elite jonin, 2 of them are mid-jonin, but one is a pink-haired chunin that is devoid of talent," Danzo calmly told the Azuki. "Unfortunately, Hokage-sama, they hold some of my secrets, and those do not come cheap," the Azuki lied. "A few small secrets and 3 jonin do not equal 15 million ryo," Danzo argued. "Alright. Just for your sake and Konoha's sake I will lower it to 12 million ryo," the Azukage told Danzo. Azukage-sama, understand that my shinobi are at war, so I cannot currently spend so much money. Danzo tried to make the Azukage feel sympathy. Then surely you had something better to do than try to invade Uzu no Kuni. The Azukage raised a point. Unfortunately, I had to check if you would ally with Iwa and become a threat later, so I needed the information, Danzo said. I see, my last offer is 10 million ryo, if you do not take it then I will keep these 4 ninja, the Azukage said. Very well, I agree. The Hokage said, hoping whatever secrets Kurenai and her team brought were worth it. Very well, 3 of my ninja will be there at Nami no Kuni, at the Great Naruto Bridge to exchange the money with the people. They will be there 3 days from now, the Azukage stated. I'm afraid I must leave now as I have pressing matters to attend to, Danzo said. He left with his escorts. I'm almost surprised he didn't try using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Uzu-Shiogakure was a great big bustling town. It was bigger than Konoha, but had less minor towns around it. The Azukage brought great happiness and people thought of it as a land of peace. The Azukage made many special divisions. One was the police unit, where there were civilian police to stop civilian burglars. They used a special kunai launcher, so they only needed experience in marksmanship. Ninjas could easily dodge these though. Another was a striking team. It was designed to quickly wipe out an enemy force through traps, sabotage, and strategies. There was a science division. The head was a person who was formerly of Orochimaru's subordinates. Her name was Uzumaki Karen. There were plenty of other divisions. The Ninja Inventors Division, the Weapons Division, the Sensors Division, the Intelligence Division, the Illusion Division, the Medical Division, the Assassin Division, the Interrogation Division, and the Combat Division. The Ninja Inventors Division head was Kazuki, because he invented the most useful stuff Uzu-Shiogakure had. The Weapons Division head was called Watanabe Kosuke. He was from a samurai clan, and made the very best weapons with the most skill in them, except Naruto. The medical head was obviously Tsunade, as she was the best medic nin in the village, Shizune II, but these medics were more skilled than the medics in Konoha. The head of the Intelligence Division would be Jiraiya, but he went to be the head of the striking team, and the rules of Uzu state that you can't be the head of 2 divisions. The divisions signified the jobs of a ninja and what type of ninja the person wanted to be. Any ninja who was genin rank or higher could enter a division. That genin would specialize in that area, but again these divisions weren't mandatory for people to be in, and they could just be normal ninja. The people in divisions did not have to specialize in one area, they could also specialize in more areas, and they weren't binded to the area their division specialized in. As for the council, they were made up of the division heads. The Azukage could remove the council members if they committed treason and so, but they could also lose their position by losing the support of their respective division. If enough of the people said that they didn't like their respective division head to be a council member, then the Azukage could remove the person from the council, and being the division head. To allow people to pass freely through Azukage, once anyone becomes a citizen of Uzu no Kuni, a complex seal is made on them. It allows identification, so the cameras and the guards at the front don't attack them. This seal hardens as soon as it is put, and is impossible to get rid of without knowing a lot about, even with a seal master like Jiraiya. Even if your limb was cut off, it would move to your arm, until every piece of your body was cut up, then it would simply disappear. Studying the formula wouldn't be enough to remove it. Mixed with that seal, there is a dojutsu seal, to prevent people with dojutsus like the Hyuga to be advantageous against them. Konohagakure Hinata tried and tried, but she couldn't find a way to remove the caged bird seal without fuinjutsu, and without anyone to teach her she was clueless. So she only had one option, find Jiraiya, but without a mission to do so, she would be branded a missing ninja. She didn't have a plan, so she simply waited for what? For nothing. There was no chance that the Toad Sage came back to the village, so she simply settled for treating the branch members with the same respect as the main members. Neji never found out about how she countered the Jukin, because she didn't want to say she got an anonymous note with 2 bottles that forced Tenketsu points open. Meanwhile Danzo was furious that the team learned absolutely nothing and the Azukage duped him, by making them worth more, by saying they carried his secrets. He had been a fool to believe that. He still had Kaharu and Homura as advisors, since his first order as Hokage was to accuse Kakashi and Tsunade of cooperating together to frame Kaharu. But he said Kakashi was needed in the war effort. He declared the two Sannin S-rank missing ninja and Naruto an A-rank missing ninja to be captured, and the two Sannin were to be killed on sight. Kakashi deeply regretted his actions of being hated by Naruto since he came to Anbu. He failed his sensei by not carrying out his last order, but he thought the boy was safe with Sarutobi. He didn't know his teammate Rin was dead for sure, but she left the village and resigned as a shinobi of the Leaf a year after his other teammate Obito died. He wasn't allowed to look for her, and she made it clear she didn't want to be found. Even when he carried out a few searches for her during other missions, she was never there. She was good at hiding herself if she wasn't dead, but Kakashi knew that Rin was bad at hiding herself. She could never do it in the academy or when she became Chunin. Asuma was kept from the knowledge that Kurenai was captured, so he assumed that the mission went well. Danzo told Kurenai not to reveal the information either. Sasuke knew there was nothing left for him in Konoha, and he would be driven to hell if he stayed a moment longer, but he had nowhere to go. Orochimaru was sick and twisted and he didn't want to get experimented on, as well as the fact that Orochimaru did not have the power to even be on par with himself. He didn't know where the other two Sannin were, but he was determined to find out, so he packed his things and left the village. He still wanted to kill Itachi and Itachi was still alive. Unknown. Akatsuki base. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has put a wrench in our plans. We don't have the slightest clue to where he is. A man with purple eyes that had rings around them said. Leader Sama, the biggest problem we had was that masked man who prevented us from gaining the Ichibi, Nibi and Nanabi. And this Azukage, he took the Nanabi and made her a ninja of his own village. A shark-like voice told the man. Yes, that masked man prevented a lot and killed Hidan, Kakuzu, Sasori and Deidara. A certain Uchiha stated. You are right, Uchiha, he is a threat, however he has not appeared since 3 years ago. A female voice chimed. Which Jinchuriki should we catch next? We can't catch the Hachibi yet, as he is extremely powerful. We have no idea where the Kyuubi is. The Ichibi, the Nibi and the Nanabi are under protection. We have already caught the Yanbi, Gobi and Rokubi. That leaves the Sanbi, which is in Kiri, but we don't want to draw too much attention, and we will be rushing in the middle of a civil war, which is unwise, therefore we must wait. Itachi told everyone that remained in the Akatsuki about the current situation. I suppose. The leader grumbled, Operation Kiri begins tomorrow. Uzukage-sama, are you sure it's wise to go to Kiri and leave the village undefended? A member of the combat team Naruto was taking to Kiri asked. It'll be fine. Besides, Ero Sennin will be the temporary Azukage, and Ba-chan will be staying too. I've also got word that the last Uchiha of the Leaf ran away from it again. The Uchiha is unstable, Azukage-sama? Another person questioned. More like driven for power. His brother slaughtered his whole clan in one night, then used a Mangekyo Sharingan technique called Tsukuyomi to make him experience his clan's massacre for a full 72 hours, while it was only 3 seconds in reality. His brother told him to hate him, and that's exactly what he did. He now desires the power to kill his brother more than anything else, even his village. Naruto told his former best friend's story. I see, the person replied, Hot Springs. Hey Ero Sennin, wanna come to Kiri? The Azukage asked in his regular tone he used when talking to the two Sannin. I thought you were making me temporary Azukage. The Toad Sage spoke. He thought Naruto would go to Kiri alone and not bring along the supposed dead man, or any of the Sannin, not to draw attention. I would, but I thought it would be great to bring someone I know well and don't know from reading papers along. Naruto said he could bring either of the Sannin if he used a genjutsu to mask notable traits, since there weren't any dojutsu users in Kiri. Or he could use the appearance-changing seal. I don't want to come. I have to finish my book. Jiraiya whined. Fine, I'll ask Ba-chan and Sensei next. Naruto grumbled and left. The casino? Hey Ba-chan, wanna go to Kiri? Naruto asked. Kiri? You wanna take me to a place in the middle of a huge civil war? And I'm a Sannin. That'll give nations hints to who the Azukage is. Especially Konoha, because they know I fled with the Kyuubi brat, Tsunade said. Don't be silly Ba-chan. You can wear a mask and use some kind of genjutsu to mask your chest and your diamond mark. Naruto gave the solution, hoping she would come. Mask? Brat. Only you and Kakashi like those stuffy things. Tsunade growled. I'm not talking about my mask. I'm talking about a metal mask, Naruto explained. Those are even worse. The female Sannin gave a negative response. HRMPH, then just use the appearance changing seal to change your face. Naruto groaned. I'll think about it. The gambler said, making Naruto leave once again. Tsunade lost another round of poker, making her angrier and more frustrated. On the roof of a tower, Naruto, don't you have anyone else to go with you? Kazuki frowned on his student. He really didn't feel like going anywhere anytime soon, since he was working on a complicated invention that would require his time and attention. Ero Sennin said no, Ba-chan said maybe, and all my friends in the village are out on missions. Naruto told his sensei. I don't want to go either, so that's 2 refusals and 1 maybe, so why don't you ask the maybe? Kazuki advised his student. He didn't really like denying requests. He liked accepting them and making himself feel good that he was helping people, but to Hai, the invention he was making was more important than going to Kiri. Besides, Naruto was there. Okay. Naruto left his sensei, slightly unhappy, at the time of departure to the Mist Village. Tsunade ended up refusing. Naruto just decided to leave the 3 alone. He was about to leave when a spiky white-haired man came running to him. Azukage-sama, I'm running out of ideas for you know what, so I'm joining you to get more ideas. Jiraiya shouted, puffing behind the 50 men Naruto brought to aid Kiri. Naruto looked disgusted, and was a bit mad. All right, put on your mask and hurry up. The Azukage groaned. All 50 of the men wondered what these ideas were, and wondered what the man said to make the Azukage look so disgusted. Naruto was in a black cloak with the symbol of the Whirlpool on his back. It was quite similar to his father's, except instead of Yondaime Hokage, written on the back, Godem Azukage, was written on the back, because that was exactly what he was. His mother was supposed to be the 5th, but the Whirlpool was destroyed before that happened. His grandfather was the 4th. He honored all the Azukages, and he had the history of Uzushiogakure written on many boards which were placed all around town. He wore the Uzukage hat, which looked like a normal cage hat, except the fact that it had the kanji, Whirlpool, on it, and was colored light blue. On his back was a sword called the Sword of Tempest. It had the symbol of the Uzumaki forged onto it. It was at least 4 feet, if not a tiny bit longer. It was a sword of amazing powers, which made Naruto feel even more invincible than he already was. Jiraiya openly stated that he could beat all 3 Sannin himself. The small army began marching towards the Mist Village very cautiously. They had to watch whether any spy was waiting to report to their commanding officers that the Azukage took a small division, it can't really be called an army, and started to head towards the direction of the mist. Orochimaru's base. Things are interesting, Kabuto. The leaf will get crushed by the rock in the cloud now, since they don't have many forces left. They will be crushed soon either way, unless they don't get help. The sand won't offer many soldiers, and the only reason they want to provide help is because I killed their precious 4th Kazekage and used them to crush the leaf. They seem to still hold such a grudge. Hissed a certain snake. Orochimaru-sama, they could get help from the Whirlpool, seeing that they were long-standing allies with each other. Kabuto reminded his master. Kabuto, I find that quite unlikely, because that was back in the era of the foolish Shodai Hokage's reign, with the will of stupidity. This new leader, Danzo, has already tried to spy on this Azukage. Danzo got caught, and this is likely to make the relations much worse. This Azukage is no fool like Sarutobi. He knows that if he makes an alliance or something close to that, he will suffer for it, and Danzo will steal the village's secrets. Orochimaru told his assistant. What do we do now, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked. I have heard that Sasuke-kun has left the village again. Kukuku, you know what to do. Orochimaru grinned evilly. I see, it will be done immediately, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto obeyed and knew what his master had been planning. Soon the Sharingan will be mine, the snake declared. The great forest of Hai no Kuni 8 p.m. Sasuke simply tore at his head looking for power. He began to think about Orochimaru. The snake could give him a bit of power, but not nearly enough to defeat Itachi. He was half thankful that Naruto left, because as soon as Sasuke realized his so-called best friend was gone forever, his eyes developed into the Mangekyo. But through excessive use of it he started to lose eyesight. His sight was deteriorating. He had only one purpose in his life, to kill Itachi, so he didn't care for his eyesight much. After searching a couple of gambling casinos he couldn't find the slug Sannin,
After searching a couple of hot springs he couldn't find the toad sage. He wondered if he ever would find them, and he suddenly remembered that if he found them, he'd likely find the Dobi. He'd also be blamed for making him banished. So he gave up chances of finding the Sannin. He also ran away from Konoha with no legitimate reason and would likely become missing nin in their bingo books. He could always go to a different village. Since Konoha was being crushed, he could join Uzu, Kumo, Iwa, Suna, or even Kiri. He arrogantly thought that he would be let in immediately and treated like royalty, because he was the last survivor of the Uchiha. He decided to think about it. Kiri is in the middle of a civil war and I'm not giving anything for those who aren't worthy of Uchiha blood. Kumo, I don't know, the Raikage would be quite happy with my blood, but I'm not sure he's worthy. The bastard Tsuchikage is not worthy of Uchiha blood at all, and I won't go to a place commanded by a coward. Suna has a weak cage, and I'll never go back to Konoha. Sasuke planned. He refused to go to Uzushiogakure because no one had a clue about it. He decided to wander and find someone stronger than himself and make him train him. Konohagakure, one day after Sasuke's second runaway. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke has left the village and betrayed us. Kakashi, who was back from an A-rank assassination mission, told Danzo. I will send a retrieval team, tell them their orders are to bring Uchiha Sasuke alive. I am sending Aburame Shino, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru and Hyuga Hinata, Danzo said. Why would you send Hyuga Hinata? She is the clan head, Kakashi asked. Because I believe she is the strongest Hyuga in Konoha, and to counter the Sharingan we need the Byakugan, Danzo stated. Send me Danzo-sama, I must cleanse my sins. Kakashi pleaded. He wanted a chance to lecture Sasuke on how far he had fallen on his quest for power. No, Kakashi, I believe you are needed elsewhere. Here's an S-rank mission, you will leave the day after tomorrow, Danzo said emotionlessly. About the Uchiha, Hokage-sama, permission to speak my mind. Kakashi asked. Go ahead, Hitaki. Danzo told Kakashi. I wonder why you have not ordered him to be executed. The Sharingan is important, but is it so important that we must send shinobi off to their deaths? I believe Sasuke is as strong if not stronger than me, and with the Mangekyo Sharingan I believe he could defeat all of the people you have sent for. He does not consider them friends and will most likely kill them if they are defeated so they aren't thorns in his side later. And as you said, Hinata is the strongest Hyuga, so we could lose her as well. Kakashi spoke. Danzo did not like what he was hearing. If Kakashi spoke with worry towards the Hyuga head, he had found out his plan. As soon as Danzo heard that Sasuke left, he hoped to send the clan head to her death so he could regain support from the Hyuga clan, by bribing the new clan head and turning him into a corrupt leader. The Sasuke retrieval was considered an S-rank mission, even though Sasuke was alone. He had the powers of Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, and those alone could make the whole retrieval team killed. Shino was somewhat angry to retrieve someone who betrayed Konoha not once, but twice. Neji, Hinata and Shikamaru were furious that he betrayed Konoha twice and was still asked to be retrieved, just because of his precious Sharingan eyes. Neji and Shikamaru especially, because they were on his last retrieval mission and risked their lives. Neji had almost died the last time they went to retrieve Sasuke. But they were ninja and ninja had to follow their Hokage. Hinata was extremely angry, because it was Sasuke's fault Naruto had to leave the village and she never got her chance to confess. The arrogant Uchiha caused too much trouble, but this was one step too far. Also, she thought that having the Sharingan, and being the last Uchiha was not a valid excuse to have a retrieval team sent after you. Kumogakure no Sato. The last Uchiha has been detected outside the village, sir. Reports say that he was wearing a headband with a slash on the Konohagakure sign. A Kumogakure ninja said to his Raikage. I see. Well, I actually have no interest in the Uchiha. He's a worthless unloyal whelp, who can't stay loyal and needs power to kill his brother at all times. If he can't stay loyal, even the Mangekyo is no use. I can't believe Konoha is so easy to infiltrate these days, he said. Ship. Sir, at full speed it will take us another 5 hours to reach Mizu no Kuni. The captain of the ship informed the Azukage. I see. I regret to inform you that all of you are just protection, to see if the leader of the rebellion tries anything, also to not make myself look like a complete fool. The leader would think I'm crazy if I told her I could wipe out entire armies on my own.
However, you will aid the leader however she wants. The Uzumaki told his group of 50 men. They all just nodded, although most of them were disappointed they wouldn't be fighting with the Uzumaki. 5 hours later, "Sir, we have arrived at Kiri," the captain said.
"We will now move to the headquarters of the rebel troops. They will be expecting us, as I have informed them of our arrival. We are not far, move out," the Kage ordered.
"So kid, this is the next step of your plan," Jiraiya told him. "That's right, closer to peace." The Uzumaki looked at the sky. "I wonder kid, can you really bring peace? You have told me that I'd know your plan when the time comes. This sudden move is definitely your first step. There are only 2 ways to make a lasting peace. The peace of fear, or conquering all nations. I'm quite sure you and the Kyuubi would be enough to bring the peace of fear, so how are you gonna conquer all the nations? Let's see." Kiri Rebel Headquarters. Mai-sama. A small force of 50 soldiers bearing the headband of Uzumaki is approaching. A rebel informed. "I didn't think they would actually come. The Uzumaki assured me enough to shake the bloodline haters and ninja loyal to the bastard Yagura. 50 ninja is nowhere near enough to make a difference." "I see, we will meet them with 50 of our own ninja," the leader of the rebellion force Terumi Mei commanded. "Are you sure we should bring that many? They have nothing to gain by attacking us," the same rebel asked. "Nothing except the whole chest we use for funding the army and all our bases in Kiri," Mei said. The rebel suddenly saw how stupid his question was and went to do his duty. "Kami bless you, if you are here to help us, Kami curse you, if you are here to destroy us. However, I don't think you would be out in the open if you plan to destroy us with 50 ninja." A huge field near rebel headquarters 3 p.m. The 2 leaders came face to face, one blonde and one with auburn-colored hair. They marched towards each other. The blonde wore a mask and hid most of his hair except his chin-length bangs. He took his hat off to reveal almost golden spiky hair, much like his dad. Most of his features on his face were from his mom though. The side from Uzumaki wore headbands with a swirl engraved on it, while the rebels from Kirigakure wore headbands with 4 slits on it, 2 on each side. Canon Kirigakure headband.
"Mai-sama, I have come to aid you in your rebellion against the Yondaime Mizuki Yagura," the Uzumaki said in a formal tone.
"Uzumaki-sama, I mean no disrespect, but what is this? You told me you would be bringing enough soldiers to defeat the Mizuki, not 50, a tiny amount that is unlikely to survive," Mei Terumi said in a formal tone similar to the Uzumaki's. "Mai-sama, I'm quite confident this is all I need to bring Yagura to your mercy," the Uzumaki replied. "Are you sure? I do not have faith in 50 soldiers to bring down the force Yagura has, which is at least 12,000. Mei had a slight frown on her face. "Let's make a bet." The Uzumaki smirked slightly. "A bet?" Mei looked confused. "If I can bring down the next army of soldiers Yagura sends single-handedly, then you have to formally apologize for doubting me. If I can't, then I'll give you a full 50 million ryo." The Uzumaki lost his formal tone in that sentence. "I accept. You said that you would do this all free of charge, but why? What do you have to gain?" Mei questioned suspiciously. "Simple, friendship in this country. I know that if I ask Yagura for an alliance, he would never accept, unless I gave him all of the secrets of my village, that is currently unaffordable. Therefore I would never gain any kind of friendship in this country unless a new Mizuki was chosen. I hope that answers all your questions. I suppose we will stay here for a month and then leave." The Uzumaki explained, and then moved towards the base. "Orders, Mai-sama?" A rebel asked. "Show them to their rooms and keep them under heavy surveillance so they don't try anything," the leader ordered. All this time Jiraiya was using a genjutsu that made it look like he wasn't doing anything, when he was actually writing ideas. Not that the Uzumaki was oblivious though. The Uzumaki went behind Jiraiya and one word came out of his mouth. Punishment. One word also came out of the Toad Sage's mouth. Mercy. Raiden. Senengarashi. Lightning release. 1,000 years of death. The Uzumaki used 2 fingers that were absolutely straight and charged up with lightning chakra and then he stabbed them into Jiraiya's rectum. The porn writer automatically flew into the air. Without his notes. Holding his electrocuted butt and screaming out loud. A lot of people were laughing, while some wondered what it was about. The Uzumaki picked Jiraiya's notes up. He looked at them. A woman with auburn hair, beautiful eyes and blood-red lips who is leader of a rebellion makes a bet with another leader. The bet is if she wins she gets a lot of funds for her rebellion. If he wins. Naruto stopped right there and refused to read any longer. He ripped it up and stepped on it.
Stupid pervert. I'll tell Ba-chan everything that happened today and he'll get a proper beating, not a super powerful spoke. On a completely different note, I wonder how my friends in Konoha are doing.
The outskirts of the great gates of Konoha 4 p.m. Shikamaru-san, this is nostalgic, Neji said to the Nara. So, troublesome, a repeat, except we have to fight the Mangekyo this time and there's absolutely no way we can allow him to use any of the techniques, so I have a plan. You too, he pointed to the Byakugan users. We'll close the chakra points leading to his eyes while I'm using the Kagemane to hold him. Shino will be the distraction. He'll use his bugs to annoy Sasuke and divert his attention so I can do a Kagemane on Sasuke. Shikamaru finished explaining his plan. Shikamaru-san, you have plenty of holes in that plan, so I suggest we use smoke bombs or the Kirigakure no Jutsu to cover the Sharingan, while you use your Kagemane to get him. Neji told Shikamaru. Unfortunately, we can't do that as it gives Sasuke the opportunity to simply shunshin out of the smoke. Shikamaru replied. All four of us can easily take Sasuke down when he doesn't have the Sharingan, and if you close all Sasuke's chakra points then he can't shunshin, and with taijutsu alone he is no match for us. Shikamaru continued. That is logical. Shino simply said in affirmative. Hinata said nothing and neither did Neji. Let's go. The faster this is over the less troublesome it'll be. Shikamaru said. All the others on his team nodded. -6 to 32 p.m. Mizu no Kuni, Rebel Base, Sunset. Mae-sama. An army of about 400 shinobi in 4 100-person divisions are approaching. They are all ninja loyal to the current Mizukage. The rebel informed. Get 200 shinobi down there and fast. Do everything you can to halt their advance, Mae commanded. What she didn't notice was a certain blonde-haired shinobi on a hill overlooking the huge field in front. Jiraiya approached her. He knew that Naruto would probably fry him if he tried anything perverted alone with the Mizukage and was quite sure that she would boil him. Terumi-san, call your soldiers back, the Azukage will handle this, Jiraiya said. No, he can't handle this on his own. The only shinobi that were ever capable of going against such an army in history were Senju Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage, the Sandaime Raikage, the Yondaime Hokage and the Red Death, and Raikudu Sennin. Mae answered in negative. What makes you think he isn't better or as great as one of them? Jiraiya smiled. Mae just looked at the pervert with pure confusion. Out on the battlefield. The rebels will fall this time, the leader of the army declared, raising his lance. The rebels will fall. The rebels will fall. The rebels will fall, his army chanted. They noticed a blue-eyed blonde-haired ninja with the whirlpool headband jump off the hill and face them. The whole army howled with laughter. One shinobi from the whirlpool against 400 from Kiri. Get out of here, kid. You're a goner, the leader said. The Azukage replied by raising an open palm, making clouds circle his open palm from the sky. The Azukage closed his eyes for 5 seconds. White and gray markings appeared around his eyes and his iris turned gray. His pupil slid just a little bit. All these markings signified him entering Sage mode. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. 5 clones of the whirlpool cage appeared. All of them raised an open palm to the sky. What the F*** is he doing? A drunk man said. Maybe, performing a jutsu? A smarter guy suggested. Hurry up and stop him. The leader shouted out. A couple of men ran, but got blasted back by the raw power the Azukage emanated. They also lost their will to fight back and ran away. I don't want to show my abilities to these Kiri guys, so the best way to do that is Ninpo. Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique. The whole area was covered in mist, no one could see anything in it. You wanna beat us with our own jutsu, dream on kid, the size might be good, but I'm an expert with this jutsu. There's no way you can beat me with it. A crazy ninja yelled. Arrogant prick like Sasuke Teme. Naruto thought as he took his sword out with the hand that wasn't raised in an open palm. Tenkarai, heaven's lightning. The open palm was brought to the Azukage's waist. A crackling sound was heard as the clouds circling his palm grew black and lightning fell from them. A large single bolt of lightning annihilated 1/4 of the total population of the army. From then, Everything in the army descended into chaos. Everyone was firing jutsu everywhere. It didn't matter if they hit someone or anything, they just wanted to walk away alive. Naruto was rather compassionate, and didn't want to kill them all, but he knew if he wanted to show the Mizukage he could single-handedly wipe an army out, he couldn't leave a single alive. A couple of jutsus flew at the Uzukage, but his sword of the Whirlpool absorbed all of them. It absorbed all jutsus that he had an affinity for. This ability wasn't extremely useful to the previous users, as they usually had water and wind affinities. Some of them rarely had earth, but that was it. However, the Uzukage had 3 affinities. Wind was his first, lightning was his second, and water was his third. Naruto simply walked into the mist with a single kunai and multiplied into 600 upon entering the mist. Multiple shadow clone technique without any hand seals. And simply slaughtered the rest of the 258 that remained. He brutally destroyed them with a kunai, refusing to stain his blade, put it back into the hilt. That's insane. He can summon lightning from the sky, natural lightning. The leader of the rebellion yelled, watching from the glass window. I told you so. Looks like you'll have to formally apologize to him. Jiraiya grinned. When the mist cleared, the Uzukage was the only one standing, panting heavily. The army of 200 mist shinobi arrived just then and started when the mist cleared. The Uzukage was the only one standing, panting heavily. The army of 200 mist shinobi arrived just then and started yelling victoriously. Outskirts of Oto, the Valley of the End, 8 p.m. Dobi, things were actually more interesting when you were here. Sasuke glanced at the small crater that Naruto made in the cliff with Uchiha Madara holding 2 fingers up on it when he used the Rasengan. I don't think you're actually alive right now, or you'd be somewhere in Hai no Kuni trying to see your dumbass friends. You were an idealist like the stupid old Kami no Shinobi. But understand that I do need power to kill my brother and you stood in the way, so I beat you down until you started using the red chakra like a cheating scum. Sasuke frowned as the memory wasn't pleasant. At least I did gain power, but I'm not sure that I'm on par with Itachi yet. Sasuke continued to talk to himself, when suddenly a smoke bomb was hurled in the air. Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru-sama would like you to surrender. He can offer you power if you come with us, a voice told Sasuke. Really, Kabuto? Well, tell Orochimaru that I don't need his help at all. He's nothing more than a pathetic weakling unworthy of Uchiha blood. I can't believe you work for a sick pedophilic snake like him. Sasuke laughed maniacally. The smoke cleared, revealing Kabuto and Gurren. From Three Tails filler arc. How dare you insult Orochimaru-sama? Gurren bursted out. Sasuke simply changed from his normal Sharingan to his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi, God of Moon. Gurren found herself in front of Sasuke. For the next 72 hours I can do whatever I want to you. I control time and space here. Time passes how fast I wish it to. Sasuke said in an Itachi-like tone. You will be shown what Orochimaru does on a daily basis. Sasuke smirked, making Gurren see all of Orochimaru's pedophilic experiments, and went into detail. No, you're lying. Orochimaru does not do these experiments, Gurren cried out. For the next 45 hours Gurren was tortured with mental pain until she gave in. Then she was tortured physically, seeing at least 30 Sasukes with spears in their hand, sipping her apart. Then she found herself healed, and had to endure that again. Every time was 1 second, so she had to sit through 45 hours of watching Orochimaru experiment, mutilate and torture humans of all sizes, and then she had to endure being ripped apart 97,200 times. Naturally she went into a coma, as she mentally couldn't take it. Sasuke knew about the pedophile's experiments, because he was considered a highly important elite jonin of Konoha and a clan head, so he was let on a lot of the village's secrets. The only thing that even the Hokage didn't know about was the Yondaime's heir, because Tsunade took it so the old Warhawk wouldn't know. Damn it, one Tsukuyomi and I probably will also go, Kabuto muttered worriedly. Oh no, Kabuto, I plan to have you burn until not a bit of you is left. Sasuke grinned maniacally. Amaterasu, God of Sun. Kabuto suddenly began burning to death, although his regeneration ability slowed it down. Sasuke's right eye began to bleed out of control. Doten. Mogurgake no Jutsu, Earth Release. Hiding like a mole technique, Kabuto managed to escape from being completely burned by shedding his skin underground. Damn it, skin shedding. The Uchiha scowled, He was steadily losing vision and saw mostly a blur and needed glasses to see properly. Naturally he refused, so Danzo had to make him wear contact lenses, but the Hokage feared that if he continued using such techniques, he would lose his eyesight altogether, and the only people with Mangekyo Sharingans were Danzo, Shisui's eye, Sasuke, full set, and Itachi, full set in the other eye of Shisui, and Kakashi, Obito's right eye. For this reason Sasuke would always be sent to kill Itachi, as Danzo knew about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Most of the ninja who knew Naruto and viewed him in a good light hated Danzo. The academy instructors were rather useless, and Iruka was fired as an academy instructor and put into active shinobi duty, because Iruka held the will of fire strongly, and he refused to let people lose all their emotions. For this reason until Konohamaru graduated, Iruka was still teaching. When the fresh batch of genin arrived that year retaining all their emotions, Danzo was absolutely furious and fired Iruka. Danzo became the Hokage 1 year after Naruto's banishment through the use of Shisui's eye. It meant the W-portal to the Hokage. The only things he had to fear were the destruction of Konoha and Shisui's eye. He knew if Shisui's eye was discovered, Sasuke would be screaming for his blood, and the older council members, who knew Shisui, would suspect him of using his ocular powers and remove him from the office. The Uchiha went on his way, unaware of the retrieval team coming his way. Kirigakure, Mizukage's office. That force should have wiped out the rebel base, or at least hurt it bad, so I can send in another force to wipe them out. The Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, and the Yondaime Mizukage Yagura spoke to himself. I have received urgent note from one of our camps near the rebel base, Mizukage-sama, the shinobi said. Give it to me. The Mizukage said, expecting it to be victory. He opened the letter and looked at it in horror. Mizukage-sama, it appears that Uzushiogakure is helping the rebels, likely to form some kind of alliance afterwards. The army of 400 trained shinobi failed to make a dent on the rebel base, as the Azukage took them all out single-handedly. It appears that not a single shinobi returned. As you are aware, the base is only a few hours away from the village. I only know this as if the army was alive they would be back by now. So I suspect that they are all dead or captured. Errata of the Mist, 12 a.m. The Mizukage began writing a letter furiously. Azukage-sama, you have attacked my people, and that alone can be a declaration of war. And my reports say that you are siding with the rebels. That means that you are against me, unless you have a valid reason to do so. This is an official declaration of war. Mizukage of Kirigakure Yagura, send this to the fastest possible bird. The Mizukage commanded. Understood, sir. The man left to do his duty. The Mizukage brought the bingo book out and looked at 2 pages of it. Terumi Mei real name. Terumi Mei abilities. Cage level. Bloodlines. Dual bloodline, Futon and Yoton. Highly skilled in using both elements and has a high affinity for water, earth and fire. Knowledge of skills. All that has been seen of her abilities is mostly Kekkei Genkai, but with the skill she uses, the jutsu, it is believed that she is highly skilled in ninjutsu. Also her good chakra control may suggest genjutsu. Taijutsu is unknown, other proficiencies are unknown. Status. Formerly an elite Jonin of the Mist, currently S-rank criminal with kill on sight orders. Physical identification. Green eyes, auburn hair tied in a herringbone, usually seen with blue outfit. Chakra levels. Unknown, formerly decent chakra control, excellent. Family. Kazan clan, name was changed into Terumi to protect against bloodline haters, as well as the enemies the clan made. Rank. S. Azukage of Uzushiogakure real name, unknown. Abilities. Unknown, but suspected to be above cage level. Bloodlines. Unknown, but rumors state that he can easily heal most damage done to his body. This is believed to be speculation. Knowledge of skills. Unknown, the Reikage is the only one who may know about his skills. Status. Currently Azukage of Uzushiogakure, formerly unknown. Physical identification. Blue eyes and blonde hair. Chakra levels. Most likely massive if rumors are true, but unknown. Chakra control. Unknown family. Unknown bounty. None. All bounties are eliminated when someone reaches cage status. Rank. SS, due to his feat of wiping out the Reikage's army single-handedly. The Mizukage banged his hand on his desk. The bingo book was basically rubbing it in his face that he has no chance against his foe, the Uzumaki. I shouldn't send an army against them, because they seem to be powerful. If they're confident enough to send their own cage over to my country, what do I do? He started to think of a plan, with the retrieval team. My Kakaichu bugs have spotted him, as they can travel much faster than us. He is near Otto, in the Valley of the End. Shino informed his team. We are not far, Shino-kun. Hinata stated. Let's end this quickly. This repetition with the troublesome Uchiha is too troublesome to handle. Shikamaru said lazily. I have spotted him. He is 20 kilometers to the east. He appears to be sitting on some kind of rock, perhaps reflecting back on his and Naruto-kun's fight. Hinata said. Let us hope he does not try to join Orochimaru a second time. Neji spoke up. Remember the troublesome plan. Shino distracts him. I bind him, and you two shut off his chakra system and knock him out, then we bring him back to Konoha. Shikamaru reminded. The four continued until Shikamaru's foot stepped on the ground and it made a large creaking noise that could be heard from a long distance, at least 1 kilometer. They were about 1 kilometer from where Sasuke was, so that meant trouble. A rock in the Valley of the End. Shit, someone's here. I hope it's someone pathetic, that I don't need the Mangekyo Sharingan against. Sasuke thought. Sasuke drew out his sword and stood there waiting, with Shino, Hinata, Neji, and Shikamaru. Damn it, now that Sasuke knows we're here, we need a different plan. God, how troublesome. Maybe I should become a farmer after this. Shikamaru whined. I have an idea, Shikamaru-san. We can still use the same plan, except Sasuke will attack us, and so we need to be on our guard. Shino suggested. I suppose we have no time to think of a plan, so let's just go along. Plans have a tendency to fail when up against the Uchiha, Neji said. The retrieval team suddenly found themselves confronted by a tall raven-haired man that looked like he had a duck ass on his head. You four are the pathetic retrieval team that worthless rat Danzo sent to get me. Sasuke growled. Uchiha-san, if you surrender now then we will not harm you. Shino took the normal approach. No, I will not surrender. The Uchiha drew his sword. Kagemane no Jutsu, shadow possession technique. 8 large tentacle shadows made their way towards Sasuke's shadow. All Sasuke did was a quick movement to the side and a swipe, forcing Shikamaru to jump up in the air, losing temporary control over his shadow possession. Hinata proceeded to close all his chakra points with the Jukin. But Sasuke noticed this and moved to kick her eyes so she would be blinded. Sweeten. Mizurappa, water release, violent water wave. Hinata's water jutsu pushed Sasuke to the ground, making him lose balance. I suppose I better finish this quickly. Sasuke muttered as he began running through hand seals for his next jutsu. Kaiten. Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon flame jutsu. Sasuke pointed his head up and launched a burning flame up in the air to make the temperature of the air above them rise. Damn it, Kirin. Neji yelled and quickly jumped at him with the intent to close most of his chakra points. Hijutsu. Mushitatsumaki, secret technique, insect tornado. Shino's insects made a huge tornado, heading straight for Sasuke. Shino-kun, we aren't supposed to kill Uchiha Sasuke, Hinata said. It is logical that we don't kill him, however we must take the illogical decision if we wish to survive, Shino stated. Your insect tornado was worthless, so die, the Uchiha yelled. Susanoo, he with the ability to help by all means, a large chakra entity eager to form around Sasuke, as both his Mangekyo eyes began bleeding. If this is what he uses, we have no choice, Shino said, making a few hand seals and vanishing from view. Crap, we don't have a choice, how troublesome. Shikamaru quickly shunshined, along with Hinata and Neji. Hokage's office 3 hours later. You failed. You know how valuable an Uchiha is now? Danzo emotionlessly spoke. Uchiha-san used Susanoo. Our only choice was to escape, Shino said. I see. I expect your full report tomorrow, Danzo told the team. Battleground. Kusagakure Nara Shikaku was currently in a tent, over at Kusagakure. He was thinking in his mind. We're all old now, yet we still have to fight these bloody wars. I guess I know how Tsukumo feels now. Kazuki, Minato, Kushina, Sandame, Nidame, Shodai, would you not be disappointed that most of the village failed to carry the will of fire?
Minato, would you stare at me with angry eyes and tell me I should have done more for you, son? I did figure out about it when he was 12, but I couldn't prevent his banishment. Hell, he might even be happier now wherever he is. The Akatsuki were looking for him, so there's a possibility he isn't even alive. Kushina, would you kill me, because I didn't find out he was your son earlier? So troublesome, I better go to sleep.
Kakashi's tent. Hitaki Kakashi was looking at the stars. They annoyed him greatly, but he kept looking at them. One alignment looked like Minato. If you joined the stars it would look like he was happy. The other alignment next to Minato's looked like Kushina. If you joined the stars she would also be smiling. The last one looked like a young Naruto. The hands of his parents were hugging him. This odd alignment looked strange to Kakashi, but he ignored it. Minato-sensei, have I become an utter hypocrite? I abandoned Naruto completely and failed to teach him anything significant. If that is the case, then Obito would be the best of us. Even Rin had more faults than Obito. Obito, the dead last, was actually the best of us, not in skill, but in heart. I concentrated on Sasuke, who went rogue and betrayed the village, not once, but now the recent twice. Sakura is still a chunin who is still a fangirl after all these years. You were almost perfect, Minato-sensei. The only problems you had were in me. I am a sucker and a dumbass. That's worse than a dead last. Kushina-san, you would be happy to know that Uzumaki has been rebuilt, and is now even better than Konoha. Kakashi, a voice was heard behind Kakashi. What is it? Kakashi snapped out of his thoughts. Is this about Naruto? The person, who was called Shiranui Genma, asked. No, Kakashi responded quickly. Kakashi, don't lie to me. I know you're brooding about how you failed Naruto. I will tell you this, let it go. Genma advised. I can't, I've been failing so many people. I've failed Obito, Rin, Sensei, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, and now we're failing in this war. Kakashi sorrowfully said. Kakashi, what we've done before is in the past, so keep it in the past. Genma consoled. I know, but I can't keep it all in, I'm a disgrace. Kakashi whined. Imagine your father, and what he would say if he saw you like this. Genma let those words slip, but immediately regretted it. My dad killed himself, because he couldn't bear the humiliation, so I think that because I haven't killed myself yet, he would call me quite strong. I have already failed the one who could have changed this war. He left 8 years ago, so in a way since I lost the one who could probably change this war in Tusanin. If I had just taught Naruto some useful stuff, or arrived earlier, we wouldn't be here. So in a way, I have already done the same thing my father has, failed during a mission that could change everything. Except that I didn't save anyone. Kakashi angrily replied. Pull yourself together, since you don't have a jutsu to change the past you should think about the present. Genma replied to the outburst. HMPH. Kakashi grunted and went to sleep. I need to drink. Asuma and Kurenai's house. A small boy who was 3 years old looked at a picture. It was of a blond man with a hat that said Whirlpool, and he wore a mask covering all his facial features. This boy had red eyes and black hair. His red eyes had rings on them. His hair resembled his father's. This boy went to bed where his parents were sleeping and jumped right in. Unknown area in Konoha. Finished writing the letter. Azukage-sama will be pleased that my undercover mission is going quite well. No one has suspected me at all. The voice said. Council room of Konoha. A week after Sasuke retrieval mission number 2. Council members, we're here to discuss the threat of Uzumaki, Danzo announced. Danzo, I know about your mission, sending Kurenai-sensei and her squad. Kiba told me all about it. How you got her captured by sending her into a place with no information about it. It seems it is your fault that our former allies turned against us. Hinata accused. Girl, you have no proof of my actions, so I suggest you keep, Danzo said, but was immediately interrupted. She got captured, you stupid Hokage, I'll tear you apart, Asuma yelled in outrage. Sarutobi-san, calm down, it is illogical to get angry about your wife while she is currently in Konoha. Shibi calmed Asuma, but Asuma automatically began muttering about how he would rip Danzo apart if anything happened to Kurenai. And, Hokage-sama, it was illogical to send Yuhi-san into Uzumaki. Shibi continued. On to the topic,
The Uzukage seemed somewhat angry that people from the leaf were in his borders. What can we do if Uzushiogakure becomes a threat? Danzo asked.
If Uzushiogakure becomes a threat, logically if they have an SS rank shinobi, then we cannot handle them, Shibi stated. Simple, we calm them and give them some money and maybe a bloodline, such as the Hyuga's Byakugan, but put branch seals on the Hyuga we are giving, and they can't say anything about it, because they don't know about the branch seals. The council member Akechi Atsuki suggested, earning him a very cold glare from Hinata. But Shikaku spoke up.
You mean like the Hyuga incident? Uzushiogakure likely has some Uzumaki, because if the remaining Uzumaki found out that their village was being rebuilt, of course they'd join. And the Uzumaki were experts in Fuinjutsu, while we've lost most of our Fuinjutsu users and only mediocre ones such as the ones that make explosive tags and seal kunai are left with us. So they'd likely know about the Hyuga since we were allied in the past, so think before making stupid suggestions. Shikaku explained.
I think we should simply get on the guy's good side and prevent his village from slaughtering us. Inoichi voiced out his opinion. And how do we do that? Danzo asked. I don't know, I'm not Shikaku and I don't think that far ahead, Inoichi shrugged. Perhaps we should get rid of his enemies, earning his friendship and a possible alliance, Kaharu suggested. Who are his enemies again? Shoza asked. I don't know, maybe Kumo, because he did make an army of 500 shinobi surrender without killing a single one of them, or Iwa, since they hated each other in the past. Inoichi answered his former teammate's question. Unfortunately we are currently facing Iwa and we are not doing well. We would have a 5% chance of winning a battle against Kumo with Suna's help, and a 0.5% chance without Suna, Shibi stated. This village is gonna be trashed if Uzushio joins our enemies, Sume stated. Our best course of action would be to get on the Azukage's good side like Inoichi said. Shikaku spoke to the whole council. And how exactly? We can't take out any of their enemies, Kaharu asked. I'll think of something. Shikaku frowned. He had to think of a way to get on Azukage's good side all because some stunt Danzo pulled. It was gonna be troublesome. This meeting is adjourned, Danzo stated, getting up and leaving. Mizu no Kuni, rebel base. The Azukage held out a map and began thinking of a plan. There were 5 towns near Kirigakure no Sato, Osato, Hazato, Osaku, Fudazaku, and Kato. This town, Kato, wasn't Kato a hero when the rebellion started? The Azukage asked curiously. That is correct. Terumi-sama is only continuing Kato-sama's work, a rebel told him. I see, I have decided that we will conquer Osato, use it as a staging point and then we can take out Kirigakure. But won't the Mizukage be alerted to this? The rebel asked. That is why I have chosen Osato. It is a small town, and we will be able to stop anyone from giving the message, the Azukage explained. I see, and then all we have to do is simply slaughter the people of Kirigakure by night, the rebel said. No, I will not be a coward, we will go by day. When they least expect anyone to attack, the Azukage said. That is reasonable, Azukage-sama. The Mizukage likely has nocturnal patrols and guards. The rebel spoke. Tell Terumi-sama that that is my plan, the Azukage ordered. At once, Azukage-sama. The rebel hurried to tell the leader the plan. However, first I need to know the structure of Kirigakure, find a weak point and go. We should go to Osato the day after tomorrow. Today I'll go to Kiri. Naruto thought and made a shadow clone. He left the base, cloaking his chakra so nobody would know. Uzushiogakure, Azukage's office, 3 letters, let's open the first, from Naruto. Tsunade talked to herself. Hey Tsunade Bachan, you know, not a single cage has ever found the simple secret to doing paperwork, except me, but you know what, I won't tell. From Naruto, damn brat, he sends me a letter just to leave me hanging that there is an easier way to do crap like this, Tsunade complained. Next one, Tsunade opened the next letter. So the mist is declaring war on us, I'll just send this to Naruto. She used an advanced transportation seal which opened a vortex in space and sent the letter to the seal on Naruto's arm. It was similar to receiving mail. Now the last one. Tsunade opened the last letter, Azukage-sama. I am sincerely sorry that I had to intrude in your territory, but the leaf is in war now, and cannot afford to have sudden enemies.
We were allied in the past, and I hope we can maintain our relationship. Therefore I propose an alliance between us. In this way we both benefit, as you can get rid of your enemies Kumo and Iwa easily with our support.
Send a reply quickly as I am eager to hear from you. The Hokage of Konoha. I bet the old Warhawk didn't mean anything he wrote, and the alliance crap is all for the benefit of Konoha. I bet if we wanted to take out Kumo and Iwa, we could easily do it alone. Anyone without the power to control natural chakra that is foolish enough to face Naruto is running to his death, no matter how many people he has. The only exceptions are Hashirama Senju, Minato and maybe Madara. Too bad Warhawk, but Konoha probably won't get help, unless the brat has something more devious in his mind. Tsunade said to herself, sending it to Naruto. Kirigakure, outside walls 9:50 p.m. Naruto checked his seal for mail and opened both letters. After he finished reading them both he resisted the urge to laugh at Danzo's letter.
Kirigakure is most likely underestimating us, they don't even have that much shinobi inside the village itself. The old Warhawk wants an alliance. Well, they don't know who I am and it is to be expected, since they are losing a war.
Naruto, the Uzumaki, used an invisibility genjutsu and made a hole in the barrier through seals. He used the appearance-changing seal on his arm to make himself look like a ninja from Kirigakure and simply got in by the front gate. He took notes on the village's structure safely and left when he was done. Notes. Many shabby houses, low guard, many alleyways, ramshackle buildings, unorganized structure, dirty streets, and few clean and strong buildings. Easy access point through sewers and numerous large holes around the gates. Forces, estimated to be 10,000 ninja, all living in horrible conditions. The Mizukage likely does not care about his village and only wants to gain power, but spies say that he has been acting oddly for a good 10 years, likely by a very strong genjutsu. Big area, easily as big as Konoha. He returned to the rebel base in a yellow flash. Uzushiogakure, entrance 10 a.m. the next day. Ryozoku-sama, the Uzumaki is currently in Mizu no Kuni, he unfortunately cannot see you at this time. The guard at the long hall-like entrance informed. Screw that. The Gaki pup is supposed to be here, it's his village, and whatever business he has in Mizu isn't that important, he can just send a shadow clone if they're negotiating trade. Ryozoku growled. You misunderstand Ryozoku-sama, they're not negotiating trade. Uzumaki-sama has gone to rid Kiri of its Mizukage. The guard explained. Well, tell him it's important. I finally figured out how to mix all three together, Ryozoku declared. Mix all three together? The guard couldn't understand. He'll know what I mean. The tall man said. I understand, I will tell the acting Uzumaki to inform him, the guard said. Who is the acting Uzumaki? Ryozoku asked curiously. Tsunade-sama. The guard answered quickly. Tsunade. The only one at that drinking contest 3 years ago, who could drink more sake than me. And the legendary sucker, are you sure he made a good choice? Ryozoku doubted Tsunade's abilities as a Kage, considering that under her watch, the last Uchiha went rogue. Tsunade-sama is a perfectly fine choice. The guard's voice stayed the same. Well, I would like to meet her and Jiraiya now, Ryozoku said. Unfortunately, Jiraiya-sama has also gone over to Mizu no Kuni as well. Therefore the best I can do is have you meet Tsunade-sama and Kazuki-sama, the guard informed. Damn it. Ryozoku cursed that he was unable to meet Naruto and Jiraiya as they were the most knowledgeable about nature chakra. Kazuki was given the wolf summoning contract, but he refused to learn sage mode and he wasn't good at gathering nature chakra anyways. He was the freakin' first wolf sage. He found the kid called Naruto. He was so good at nature chakra that he admitted it was an honor to teach a boy who was so skilled in manipulating nature. He had found the kid with his traveling companions 2 years after his banishment and still visited Uzushiogakure from time to time. Naruto had tried to make him a permanent part of the village, but he refused. He was also humiliated big time, when he lost to his pupil, even when he outnumbered him 4-1. He had 2 Sannin on his side and he had a man who had been traveling for almost 2 decades, doing nothing but learning, and they all lost. The memory was still fresh in his mind. 2 years ago, Ba-chan, do you know why I wanted you to come along with Ero Sennin, Kazuki-sensei and Ryozoku Oji? Naruto stared straight into the eyes of his mother figure. Why did you? I have better things to do than sit here all day.
Tsunade grumbled. She was happily drinking in a bar, when a Naruto clone grabbed her drink so she wouldn't get drunk and brought her here, a large training ground.
Naruto, what is so important that you have to call us here? A dangerous mission perhaps? Kazuki asked patiently. God, did you have to reverse summon me? Ryozoku complained annoyingly. I want all of you to fight me, 4 against 1, and I don't want you to hold back, Naruto said seriously. Are you kidding, kid? I don't want to be charged with the murder of the Godem Azukage. Jiraiya didn't take his godson very seriously.
No, I want to see how far I've come in these 6 years of training, Naruto stated.
Alright Naruto, I agree. I also want to see how far you've come, Kazuki smiled. Fine kid, but if I win, then you have to give me a 6-month supply of sake for free, Tsunade declared. Oh no, Tsunade has just cursed us with her bets, Jiraiya ed. Alright fine, Ryozoku grumbled. I guess, I'm in. Jiraiya got into a taijutsu stance. Start, Naruto yelled and puffed into smoke. A shadow clone, Kazuki observed. I found him, Ryozoku declared, and started moving towards the direction of Naruto's scent. The 3 others followed him. They reached a clearing with a dozen shadow clones surrounding one that was closing his eyes, the real Naruto. Damn it. Stop him from getting into sage mode, Tsunade yelled, leaping towards Naruto. Jiraiya quickly began doing hand seals. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, grand fireball technique. A fireball flew out of Jiraiya's mouth, but it never reached Naruto, as one of the clones made a water encampment wall to stop the technique. Kazuki made at least 40 kunai with his koton and started throwing them at Naruto and his shadow clones madly, as he didn't have time to do anything else. Tsunade went for a chakra-infused punch directly at the real Naruto, and Ryozoku simply watched. Naruto opened his eyes. A red outline had formed around his eyes and his pupils had a horizontal bar on them. His irises were yellow. Senpo. Rasenrengen, Sage Arts. Spiraling Sphere Barrage. Naruto thrusted 2 small Rasengans into his godmother's stomach. He didn't have time to make them bigger thanks to his godmother's punch. Tsunade quickly recovered and was back on her feet. She went to punch Naruto again, this time more cautiously. Naruto made 3 shadow clones as a distraction so the others wouldn't come after him quickly. Tsunade was thinking about how her punches were equal to his, since they both were using chakra-infused punches, but Naruto was in sage mode, so his chakra-infused punches weren't as strong as hers yet. Mizuken, Water Fist. Naruto's fists became enveloped in water and he began punching. Damn it, this water is taking my chakra. Tsunade gasped a little weakly. Your clones aren't that good, Gaki. Jiraiya's voice spoke, before giving Naruto an uppercut to the chin. I guess so. Naruto took his sword out from his hilt. Uck. Kazuki groaned before taking out his own sword. Naruto ran to his sensei, and their blades clashed. He tried to do a roundhouse kick to his sensei, but he failed and got pushed to the ground. 4 pairs of eyes looked at him, when suddenly his chakra flared. Senpo. Futon Tsunabakuri, Sage Art. Wind Release Dust Cloud. Naruto opened his mouth and a large amount of sand flooded the area. No one could see each other. Damn it, is he taking us out one by one? Jiraiya scowled. You could say that Arrow Sennin. A voice spoke to Jiraiya. Uck, it's so hard to see in this sand, and it's getting in my eyes, Jiraiya complained. Senpo. Gozenryu, Sage Art. Roaring Dragon. Jiraiya never saw this technique and thought that it was impressive to create a new jutsu. Naruto's hands automatically started gather ration chakra and Jiraiya couldn't see Naruto's hands as they were covered in extremely dense chakra. Naruto started spinning and forming what looked to be the head of a dragon, then he charged at his godfather with amazing speed. Not good, Jiraiya said, but it was too late. He got hit by the massive chakra entity and blacked out. Tsunade was trying to find her way around the sand, when she saw a clone of Naruto. Of course she thought that it wasn't clone, until she sensed a chakra flare, but Naruto had such massive reserves that she wouldn't be surprised if that was from a clone. Are you just trying to take us one-on-one? Tsunade asked. That's kinda obvious, ya no, Naruto replied, panting heavily. Tsunade went to punch Naruto, but he grabbed her wrist and flung her to the ground.
Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto was just about to thrust the blue sphere into his godmother's stomach when his godmother kicked him with a chakra-infused kick.
He was obviously a clone, but what Tsunade had not been expecting was the clone to blow up and hit her at point-blank range. She was on the floor covered in dirt, and panting heavily, when another clone came to her and knocked her out. I taught him how to use his brain well, Kazuki muttered to himself. The dust cleared, so where is Naruto? Kazuki thought. Oh crap, a large chakra signature from nowhere. That means this is a genjutsu, Kai.
Futon. K's no Yeba, wind release. Wind sword. A couple of wind swords flew at Kazuki, but an upward swipe with his sword blocked all of them. His vision returned to the sandy haze that prevented him from seeing.
Futon. Tsunabakori isn't supposed to last this long, Kazuki observed suspiciously. Damn it, I lost sage mode. A voice cursed. Well then, you aren't that strong anymore then, Kazuki declared as he started swiping his sword according to instinct. Unfortunately, sensei, I'm behind you, Naruto declared as he drilled his Raken-empowered arm into his sensei's back. Damned Hiraition. Curse you, Minato, the sensei yelled as he fell to the ground. Sweden. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique. Kazuki was trapped by one of Naruto's shadow clones. Ryozoku Oji, you're the only one left, Naruto said as the dust settled. You used a clone to constantly use Tsunabakori over and over again. I'm impressed, Squirt. Ryozoku said, right after he got over the surprise of those three, falling against their pupil. Well, time to win, Naruto declared. Might want to be careful with me. There is a difference between me and them, and you know it, Ryozoku stated. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Naruto used his classic clone technique and created about 80 clones. Each began forming 2 Rasengans in their hands.
Doden. Dozum no Jutsu, earth release. Earth claw technique. 3 Masakve structures with jagged edges flew at the shadow clones. A couple of them got dispelled, but the rest were moving towards the wolf sage.
Kaden. Karyu Enden. Fire release. Fire dragon missile. A large fire dragon came out of Ryozoku's mouth and annihilated 2/3 of the remaining clones, only leaving 12. Doden. Doryuheki. Earth release. Earth encampment wall. 11 shadow clones got dispelled, because they crashed into the wall, but the real Naruto went around and delivered a double Rasengan to the 64-year-old's back. He fell unconscious. That was basically the end of the fight. Naruto dragged the 4 to the hospital. Ryozoku simply entered the village. After having that flashback play in his mind, the guard was quite confused, seeing the old sage stand there for so long without entering the village. 12 p.m. Osato, the day after tomorrow. The people of Osato continuously carried out their hard lives under the cruel Mizukage's reign. They had to do whatever the guards wanted or they'd be killed. In heart they were supporters of the rebel faction, but they just couldn't find the courage to leave the village. As the Mizukage's guards watched everyone, no one was allowed to leave the village for any reason. If they did, the guards did whatever they wanted with them when they caught them. A guard currently stared at a funny-looking man who was passing by. He was dressed like a clown with a button nose and carried a big scroll. What is your business in the village? The guard asked. I want to pee. The clown said. That is not a legitimate reason. Leave. The guard glared at the clown. The clown smiled and undid his henge, revealing himself as the Uzumaki and knocked out the 2 shinobi, with a simple punch to the head. He took out the scroll, which was almost his size as he let it unroll. At least 100 ninja came from the scroll including Jiraiya and the rebellion leader, Terumi Mei. They easily managed to kill the few inexperienced chunin in the vicinity. The rebels quickly began celebrating their defeat while Naruto looked for people that tried to escape. Please don't kill me. The scared Jonin was on his knees begging to the Uzumaki. Give me one good reason, the Uzumaki said darkly. I'll give you whatever you want. The Jonin by this time looked as white as a piece of clean paper. Alright then, I'll give you a chance to live, come here. Naruto extended his arm. Ha 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 ha, you fell for it. You're a pathetic weakling, the Jonin laughed maniacally, while taking out a kunai and throwing it at the cage. The cage simply let it stab his hand instead of his back and took it out. His wounded hand healed almost instantly. I give you a chance to live and this is how you repay me. The Uzumaki stared disappointedly at the mist ninja.
It's an academy lesson, you dobe. Compassion is for weaklings who don't deserve the title of a ninja. The mist ninja said, while glaring at the fact that the wound he gave was already healed. The Uzumaki was suddenly thrown into his memories.
8 years ago after the Sandame's funeral. Dobe, I need to talk to you. Sasuke told the 12-year-old Naruto. What is it, Teme? Naruto asked. Why did you spare Gaara? Sasuke asked. He went through a lot, it wasn't his fault he was like that, other people made him like that. I know what he went through and he didn't need to die either. Kakashi-sensei only said to stop him too. Also I avoid killing unless I have to. Naruto explained. No wonder you're such a dobe. Your enemies won't show compassion, dobe, and you have to eliminate potential threats. Compassion is for weaklings who don't deserve the title of ninja. Sasuke stated, leaving the place. The Uzukage's eyes slit and he simply destroyed the Jonin angrily. Back at Osato. We need to leave tomorrow or the Mizukage will find us here. The Uzumaki told the rebel leader. I'm just not prepared. Over 11 years of fighting and the rebellion has finally come to an end. I will be forever grateful for your aid here, and you can consider us allies in the future. Mei voiced her thoughts. Kid, I need you over here for a second. The white-haired Jonin, Jiraiya, pulled Naruto to the side. Remember our first lesson, a ninja can die at any time, so you better have a plan to take down the Sanbi, or we're toast. Jiraiya warned. Don't worry, Ero Sennin, I'll get the Sanbi. If I extract it from the Mizukage he'll die. The Uzumaki began, but was interrupted, and then you'll take on a tailed beast by yourself. Jiraiya interrupted. Hey, it's not like the Sandame Raikage didn't do that to a stronger Hachibi, and I can always use Warp Gate if it goes too far, and warp it into a lake or something. The Uzumaki argued. Naruto, you do realize that you don't have the Sandame Raikage's body. I'm not saying you're weaker, but most of your power comes from offense. Your body doesn't match up to that impenetrable guy. Jiraiya argued back. Just don't worry, Ero Sennin, you'll see, and maybe I can break him out of that genjutsu so I won't even have to fight him. Naruto assured his godfather. We'll see. The pervert moved away. I hope he has a good plan. The very next day, 6 a.m. Kurigakure. A single shinobi, hidden by various genjutsu and seals, approached Kurigakure no Sato. The guards were Chunin-level shinobi, but unfortunately the Mizukage quickly made genin who would just barely be Chunin level in combat Chunin, same would go for Jonin. They were unaware of the approaching threat, until they were very near. The rebels quickly dispatched the guards and headed into the village. Mizukage headquarters. What? 2 guards, slaughtered. Hurry up and kill whoever did this. The Mizukage frowned. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The emotionless Jonin left to find the threat. In Kurigakure near the gates, the Uzumaki released all his genjutsu and simply walked around the town for a minute. He then magnified his voice through seals and shouted. I'll give you one chance to surrender. His voice thundered all over the village. 1,000 people came to him. Quite a few were shinobi or kunoichi, and the rest were civilians. He used a massive amount of ink to seal them all into scrolls. He did it extremely quickly with 100 shadow clones. Yagura, Obito, faced Naruto in an open field and yelled out. I refuse to surrender to you, whelp. All active ninja attack. Naruto knew that it was actually Madara, Obito, who was speaking through Yagura's mouth. A swarm of at least 5,000 ninja came to attack Naruto. I can't use Hiraishin, or the Kyuubi's chakra. The best thing to do is enter dual sage mode and take them all out. With what? Natural lightning takes a while to do, but I just need to buy time. It doesn't really take much chakra. All I have to do is speed up the natural discharge process and then direct the lightning. Futon. Senpuken wind release. Blade whirlwind. A circle formed around the Uzumaki. This circle was really a bunch of wind blades spinning in a circle so fast that you could only see the circle around him, not the individual blades. The circle expanded to hit a few ninja that were coming close to him, and blood was spilled. A couple of shinobi already got scared and ran away. Others simply stopped so they didn't get hit. Perfect. Now just to buy enough time to mix Wolf with Toad. The ninjas quickly regained their bravery and started speeding towards Naruto. Damn it, now I have to make them scared again and waste chakra. 10 clones formed a circle around the meditating Uzumaki. The clones took out their Whirlpool blades and channeled Suiden and Raiden chakra together, making a blade surrounded by water and conducting electricity. They quickly pointed their blades each at a line of ninjas. The blade suddenly increased its size and became longer.
Hitting all the ninja in that row, it started moving quickly. Each of the clones looked like they were dancing, while the sword was doing its own work. Hundreds more shinobi shunshined away, leaving all the genin who didn't know shunshin to die, but luckily for them, the Uzumaki took pity on them and switched to sealing them through the blade. The Uzumaki put a seal which he could activate, making the sword go into sealing mode, which sealed his opponents into yet more scrolls. Cowards! Yagura shouted angrily. He was watching the slaughter from a distance.
The Uzumaki was still meditating. He managed to get the easier to get Toad Sage mode. Now he was focusing on mixing Wolf with Toad. 20 clones finished drawing a complicated seal formation around the original Uzumaki, and they slammed their hands onto the seal. Oni Kekai, Demon Barrier. A red barrier, imagine Itachi's Susanoo's color, formed around 30 clones in the original, while the other 70 clones were out on the battlefield. They're just clones. Why can't you incompetent shinobi deal with them? Yagura, Obito, shouted down to the ninja in the battlefield. You know what? Screw not summoning Ukami Jiji. Kachiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique. The reason a clone could summon was because it was a blood clone. The Uzumaki made 5 of them on the battlefield just in case. A huge wolf, which was white as the snow, gave out a deafening howl, making all ninja except the Uzumaki shut their ears. The wolf had a terrifying face that made a couple of Kiri nins shiver, and the wolf's teeth were so intimidating. Ukami Jiji, we need your help over here, sorta fighting a lot of people, a clone said. Damn you dumbass, I was asleep. What the hell is your problem summoning me at sunrise? The wolf roared like a lion.
Heh, I thought wolves kept awake at all times. The clone commented.
That's not true. We need our sleep sometime, the 40-foot-tall wolf argued. Hey, we're fighting here, concentrate on the damn fight, another clone shouted. This should be fun. The wolf started trampling a bunch of the ninja who were too frightened to do a thing. Finally, that took forever. The Uzumaki now had 2 rings around his eyes. One was red while the other was gray. His eyes looked like a plus sign, because the Kyuubi's influence over Wolf Sage mode. He dispelled the barrier and all his shadow clones, because he didn't need them anymore. He also let the wolf he summoned go back to sleep. Rebel Base sunrise 6:15 a.m. I thought it was sunrise. Why is it so dark? Jiraiya asked himself, but then he suddenly saw clouds circling far off in the distance, above Kirigakure. He recognized this preparation well. Naruto. At the battlefield at the same time. I will allow no others to survive beyond this point. If you have no intention to die, especially those who have a family, leave now. It will not be disobeying the orders of your Mizukage, as after today he will be Mizukage no more. The Uzumaki boomed his voice so the remaining 2,369 ninja could hear. Don't listen to that fools. I shall not lose against a pathetic brat. Yagura, Obito, yelled.
At least a fifth of the remaining ninja left, because they believed that they would meet their end if they stayed to fight any longer. They also saw the serious look in the young Kage's eyes. The rest of them were too arrogant for their own good. You stupid fool, now you're all alone. No clones, no nothing to help you. What makes you think you'll win? It is 2,000 against 1. You're outnumbered. I'd like to see you try harming us. An arrogant Jonin who obviously wasn't watching how the Uzumaki halved their numbers said. The Uzumaki sighed. He didn't have the time for listening to them, and so he decided to end the talking with a few last words. Most of you should know who the Sandaime Reikage is. He stood alone against 10,000 enemies and eliminated most of their forces before he died. There have been shinobi like him who stood against armies and survived. Obviously they were smaller, but they were just as great since they survived. Such as the Yondaime Hokage. He wiped out hundreds of shinobi from Iwagakure and survived. He died when against the strongest of Biju, the Kyuubi no Yoko attacked Konoha. The Kyuubi no Yoko could kill all of you in just a few seconds. I have been given the SS rank like the Yondaime Hokage and the Sandaime Reikage, so any of you who want to think twice may leave. The Uzumaki said seriously. A couple of people left, but that was it. Very well, let us begin. The Uzumaki immediately disappeared from sight, and reappeared in the sky above them. The dark clouds were now pulsing electricity around him,
but thanks to the Whirlpool sword, he was immune. It began to rain heavily as well. Since water conducted electricity, the electric water droplets shocked the remnants of the army and they started to fall down and howl in pain. Tenpenchi. Arashi no Reiko. Natural disaster. Lightning storm. The Azukage fell from the sky, the lightning followed, crashing down on the center of the battlefield. This made a huge crater. The lightning obviously killed everyone that it touched. As the Azukage thought, there wasn't a single survivor of that attack. Impossible. Yagura, Obito, began coughing, barely surviving the attack thanks to the Sanbi. Yondaime Mizukage, your reign is at its end, the Azukage said, panting heavily. No, I refuse to die now. Yagura was enveloped in red chakra. Shit, I can't use anything now and most of my chakra is gone. Those natural disasters take a lot out of a person. I did use 100 shadow clones, 5 blood clones and summoning, along with a few jutsu, my sword and a barrier, so my only choice is, stupid fox, but that'll give away my identity. I suppose the Akatsuki won't give it away, so I'm fine. My only extra problem will be that Akatsuki will hunt me. I won't use that much just for fuinjutsu, so it should be fine. I wish I took one of those complex poisons that affect the chakra system Shizune made. I'll take a chakra pill, but only if I have to. Tsunade Baon said that it was bad to take chakra pills, especially for me, because then it might take me a long time to recover and the Azukage is needed in Uzushiogakure. This is the first time in 4 years you even bothered with me. Normally I should refuse, but I refuse to make my container look weak, and I refuse to lose against that overgrown turtle. The Kyuubi roared.
Hey Kyuubi, aren't you just an overgrown fox? The Uzukage thought. You insolent creature, weren't you ever taught respect? I am the Kyuubi, the greatest of all Biju, and I have lived for centuries, yet I am talked down by an insolent little child who has just started his 2nd decade. The Kyuubi growled. Hurry up and give me the chakra, the Azukage whined impatiently. Fine. The Azukage's body was enveloped by red chakra, but unlike Yagura's chakra cloak, it lacked the conscience of his Biju. Yagura's tail looked like a turtle's spiky back with an extension to it. It was still red, but it didn't look furry like the Kyuubi's chakra cloak had been in the Valley of the End, nor did Yagura grow longer teeth and longer nails like the 12-year-old Naruto did. The Uzukage had a bright orange chakra cloak surrounding him. It wasn't red or poisonous since at 16 years old, he learned how to separate the hatred and conscience from the chakra. Yagura charged at the Azukage at high speed, barely missing the young Kage's tired body. The Uzukage hardly managed to evade it. Both of them began throwing punches and kicks at each other. They weren't that far from equal, because the Uzukage was using his granny's chakra-infused punches, but he was more tired out and had less chakra. Yagura wasn't as strong as the Uzukage, but he wasn't tired out at all. The Uzukage was stronger though, so he managed to push the Mizukage back, and make him smash into wall. They were fighting in a deserted place near a neighborhood of destroyed houses. Luckily there weren't any children in that area. The aftermath of Naruto's attack destroyed everything in 500 meters of distance. You will die here, you little rat. Yagura Obito yelled in a monstrous voice. Another tail was slowly appearing. The Sanbi began to use Yagura as a medium. Fast, I need to release my weights before he goes into stage 2. Kai, release. The Azukage blurred out of vision and Yagura felt a strong kick push his transformed form to the ground. Sakura Kyuin no Jutsu, chakra absorption technique. The Uzukage began draining the Biju chakra from Yagura and filtering it, adding it to his own. Yagura couldn't get up, and the Sanbi's chakra began to disappear slowly. I've had enough of you, you dumb turtle. Gobyo Fuin, 5 elements seal. He placed the seal on Yagura's seal, disrupting his chakra flow so he couldn't do anything. Yagura fell to the ground and passed out. Naruto was still panting, until he was approached by a figure wearing an Akatsuki cloak with many rings around his eyes. He was accompanied by a woman with bluish-purplish hair. Uzumaki Naruto, come quietly, it is your only choice since you are now severely weakened. The woman spoke up. Sorry, but, the Azukage vanished from the spot, taking Yagura with him. Was that a clone? The woman thought. He can't be far, Nagato, we have to give chase. The woman said. No, he could easily be hundreds of miles away, we must return back to the base. The one with rings around his eyes turned away and disappeared from view. The woman followed him. How did these two Akatsuki members get so far in only a few minutes? Obito used space-time ninjutsu of course. But it is a drag for him to use, since to transport people from one dimension to his pocket dimension and get them out of his pocket dimension takes a hell load of chakra. And transported them there and back would make Obito get chakra exhaustion, so the two had to take the long way back.
On the road 6:45 a.m. Naruto, don't tell me you wiped them out on your own. We were supposed to do it together, Jiraiya thought angrily. Arrow Sennin, huff, huff. The Uzumaki appeared. Naruto, you reckless idiot. Jiraiya couldn't hold his anger and punched him in the face. I couldn't let the rebels die pointlessly, the Uzumaki muttered. Where's their honor? Don't you think they would have wanted to clear Kiri themselves? Jiraiya gritted his teeth. It's decisions like those that get them killed, the Uzumaki stated. HMPH, Jiraiya grunted and turned around, heading for the base. Akatsuki base. I have new information for all of you, which is why I called you all here. Nagato, or rather Pain, said. What is it? Itachi asked curiously. Meetings like these only happened when they had found a tailed beast. It's about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Pain continued. Itachi suddenly got very interested and looked at Pain, giving all his attention. Kisame and Tobi also sparked up in interest. Tobi was acting since he already knew what it was.
We believe he is in Uzushiogakure, as the Uzukage of Uzushiogakure. He, however, is extremely dangerous and I do not believe you can handle him, however he is no match for a god. Pain finished.
Uzumaki Naruto, just how strong have you gotten? Rebel Base 9 a.m.
The Uzukage and Jiraiya told Mei what had happened. She wasn't very happy, as she thought that it was better for their soldiers to liberate their country. Now all Kiri would be underestimated since other villages thought that Kiri was weak and needed outside help to free their country. However, the Uzukage pointed out that it saved countless lives from being slaughtered at the hands of Yagura. He also gave Mei Yagura, so they could decide what was to be done with him. After this she seemed somewhat satisfied and grateful.
She quickly changed the subject to when the alliance would be talked over. The Uzukage simply said that he would be ready to do it in 2 weeks' time. She left happily.
The Uzukage, Jiraiya and the remaining 49 ninja left Mizuno-kuni the next day and headed back to Uzushiogakure. All 50 ninja were extremely angry for being brought along just to spend a few days in Kiri, but they knew that their anger was pointless, as they saw the reason. It was an emergency measure to elect a successor in Kirigakure if the Mizukage was unable to elect a successor before death. Mei was currently deciding what to do with Yagura. Naruto had left her a Hiraishin seal activator, in case she needed help, symbolizing friendship.
Border of Hai no Kuni to Uzu no Kuni 12 p.m. Uchiha Sasuke had finally come to the border of Uzu no Kuni. He had already gone to Kumo, but they rejected him, and none of the other villages were worthy of Uchiha blood to him. He crossed the identification seal that suddenly went on red alert, so did the cameras.
Tsunade noticed this and checked the cameras, only to start rolling on the floor laughing out loud after she saw Sasuke get gassed and knocked out. Naruto created a system that gassed the intruder, activated a Whirlpool using chakra leading to the hospital and placed the intruder on a bed. At least one of the staff in the hospital room would be trained in seals and apply the chakra seals on the intruder. Naruto made robots to carry the intruder and bring him up till the hospital. Tsunade decided to see the Uchiha, so she put a genjutsu on the desk with all the paperwork and left to see the Uchiha.
Uzushiogakure Hospital. Cough. Cough. Sasuke awoke, coughing. What the hell? Sasuke suddenly yelled, when he saw himself in the hospital. He struggled to get off the hospital bed, but he failed too.
Uchiha Sasuke, I advise you keep quiet. You are disturbing other patients. You have entered our country without an invitation. The Uzukage does not know about your appearance and this is how we deal with intruders. A Dr. Tsunade is using a henge. Remember that Sasuke can't use his Sharingan since he needs chakra to do that, but all his chakra is sealed. Plus there's a dojutsu, and identification seal on all the residents of Uzushiogakure, informed Sasuke. I want to be a ninja of this village, Sasuke said weakly, with much less arrogance in his voice, since he was intimidated by the aura this doctor let out, and decided it was best not to anger her.
You'll have to take that up with the Uzukage, Tsunade told Sasuke. When can I meet him? Sasuke asked. The Uzukage will send for you when he desires. For now you will be confined into a house, with seals preventing you from leaving.
Since that is the normal procedure for those who want to be ninja here and come intruding. The Uzumaki will still take you out for questioning. The Uzumaki already knows you are here, and he does not think you are spying for the Hokage. Tsunade said, since this was the truth as that was what Naruto told her, to her he seemed to be prepared for every possible situation.
Sasuke was freed from his chains and taken to his temporary residence. Konoha Hokage's office. I may have to use Koto Amatsukami on the Uzumaki to get him to agree to an alliance with Konoha during the meeting. However, if he figures out what I'm doing I could doom Konoha to destruction since Uzumaki would be on our enemy list.
I bet even Shikaku wouldn't be able to find a way out without unconditional surrender or evacuation of the village. I have to wait for the moment of opportunity. Konoha might be doomed in 1 year if our war continues. Iwa is slowly eating away at us and Suna isn't helping much. Or I could go for the less risky way and try to form an alliance with the Uzumaki. Perhaps I should send some shinobi to help. Yes, that's the least risky idea.
Danzo was deep in his thoughts, until he suddenly signaled a bunch of root ninja to come to him. He told him to get Sakura, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino, Neji, Tenten, Lee, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Yugo and Kiba for an S-rank mission. Sanagakure, Kazukage's office. A tall man with red hair and blue pupilless eyes and black rings around them sat on a chair and did a bit of paperwork, when suddenly he saw a shadow with a light blue cage hat, traditional cage robes and deep blue eyes. The Kazekage, who was the red-haired one, felt like bombarding the Uzumaki, who was the one with deep blue eyes, with a bunch of questions. He simply decided on one. How did you get here? Why are you here? The Kazekage Gaara had a frown on his face. Gaara, I thought we were friends. Why are you acting so hostilely? The Uzumaki said with a smile hidden under his mask. What? Who are you? Gaara asked suspiciously. Hey. The Uzumaki pulled down his mask slightly, which made Gaara gasp. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara gasped, nearly falling off his chair.
What's up, Gaara? Naruto said rather casually. You're the cage of Uzumaki. Gaara asked after he got over initial shock.
Why so surprised, Gaara? It's not like you're the only one who could be a cage at such a young age. Naruto asked Gaara.
Why have you suddenly come here, Uzumaki? You could have come anytime in these past 8 years, yet you didn't, so why come here now? Gaara asked angrily, as it hurt him inside that Naruto didn't come to Suna for 4 years. And that he only saw Naruto 3 times in 8 years.
Because if I did, I would reveal my position to the rest of the world. Also because I didn't learn how to easily sneak into villages till I was 18. Also because Uzumaki needed me. It was still developing at that time and still wasn't completely finished.
Also, if I messed up and got caught coming here I would fail my plan. And Gaara, I wonder why you still keep ties with Konoha. You definitely heard that I was banished like that for retrieving an ungrateful Tem, and that most of Konoha's council are cowards. So why would you help them in a war that doesn't concern you? Isn't that a stupid move for the Kazekage? You shouldn't have gotten involved in Iwa's rage towards the Yondaime and Konoha. Naruto retorted. We owed Konoha for allowing us to survive 8 years ago, during the Sand Sound invasion. We were also long-standing allies. Also, if we lose Konoha, since we don't have any other allies, we lose all support. Gaara explained.
Gaara, you don't need Konoha anymore. I'm here to offer Suna an alliance. I'm quite sure the elders would agree, since we all know Konoha isn't going to last long and are going to fall in a matter of months. I only ask that you drop your alliance with Konoha. Please, Gaara, they're only feeding on your village's shinobi population in order to survive. Your alliance only benefits them, not you. Naruto pleaded, because if Gaara didn't drop the alliance, Suna would lose most of their shinobi population, because of Konoha. And Naruto genuinely cared about what happened to Suna.
I'll discuss it over with the elders. I'll say that I got it through a messenger bird. You'll have to write the letter though, and then you'll have to make an official appearance at the talks. Gaara decided.
Fine by me. On a completely different note, how've you, Puppetman and Fangirl, doing? Naruto asked. We're doing okay. Uzumaki, I want you to remember that my sister is not a fangirl and her name is Temari. The Shukaku's Jinchuriki glared at Naruto, as he was protective of his older sister. Whoa, Gaara, I meant that she has a fan, Not that she's a fangirl. Naruto reacted to Gaara's protectivity. I see, Gaara replied. You know the way to finish paperwork faster? Naruto questioned. There is a way? The One-Tails Jinchuriki looked extremely confused. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Gaara felt like he was literally hit in the head by a hammer.
Kage-sama. A voice chimed from outside. Shit, gotta go, see y'all later. Naruto vanished in a yellow flash after placing a seal in the least noticeable place in the office.
Uzumaki Naruto, you are still the same in many ways, Gaara thought to himself, while continuing to do paperwork. The lady entered. She was a chunin from Sanagakure. Her name was Matsuri. Kage-sama, reporting from C-rank mission. Matsuri said, but Gaara was still in his mind. Nothing. The Kage got back to work. He sneakily took out his cookies. Good thing Uzumaki didn't see them. If he did, he'd demand them, and no one will ever touch my cookies, unless they want me to crush them with the sand. Uzumaki Naruto, I thank you for fixing my seal 4 years ago. Even though you neglected to mention my seal, I still know you did it.
Orochimaru's hideout. Kabuto, you disappoint me. I didn't think you would be defeated by Sasuke-kun, especially with Gurren. And Gurren's in a coma. I guess things just can't go my way, can they? Orochimaru sighed, knowing his plans came to a halt.
I'm sorry I have failed you, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto apologized. You know, Kabuto, I would like you to help me with a theory. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and his face had a small smirk on it. What is it, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked. How many Uzumakis do you know of that are alive? Orochimaru asked, knowing the answer. 2, possibly 3. Kabuto replied. How many of them are male? Orochimaru questioned, just waiting for the answer. Just 1, Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto replied, suddenly realizing Orochimaru's genius. Remember, even though Orochimaru served under Akatsuki, he didn't know that Nagato was an Uzumaki, he just knew he had the Rinnegan. I'm not really sure he didn't know, but this is my story. And our Izukage has blue eyes just like our Naruto-kun. Again, this is only theory, because an Uzumaki does not necessarily have to be the Izukage, and for all we know, Kabuto, more Uzumaki could be scattered around the ninja world. Orochimaru explained his theory. About Gurren, Kabuto, I believe we cannot go to Tsunade, because we have no clue where she is, but if my theory is correct, then she must be a high-ranking ninja of Uzushiogakure, nor can we go to her apprentice, because she is probably with her. Our best bet would be missions. If we can catch some of their ninja when they come out of their borders, we would be able to at least gain the attention of this Izukage. Perhaps if he is weak, I may be able to kill him and take his place through meetings. Orochimaru said. I understand, Orochimaru-sama. I will send a couple of rogue ninja to capture ninja from Uzushiogakure. Kabuto spoke. Oh, and Kabuto, capture shinobi good enough to attract our little Izukage's attention. Orochimaru finished. Uzushiogakure, in Sasuke's confined little house. Sasuke was so damn bored. He couldn't use chakra, train or do anything. He had a tiny living room that left out most of his luxuries he got in the Uchiha compound. The only thing good about the house was that there were no fangirls screaming out the window. It was a small house, with 1 bedroom, a tiny living room, a kitchen and 1 bathroom. The whole house was about as big as his room in the Uchiha complex, maybe even a bit smaller. At the edge of the house were seals. Most of the time that day he just slept, ate or looked out the window. Other times he was trying to practice taijutsu on a dummy that was stuffed into the closet for some unknown reason. He didn't have any ninja equipment with him and he was wearing a black t-shirt and blue jeans. He was currently cursing the Izukage, because he thought that the village would view him as a priority as he was. The last Uchiha. In the Izukage's office, Naruto, you idiot. Tsunade punched the Izukage through 3 walls. TT Tsunade B Bachon. The Izukage replied to the violence shakily. Oh, by the way, Naruto Ryozoku came here ranting and muttering something about mixing 3 things. Tsunade informed the injured Izukage. Ryozoku Oji probably came here to tell me he can mix dual sage mode with the Kyuubi chakra. I figured how to do it ages ago, it's just too risky. Naruto told the temporary Izukage. Why is that, Naruto? Tsunade asked. Because if Naruto could mix Kyuubi chakra with dual sage mode, it would make him even stronger. It's because if I do that I lose control of Sage Mode, because I'll have 5 kinds of chakra, the 5th being much too potent to handle. If you add too many flavors to ice cream it won't taste as good. The Uzukage explained. Another thing, Sasuke's here. Tsunade informed. Well, I knew he'd turn up here eventually, I better go see him soon. The Uzukage called 2 of his ninja and signaled them to get Sasuke and come to a wide long room made of stone located in the tower. In Sasuke's confined temporary house, the Uzukage has sent for you Uchiha Sasuke. I warn you, show respect while around him, and should you threaten him, I will not hesitate to slit your throat. The man in a metal mask shaped like an owl threatened.
Sasuke nodded and got up from his chair. He felt better, now that he knew he would get accepted back in the ninja ranks by a village that was hopefully not weak. Since the Uzukage definitely couldn't deny the last Uchiha could he also wanted to spar with the Uzukage to see if he had the power to kill Itachi. The last thing he wanted to ask would be the location of the Uzukage. The meeting place. The Uzukage wondered what he'd do with Sasuke. Anything would do, after Sasuke served his purpose. Then, the 2 Chunin Renzo and Morishina, Thief Lord, no I don't own the Thief Lord obviously, came with Sasuke. The Uzukage sat down on a chair at the end of the stone room, while Sasuke had to stand. What is your business in my village Uchiha Sasuke? The Uzukage asked, having a bored face, but Naruto was actually enjoying his talk, thinking of the ways he'd torture Sasuke.
I would like to be a shinobi of your village, as all other villages are weak and stupid. Sasuke responded with his arrogant tone, because he couldn't feel a threatening aura around the Uzukage.
As that's so, a couple of scouts in Kumo saw you headed there, so it seemed to you Kumo was the best choice. The Uzukage sounded rather offended, but wasn't at all inside, since he knew Sasuke's personality, and it seemed to only have gotten even more arrogant.
I suppose I won't deny it. Kumo did occur to be the best choice then, Sasuke stated formally. If you really want to be a ninja here, you will swear loyalty to me, here and now. The Uzukage smiled slightly, knowing he would reveal his identity then and there. I swear loyalty to you Uzukage, I will accept you as my superior. Sasuke lied. Of course this was all just to become a ninja of the village, his true loyalty lied in revenge. Renzo frowned, hearing the lack of respect from Sasuke. Very well, leave us now. The Uzukage commanded his Chunin, they nodded and left. The young Kage locked the door behind them via seal. Hey Teme. Remember me? The Uzukage smiled casually, pulling off his mask. What, Dobi, you're the Uzukage, I'll kill you for what you did to me that day. Sasuke foolishly tried to channel his chakra to do a Chidori, but failed miserably. Ah, Sasu-chan is trying to do a jutsu. But I think he's failing, he's so large yet his chakra network hasn't even developed yet. I should still applaud him for his effort. The Uzukage clapped. Shut up Dobi. Sasuke aimed a kick to Naruto's face. What disrespect Sasu-chan, you're not supposed to try to hit someone who you swore loyalty to 1 minute ago, are you? The Whirlpool Kage smiled while twisting Sasuke's leg, making him fall to the ground.
Dobi, you coward, I could easily beat you without these stupid seals. Sasuke growled.
Is little Sasu-chan challenging me? Very well Kai. The Uzukage released the chakra seal, but the dojutsu seal was kept on. You just allowed me to wipe the floor with you, now you'll die for what you did 8 years ago. Sasuke powered a Chidori in his hand and charged at the Uzukage. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Sasuke ran at the Uzukage, showing anger and hatred in the pool of black that were called his eyes. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. The Uzukage swung his Rasengan at his opposition, when Sasuke jumped to deliver a Chidori to the Uzukage's chest and was just about to thrust it in. The Uzukage slammed his Rasengan on Sasuke's hand, making him howl in pain. His hand didn't look pleasant when the Uzukage removed his hand from Sasuke's. Dobi, what the F*** did you do to my hand? You will die, Sasuke yelled. Ah, Sasu-chan, shouldn't you have listened to your mom when she told you about manners? 5-year-olds shouldn't use cuss words, especially in front of their superiors. The Uzukage said in the voice that moms used when their kids did something wrong. Don't bring my mother into this Dobi. Sasuke charged at the Uzukage.
You know what Tem, I'm done playing. The Uzukage stretched his hand out to seal Sasuke's chakra. As soon as Sasuke touched the Uzukage, He took that moment to grab his arm out and draw a seal, which took about 3 seconds. After he was done, he ran chakra through it to activate it. Sasuke felt a painful burn, making him fall to the floor.
The Chunin were waiting outside. The Uzukage opened the door.
Looks like Uzukage-sama kicked someone's ass, Renzo noted. As he saw Sasuke struggled helplessly to get out of the Uzukage's hold, the Uzukage punched the back of his head and he was knocked out.
Drag his sorry ass to the mental hospital. I want to know if Sasuke is mentally ill or just crazy. Tell Hiro-san he has a new patient. The Uzukage ordered the two, and then disappeared in a yellow flash. Oni no Kuni, Temple 12 a.m. A 20-year-old woman woke up, breathing heavily with an extremely worried face. Shion-chan. What did you see? One of the priestesses asked her as she saw the worried look in the high priestess's eyes. That priestess was currently the only one awake besides Shion. I saw a village burning. Amidst those flames were 4 enormous beasts, a turtle, an ape, a slug, and a horse-like animal. They were huge. What was weird about them was that they had multiple blurs behind them. It was extremely odd. Nearing the end of the dream, I could hear many screams, presumably from the villagers who lived there. Then at the very end I could see a man with a purple eyes and a ripple pattern to them. I turned my head to see a blurring yellow image and then I woke up. The high priestess finished explaining her vision. Any chance the vision is wrong? The priestess asked her high priestess.
No, my visions are always right. Shion turned around and went back to her bed. She couldn't sleep all night, all because that particular village bothered her, but it also made her think about it. Which village would this be? What were the monsters? Who was the one with the ripple-patterned eyes? She eventually got so sleepy, a simple blink made her go to sleep.
Uzushiogakure, Azukage's office 8 a.m. Ryozoku had left after he heard Naruto could already combine 3 chakras. He never stayed in the same place for long. However, he was a fan of Icha, and would often read it in front of Tsunade, earning a powerful punch that would send him flying. So what are you going to do with Sasuke? Jiraiya asked curiously, because he wanted to know the fate of the Uchiha boy. The Uzumaki Naruto he knew 12 years ago was pretty much dead. This Uzumaki Naruto was smart and strong.
However, parts of Kushina's personality mixed with his own, and he still stuck to protecting his precious people. He was also a true Uzumaki that had never gone back on his word up to date. This Naruto also showed somewhat of a sadistic side after he learned torture and interrogation, as well as the best places to hit when you wanted to make someone squeal. Tsunade had taught him about that.
Oh, I have a good plan for him. The Azukage allowed a smirk to pass through his hidden feral features. And what plan is that? Jiraiya asked again. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, the Azukage didn't tell him his plan, and instead changed the subject. Danzo, the old warhawk wants an alliance. What do you plan to do? We could just send back a note saying that we're not interested. Jiraiya suggested, but the Azukage replied in negative. No, I'll just go to the talks. Are you crazy? We both know that it's probably some kind of trap. Jiraiya looked at the Azukage as if he really was crazy. No, I have another plan for the talks. It will make the Konoha become a confused little village with no one strong enough or willing to be caged. Also the Naras will lose their suspicion over me if I tell them that Uzumaki Naruto is in my protection.
However, my friends would demand to see me. I can get someone to use the physical appearance changing seal to look like me, I guess. Even Shikamaru would be fooled by that, since a person's personality changes a lot if they are banished by the very village they swore to protect because of something they had no control over. The only person to know about, the Uzukage explained his plan to Jiraiya.
In the mental hospital at the same time, Hiro-san, have you checked Uchiha Sasuke's condition? The Azukage's clone asked his top mental specialist. As far as I can tell, Azukage-sama, he's just an arrogant spoiled boy who clings to the past. His lust for revenge is extremely dangerous, and using a mind technique I have also found out that he does not care for any of his comrades and will betray for power, Hiro explained. I see, bring him here. I want to see him here in 15 minutes, with the normal precautions if a dangerous person is in the mental hospital. The Azukage's clone instructed. I will have him here in 15 minutes. The 40-year-old man left to get Sasuke.
15 minutes later. Sasu-chan, why are you so angry? The Uzukage's clone asked the growling last Uchiha. Growling last Uchiha began to spit at him.
Damn it, Dobi. What are you up to? Sasuke growled. You'll find out soon enough, Sasu-chan. Now two have to seal a bunch of crap. Naruto began drawing a seal. He pressed it onto the curse seal, destroying Orochimaru's influence on him. Sasuke howled in pain for 10 minutes straight until he passed out. Kusagakure, Battleground Kakashi and 50 other ninja were against 100 rock nins and 50 cloud nins. Most of the leaf nin died. Among the survivors who fled were Hitaki Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, Shiranui Genma and Akamichi Tojo. They managed to survive solely because they used Shunshin. Kakashi felt horrible for losing another post to their enemies, but there was nothing they could do about it. Times like these feel absolutely hopeless without you, sensei. Uzushiogakure, Naruto's bedroom. 11 p.m. Naruto, the Uzukage, took out a thick leather book with the name Minato on it, and began reading it. April 5th, Kushina turned out to be missing in the night, so I went to search for her. She was cleverly leaving behind strands of her hair so I could follow it. Even I, as a genin, would have trouble with 3 jonin and a chunin. But when someone protects someone who is truly precious to them, it seems like they can do anything for their precious person. I took them by surprise and took them out. She had such a lovely smile on her face that I felt happy.
April 6th. The Hokage settled for giving me a lame task. I know that I'm a shinobi, but it's so damn annoying. Jiraiya-sensei told me that I'm at least high chunin, so why do I have to do such menial tasks like catching that demon cat?
April 7th. It feels lonely in the Namikaze estate. I mean, no one lives here. Why did mom and dad die? I feel lonely. Maybe I need to get friends who are closer than my current friends. My teammates Kazuki and Hana aren't that close. While Kazuki is my friend, he isn't really too close. Hana's a nice girl, probably one of the few good apples that come out of the basket of bad apples known as the Hyugas.
Maybe I should let someone in. I'm just getting to know Kushina. Tsune's crazy as hell. Hiyashi's an arrogant prick. Hazashi's 100 times better than Hiyashi, but he's not really my friend. Shikaku and Inoichi are friends too, I guess. Why do I have to be an orphan, damn it? I wish I knew what parents felt like. The Sandame told me that I was the last of a clan called the Namikaze, but nothing else.
May 21st. Jiraiya-sensei's finally nominated us for the Chunin exams. I'll prove that I'll make an awesome Chunin. It's what mom and dad would have wanted after all. Also, the old council bats are telling me to practice CRA. I'll never do that. May 28th. None of the teams looked too intimidating and passing the first exam wasn't too hard, even though I technically am a rookie. All I had to do was move large stones to the other side of a field in the given time. My sensei also promised to teach me something called Fuinjutsu, that is if he finds time outside his porn. The next test was about the Forest of Death. A crazy guy was the proctor. I sorta forgot his name since it wasn't really important. Anyway, he forced us out into the Forest of Death. Naruto stopped reading right there. He tucked himself in and fell asleep. The next day, the Uzukage's office. The Uzukage started to do the next part of his plan. He disappeared in a yellow flash to take the quick way to Mizu no Kuni. Kirigakure no Sato, outside the Mizukage's manor. The Uzukage appeared right outside the Mizukage's headquarters, seeing his Hiraishin kunai in a case outside. Well, it seems like Terumi Mei isn't a stupid Mizukage. No cage would carry something on their person that allows another person to teleport to them and assassinate them. What business do you have with Mizukage-sama? A ninja outside the manor asked suspiciously. It seems like they elected her quickly. Well, I'd like to request something. The Uzukage said in a voice mirroring his father's. Very well, but I'll be accompanying you to make sure that you don't try anything with the Godem. The guard moved out of the way and began following the Uzukage. The two walked up the stairs and marched up to the Mizukage's office. The Godem looked up from her paperwork, surprised to see the Uzukage.
So Uzukage-sama, what brings you here? You may leave now. I can handle our foreign friend here. Mei spoke up from her paperwork. When the guard left, the Uzukage began speaking.
I'd appreciate if you called me Naruto. The Godem Mizukage's visible eye widened.
You mean Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the pariah of the Leaf, banished for damaging the village's precious Uchiha 8 years ago. Mei said in a surprised voice.
Well, the real reason was because the village elders were cowards and didn't want to fight the Akatsuki, but besides that, you're right. Naruto assessed the validity of Mei's information. Very well, Naruto-san, But then you have to call me Mei. Mei continued the conversation. Well, down to business. I am here to request the aid of Ao. Naruto requested.
Request denied. If you think I'm gonna let you take Ao and grab his eye, you are dead wrong. The Mizukage denied aggressively. You are wrong, I do not wish to take the Byakugan, I simply would like to check what Danzo, the Hokage, has in his left eye. He tried to cast a genjutsu on me, I naturally broke through, but left chakra coming from his bandaged eye, so I think he has the Sharingan in his left eye. I simply must confirm my suspicions using the Byakugan.
Naruto explained, he did have a plan B, involving the leaf, branch Hyugas, Hinata, Neji, and the cage bird seal, but then that would be troublesome. God, he was starting to sound like Shikamaru.
How can I trust you? Even if you are a friend, you're a cage who could be deceiving me. What's worse is that you're a seal master and might be able to remove the seals protecting his Byakugan. Mei questioned.
Geez, I'm an Uzumaki and I never go back on my word. I've never broken my word in my life. Let me explain something to you. I'm not a thick-headed idiot like the Raikage and I have enough bloodlines. The remnants of the Yuki clan are in my grasp, the assassins are with me, samurai clans are within Uzushio. The last members of the Uzumaki reside there, the Kawarimi bloodline lives within members of the Kawarimi clan. And many more bloodlines, besides why would I try to grab only one eye of the Byakugan when there are dojutsu seals for the Sharingan and Byakugan for every last one of my ninja? Naruto said. Okay, fine, but you'll have to take a few other people from my village just in case, and is it really wise to leave your village like that? Mei accepted Naruto's request.
I am touched by your concern for my village, but my village will be fine. Naruto reassured her. I suppose our business is done. I approve the scouting mission to Konohagakure no Sato if you allow me to send 3 others with you, as well as assure safety to each one of them. If you fail and get any one of my men killed, I'll break the alliance between Mizu no Kuni and Uzu no Kuni. Mei approved and wrote it on her paperwork.
Very well. Who are these men? Naruto asked. They are Chojuro, the last of the 7 swordsmen, as I do not acknowledge Hoshigaki Kisame as one of them. Tsurugi, the head of the Hunter Nin, and an expert in stealth, Nihon Hibaki. Mei answered.
Okay, tell your team to meet me without whenever, I'll be waiting right here, but I have important stuff to attend to, so I hope they come to me sometime today. Naruto said.
I'll call them right away. Mei passed a message to her secretary so the secretary could summon them there. Konohagakure no Sato, outside walls 11 a.m. 10 minutes later. Naruto's mist team was ready to depart. He teleported them right outside Konoha where the Yondaime Hokage had fought Uchiha Obito 20 years ago, and it was an undetectable place. Naruto headed to the walls of Konoha with his team. He ripped a large hole in Konoha's pathetic barrier that was created by the foolish seal masters who didn't know a thing about Fuinjutsu. The reason Konoha's barriers were strong during the reign of the Shodem and Nidaime was because Uzumaki Mito was an expert at Fuinjutsu.
The Sandaime had good barriers because of Mito early on, then Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina. The Yondaime had good barriers, because he himself was an expert in Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya could help him, and so could Kushina. The Godem had good barriers thanks to Jiraiya, but now Danzo's reign had utterly useless barriers made by mediocre seal masters. I know that barriers are ninjutsu, but I'm changing that. Naruto sealed Ao into a piece of paper and physical hanged into a senbon needle. Naruto's clone launched the senbon needle with the piece of paper attached to it with futon chakra, and that needle flew all the way to the top of the Hokage tower. This was repeated 3 times until all of the members were on the Hokage tower. Naruto released the transformation and put an invisibility genjutsu on all the members of his team. He peered down the window on the top of the tower while walking on walls. He could see Danzo trying to fight the monster called Paperwork. Ao did as he was told and looked at Danzo with his Byakugan activated. Holy crap, Ao whispered. He wasn't heard. What did you find out? Naruto asked quietly. He has a Sharingan, the Sharingan of Shisui the teleporter, but it looks evolved, Ao told him. Describe it, Naruto ordered. It has the normal red background of the Sharingan, but it has 4 sides. Ao gave the description. The Mangekyo, this could cause problems. Let's get out of here. The team nodded, and they all disappeared with a yellow flashback to Kiri. Kirigakure no Sato, 11 a.m.
Back quite fast, I see. Mei looked at the team.
Well, here's the money for the mission. Naruto handed out the A-rank pay, and it was distributed among the members of Naruto's missed team, even though the mission only took less than 30 minutes.
Mizukage-sama, people from Hai no Kuni have come representing the Hokage. They seek your audience. The mist ninja came in the office puffing.
Very well, tell them I will meet them in an hour. The Mizukage told her ninja. Outside walls of Kirigakure. Damn those people, how could they leave us here? Our mission is to see which side has more chance of winning, help them, and then gain an alliance. Shouldn't we be of importance? Kiba barked. Akamaru was also barking, since Akamaru hated getting wet, and it was raining. Kiba, I don't think that there are two sides anymore, the rebels probably won, remember passing by an abandoned rebel base. The border was almost empty though, just a few shinobi. Kurenai spoke to Kiba.
Neji looked around with his Byakugan. It could see up to 1 kilometer, since Hinata taught him how to extend the range of his Byakugan. Shino's bugs scanned the area impatiently, waiting for the messenger to come back. Lee and Guy were howling about the unyouthfulness of the messenger who left them in the rain until Yugo shut them up. Asuma frowned at his failure to light cigarettes. He tried again and again, but the rain would prevent the cigarette from being lit.
Tenten was sitting on a log boredly. Sakura was howling about not being around Sasuke, seemingly unaware that Sasuke betrayed his home a second time, until Tenten threw a kunai with a string attached to it with a basic seal tag at Sakura, accidentally. Luckily for her, Sakura's mouth touched the ink on the seal which sealed her mouth. Choji was eating chips, Shikamaru was watching rain clouds, and Ino was yawning. And thinking about how annoying Forehead Girl had gotten in the past decade. I pity Yamato, he gets a fangirl, and a crazy kid. The only one that seems to lighten the team a bit, is the one who calls Sakura an old hag, and Sasuke a dickless pansy. Asuma thought. Mizukage-sama will see you in 1 hour. The guard said, opening the door and leading the way. In the Mizukage's office. Hey, I heard Leaf guys are coming, I wanna see who they are. Naruto said, excited that he would get to see his friends again, even if he already saw some of them.
I thought you didn't like your village. Mei spoke to him. I didn't like my village in general, but that doesn't mean I didn't have friends, Naruto told her. Okay, but then you'll have to wait an hour. As for an explanation to what you were doing here, I could say that we were simply talking about the relationship our countries were having, Mei said.
Thanks. 1 hour later, the Mizukage and Uzumaki were talking as planned, when the 13 people from Konoha came.
Mizukage-sama, you told us that we would be meeting right now, so why is Uzumaki-sama here? Asuma was the first to speak to the Mizukage. The Uzumaki had his cage hat on so nobody could see his spiky hair. No one could see his whiskers thanks to his mask. Oh, we made an alliance with Uzumaki, so any information you want to tell us would pass on to Uzumaki anyways, so it is fine if he's here. The Mizukage told the 13 people. Oh, no problem Mizukage-sama, Asuma said nervously, as he realized that Kirigakure no longer needed to rely on them, so it would make making an alliance much harder. The rest 12 realized this too. Hokage-sama proposes an alliance between our two great villages. He offers you supplies such as food, water, wood, and fine metals, and coal. In return he asks for ninja to help Konoha in the war against Iwagakure and Kumogakure. We also are allied with Sunagakure and Takigakure. Asuma said. Unfortunately, my ninja have just gotten out of a war thanks to Uzumaki and we have no intention of getting into another, nor do we have the intention of becoming a target of Kumo and Iwa. So unless Hokage-sama offers something more favorable I refuse to ally with him. Also I've been given supplies with a lot less demand from the other side. Uzumaki has offered all you have offered me, as well as limited access to Uzumaki metal, all sorts of plastics, a few teachers in Fuinjutsu, rubber, and other things which are not my place to mention. They only asked for friendship with Kiri and a few favors and stuff when needed. Mei replied. Sakura struggled to say something, but the seal on her mouth made it impossible. Neji was relieved that Sakura was unable to say anything to ruin Konoha's reputation further. He made a mental note to thank Tenten later. Naruto was busy gazing at each of his friends. He already saw Shino, who resembled his father a lot, except that he kept his hood on all the time. He also already saw Kiba and Akamaru,
Akamaru was as big as a wolf, and Kiba still looked a lot like he did 8 years ago, only differences in physical maturity.
He also already saw Kurenai and Sakura. Sakura let her hair grow long again. She looked like she had 8 years ago when you saw her face, and like Kiba mostly physical maturity.
He bet that Sakura hardly matured at all mentally. Kurenai looked pretty much the same. Her kid was assigned a babysitter against her will, so she was feeling uncomfortable. Asuma also looked pretty much the same, although he looked a bit more like the third Hokage. He was unable to see Hinata in the group. Yugao was a new face around though. Ino looked like Deidara, so Naruto wondered whether they were related. Choji was the same as ever, except he was wearing a battle suit. Shikamaru looked like a young Shikaku without the scars, and with Yoshino's eyes, ears, and nose. Lee looked the same, except he was wearing a flak jacket over his hideous spandex and he was taller. Guy didn't change at all. Neji matured, and so had Tenten. Asuma gritted his teeth. They had failed their mission. Shikamaru wanted to take a picture of the Uzukage though as there was none in the bingo book, but before he had his chance to tell Kurenai to cast a genjutsu, the Uzukage bid farewell to the Mizukage and left the room, not wanting the ones from Konoha to see Hiraishin. Little did Shikamaru know, the Uzukage had actually taken pictures of them just in case he ever needed to show proof they were there for any reason. He used a seal on his finger to do this.
The ones from Konoha left to report mission failure. Akatsuki base, Kisame, Itachi, it was your job to capture the Kyuubi, but as I have decided that he is too dangerous to confront him, you will simply go to Uzushiogakure and get information on him, any information. Pain ordered his Akatsuki members. Itachi and Kisame nodded and went to Uzu no Kuni. Uzushiogakure no Sato 12 a.m. Sasuke, now the more painful process will begin. Bye-bye arrogant Teme.
Kami no Shinton, god of mind. Naruto thrusted his hand onto Sasuke's head and slowly by slowly he began to forget everything. Naruto wiped his soul clean of the taint of the Uchiha clan. He knew he would get ing if the Konoha council ever found out.
Then he reduced Sasuke's body into a one-of-a-year-old's and began imprinting memories of his childhood. A kind family had already volunteered to take Sasuke in, so he began imprinting small memories of them, and some speech. The one-year-old's brain was a bit developed so it could hold tiny memories. The baby didn't howl in pain, because the brain was too underdeveloped for that. Naruto had been preparing the jutsu for a month. It was a nameless forbidden jutsu only used once in history.
So here's Sasuke-chan. Naruto held out the baby and gave it to the family.
In Naruto's mind everyone deserved a second chance. Sasuke would live a peaceful LFE with his family now. He wouldn't be an Uchiha. He would be a Matsuishi. He wouldn't have to explain the Sharingan, and he took off all his seals like the chakra seal. However, the Sharingan was left sealed forever.
Itachi and Kisame were somewhat annoyed on their way to Uzu no Kuni. It was so damn far away. They were in aim at the moment, meaning it would take at least 5 days to reach the border of Uzu no Kuni. Today was a bright, sunny, cheery day and Kisame absolutely hated it. He felt more at home with the rainy weather back in Mizu no Kuni. It was a pity for him that he didn't know that Uzumaki technique to make it rain, since it was rumored Uzumaki could change weather. Itachi was calm and cool, but inside he was wondering what made his foolish little brother wander off once again. Was it power? Was it revenge? Little did he know his brother was currently a baby with no memories of the massacre. He knew Uzumaki Naruto was the Uzukage, but he questioned himself how. How in the world did that Uzumaki become insanely strong in 8 years? He was drowning himself in various questions until Kisame snapped him out of it.
Itachi, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki supposedly grew a lot stronger, gaining the SS rank. This'll be way harder than last time. Try to use that damn eye thing as soon as you can when you see him. Kisame spoke. I know that, Kisame. Do not complain like you did last time. We must take the detour so we don't go through so many borders. We're heading south to Kawa no Kuni, the river country, and taking a boat. Our journey there at this speed will take 1.5 days to get to the port. We'll sneak on a boat using genjutsu heading to Cha no Kuni, taking 3 days, and then take another boat going to the border of Uzu no Kuni, Itachi explained.
Why can't we go through Hi no Kuni? Kisame asked, somewhat frowning, because his Samahata wouldn't be able to feed on chakra in Itachi's route.
My chakra reserves are not as big as yours, Kisame. I do not want to exhaust them before reaching Uzu no Kuni. Even though we will be resting, there is a possibility of encountering Leaf Nin which I may have to exhaust chakra for, Itachi stated. Aw man, that sucks. Kisame whined, his shark-like teeth going into a deep frown. Imagine Kisame whining with his shark teeth going into a frown. They continued walking until they found traces of a footprint on the ground. It was a sandal. From what Itachi could deduce, it was a kunoichi, since the sandal style was that of a kunoichi's. From what Kisame could tell, the woman was in a hurry since some of her footprints were slanted in a way making it seem like she was running. Kisame wanted to follow the footprints, but Itachi told him to stop getting distracted by random things.
There also seemed to be another pair of footprints from a male shinobi. He was running almost as fast as the woman in the same direction, but they were neglected by the two Akatsuki members. In the academy, Uzushiogakure. First years started class in September, the current month. The starting time for school was 8:30 a.m. This helped people like slackers get up early and outgrow their laziness. For first years the last period was off because the academy didn't want to put so much stress, so most first years left at 1:45 p.m. The students learned things such as strategies, sneaking, the basics of the creations and designs of swords, kunai etc., Uzushio's history, and the history of other villages, famous men such as the Yondaime Hokage, and the situation of the ninja villages, etc. There were 4 types of people in the academy: samurai who leaned towards sword techniques, assassins who trained in the deadly art of assassination, civilians who were not sure what to do, but knew they were becoming ninja, assassins, or samurai, and ninja who focused on ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu. Some families, especially samurai and assassins, wanted the academy to specifically train their children in their arts from day one. Those students went to special classes after the academy day ended, since learning the basic academy stuff was made mandatory. Today Naruto decided to visit the academy. In his eyes it was full of young people who were happy to be in Uzushiogakure, and looked forward to becoming the next generation. Their smiles brought him a feeling of inner peace. A few of them just stared at him, some of them yelled out about how cool he was, some even yelled that they wanted to be Uzukage in the future. Naruto smiled. None of them actually knew that being a Kage was a tough job, and you had to constantly battle the unending army of paperwork. There was peace in Uzu. Only a few attacks were made, most of them from bandits, so most of the time the ninja, assassins, and samurai were going to foreign places, except for D-rank missions. However, most senseis went to C ranks after a week, so D-rank missions weren't taken much. And not many people were lazy, so not many D ranks were given. Naruto had people who cared about him here. His past pains in Konoha were history. Naruto's eyes suddenly wandered to a lonely boy, about 4 years old, playing on a swing by himself. This wasn't a common sight in Uzushiogakure. Naruto made sure that all the orphans had proper treatment and made sure that they all had friends. He encouraged friendly contact with orphans. Just as he was about to go to the orphan and ask what the matter was, he stopped for a second, and noticed that the boy was just like his old self in Konoha, lonely, playing on a wooden swing with no one to push him. A woman approached him before Naruto could, and she was kind to him. She pushed him on the swing. When she approached Naruto with the cute little child holding her hand like she was his mom. "Uzukage-sama, may I adopt this cute little child?" the woman asked. "Of course, I simply have to fill out some paperwork." Naruto replied. This is what made the people of Uzushio better than Konoha. They were generally kind, and they didn't throw around hate for stupid reasons such as having no faith in the Yondaime's Fuinjutsu. Naruto never hated his dad. It was the villagers he hated. His dad simply put his faith in the wrong people. Harry Potter line. As for Sarutobi, Naruto simply thought that the old man was a weak Kage as he was getting old. He was a kind old man nonetheless. Inside the academy, Ichiro Takada was currently announcing the genin teams. Of course, samurai that were Aonazebushi level and assassins that were apprentice level would also be there. Assassins typically wore flexible clothing that would allow them much faster than any other low-level protector of the village. All of the low-level graduates had to know tree climbing and water walking to graduate. They also knew at least some low-level elemental jutsu, and had a lot more than Leaf Standard Academy taijutsu to help them, since there was more than one taijutsu teacher per class. At least 3 people with Jonin-level taijutsu helped people find their suited taijutsu style. There were about 15 teachers for elemental ninjutsu. They would teach all classes of each year. There were just more teachers, so elemental ninjutsu could be more than once a week. Naruto followed the tradition of assigning genin teams, but since there were samurai and assassins, the teams would simply be called low-level teams. Assassins were not arrogant and thought that their people should only practice their ways. They would acquire any advantage they could, so assigning a jonin and not a skilled assassin was no problem to them. While a lot of samurai focused mostly on kenjutsu, they had no problems learning other forms of offense and defense, as it would help them cover their weak points. The ninja had no problems getting a high-level assassin or samurai as their sensei, since Naruto made it so that whoever wanted to become a sensei had to qualify for at least high chunin level genjutsu, jonin level ninjutsu, and jonin level taijutsu. Team 1 Watanabe Ayama, Yamagata Kyo, and Saito Isamu. Your team leader will be Suzuki Katsumi. Team 2. Team 3. When all 84 graduates were placed into teams, Ichiro started panting heavily. 28 leaders and 84 protectors this year. Ninja were called protectors of the village rather than ninja because of the samurai and assassins among them. There were no dead lasts and rookies of the year, because people were good at different things. When using examples of the Leaf Village's Team 7, Sakura was good at chakra control, and would have been good with her mind had she never swooned over Sasuke, but weak at anything physical. Sasuke was good at chakra control and had decent chakra reserves, but his arrogance, pride, and attitude hindered him. Naruto was previously weak at chakra control, since he had enormous reserves, but the slave driver Tsunade, and his clones helped him with that. He had been weak at genjutsu before, but as his chakra control improved he also learned genjutsu, although he would hardly ever use them. He was always strong in reserves, ninjutsu, and stamina. His taijutsu was really sucky before though. With Itachi and Kisame 3 days later, Tea Country. Itachi and Kisame were passing by the Tea Country in order to get to the other side of it, so they could get on a boat that would take them to Uzu no Kuni. Itachi would place a genjutsu on the boatman so he would see their ticket when it actually wasn't there. What they saw while passing by the Tea Country entertained them. There was a statue of Uzumaki Naruto there, put by the Wasabi family for making them win the Todoriko Shrine race. Since the time where Uzumaki Naruto won the race, there was never another race since the Wagarashi family had broken the rules of the race and weren't allowed to race again, since hiring a ninja for assassination wasn't allowed. Ninja were only supposed to be used to get the racer to their destination quicker. There used to be 3 statues, but 2 were demolished once the people of the Tea Country heard what happened to Naruto. As planned, the 2 set off to Uzu no Kuni at nightfall on the 5th day. The genjutsu plan was successful and the duration of the boat ride was 1 day, since boats that came from Uzu no Kuni and went to the Tea Country were faster than normal boats. 1 day later, Kisame, we are to collect information on the Uzukage and his village. Our only main problem is entering Uzu no Kuni and entering Uzushiogakure. Also, if the Uzukage detects us, we must run, as Pain-sama says that he's the only one able to take on Uzumaki Naruto. You must focus on the mission, Itachi told Kisame. Estimated time of arrival, 15 minutes, the computer-generated voice announced to all the passengers. Some civilians took their suitcases and got ready to leave the boat. I get it, Itachi, you told me this 5 times already, Kisame said in an annoyed tone. Itachi had been doing this ever since he failed to capture the Shukaku, since it got away, since he decided to have some fun with one of his guards, while Itachi was taking out another one of his guards. The guards were dead and the container knew he was no match for the Akatsuki, so he used sand to distract Itachi, and then made a cannon out of sand and blasted himself far far away, so Itachi and Kisame couldn't capture him. On the way back from Mizu no Kuni, on a boat headed to Shimo no Kuni. Damn that redheaded piece of shit, she denies us an alliance, because she's already got a better one. Hiba cursed out loud, annoying the more calm people in the group, such as Shino became a bit annoyed and felt the urge to say shut the hell up. Well, we did demand way too much from the war-ravaged people of Kirigakure, so it was a possibility that she denied us. Shino thought. Sakura still had that seal tag, because no one wanted to listen to her constant ing throughout the boat ride. She still struggled and tried to talk, making angry faces which caused everyone to laugh except Shino, since the only time he ever laughed was a mission where an enemy used laughing gas to make him laugh. The only one who knew of this was Kiba, but he was forbidden to talk about this by the bug user and was threatened to have bugs coming out of his nose, ears, mouth and bottom if the incident ever got out. That kept Kiba's mouth shut. Danzo-sama will not be pleased of our mission failure. He likely had plans for Kiri, although he will be interested to know Kurigakure had an alliance with Uzushiogakure. I'm interested in this Uzukage guy. When did he start making a name for himself again? Asuma asked his wife. About 5 years ago, he became Kage of the developing village called Uzushiogakure. He saved the rest of the Yuki clan from bloodline purges at that time, and started to become famous. When Raikage-sama went back on the rules of the alliance and tried to steal a bloodline, Uzukage-sama went berserk and wiped out his army in Uzu no Kuni. 4 years ago he saved the Tsuchikage's life accidentally by killing some powerful ninja that were after him. The same year the Kazekage was kidnapped, he killed the ones who kidnapped the Kazekage. Likely the Akatsuki, but since Jiraiya isn't sending Konoha information, we don't know who they are or where they are. There were also rumors that he saved Niyugido, Kumo's Jinchuriki, for unknown reasons. He also helped the High Priestess and protected her bloodline by defeating a demon known as Moryu. 3 years ago Uzu's borders expanded exponentially and other cages recognized it as a great nation. We don't know anything else currently except that he helped the rebels somehow. Kurenai finished talking about all the accomplishments of the Uzukage known to Konoha. About Tsunade and Jiraiya, who knows where they went, no word from them at all in 8 years, and I thought that even after taking Naruto away they'd keep contact, and Jiraiya would feed us info. Asuma spoke normally. Geez, if you troublesome people paid attention to how Tsunade-sama acted, you would notice that the only thing keeping her in the village was Naruto. She cared for him like a mother figure. Jiraiya-sama cared for him like a father figure almost, so taking away Naruto was like driving a knife through their skulls. The night Naruto was banished I saw Tsunade-sama drink herself to a stupor like she did with Dan and Naoki. That was a surefire sign she was going to leave the village. She also blamed the village for her losses, and Naruto's banishment, so she obviously wouldn't keep contact. Shikamaru explained. Wasn't calling the two traitors-sama illegal by Danzo-sama? Ino asked, but she was ignored. Shikamaru, if you knew this much, why didn't you inform any of the higher-ups? Asuma questioned. Even more troublesome questions. Do you really think that would have stopped her? Shikamaru asked. Well, then the Anbu would have arrived earlier and they would have at least stood a chance against her and could have kept her in the village. Asuma pointed out. In that situation, since there was also Shizune-san and Jiraiya-san, the chance of an Anbu team stopping them would be 1.5%. Shino stated. Asuma settled down hearing Shino, and stopped dwelling on the past. Uzushiogakure, Uzukage's office. I got Danzo's message. We're supposed to meet him in Konoha, not anywhere neutral. And I have accepted. Naruto told 3 people currently standing in the office, looking straight at him. What? That's bullshit. You know he's waiting for a chance to assassinate you or use Shisui's Kotoamatsuki on you. Why the hell would you accept? Tsunade bursted out angrily. She would never let Kushina's son get corrupted by Danzo forever. She owed it to Kushina, Minato, and Naruto. I suspect Nara Shikaku already thinks I might be the Uzukage, so I'll have to tell him that Uzumaki Naruto is with me, not as me. Naruto replied to the outburst. Fine kid, I'm with you all the way on your thoughts. Danzo won't be able to use Kotoamatsuki on you, and if he does the Kyuubi should snap you out of it. I don't think he would like being Danzo's puppet. Well, Kyuubi, I'm counting on you to snap me out of it if that happens. Naruto looked at the seal on his stomach. Naruto's mindscape. You just entrusted your life to me, human. The Kyuubi stammered out in surprise. In all his centuries he had never encountered a human that would entrust his life to a Biju. This one was definitely different. The world must be ending, the great and terrible Kyuubi just stammered. Naruto resisted the urge to roll on the sewer floor laughing. Shut up, you're still as insolent as ever. The Kyuubi roared menacingly, his red eyes glowing in fury. Well, the great and powerful Kyuubi did stammer. Naruto pointed out, and then no longer able to contain his laughter, he fell to the sewer floor laughing. I'll admit, human, that you are different from the other humans. Normal humans would cower at the sight of me, but you are the only human in my whole life that has ever laughed at me. So human, I'll tell you my name and all the other Biju's names. I'll only say them once, so you better remember mine at least, or I'll tear you to shreds." The Kyuubi threatened in a dark, intimidating, menacing tone that would have scared the crap out of most people and caused them to piss themselves, but Naruto wasn't intimidated at all, he got interested. "So what's your actual name, Kyuubi?" Naruto asked impatiently, waiting to hear the name. Rakudo Sennin gave each of us tailed beasts names. First there's the stupid, pathetic, weak tanuki called Shukaku, who only had one tail, but still insisted that he was stronger than me and contacted me saying he was stronger and would beat you my container during your battle with that Gaara kid. Then there's that annoying Hellcat Matabi with two tails whose container is that blonde with a braid. Then there's that lazy overgrown turtle Isobu whose container you just defeated a few days back. After that is the stupid old monkey who actually insisted on saying that he would tell a human his name, Son Goku. Then there's the whale shark horse Kokuo. I never really hated him that much. After Kokuo is that annoying filthy, disgusting slug, Saiken. I didn't really hate the seven-tailed Chome, I just didn't care about her, but that octopus bull, Gyuki, is going to pay for calling me an arrogant good-for-nothing fox. And finally I am Kurama, remember that well-human brat. The Kyuubi said. I see, so you actually do have a name, old great geezer sage gave it to you. Naruto thought about the information he just found out about. You've spaced out for a full 5 minutes, insolent brat. Kurama informed him. Damn, I better get out of the old sewer. Naruto forced himself out of his mindscape, and back to the world. In the Uzukage's office. Damn it Naruto, what the hell, you suddenly space out for this long. Tsunade shook a certain someone who had been staring into space for the past 5 minutes. I'm back. Naruto stopped staring into space and got up from his chair. He approached the three in his office. Why don't you guess what I just found out? Naruto told his sensei and the two Sannin. If Naruto was staring into space and found something out, it has to be about the Kyuubi, but what? Was the thought all three people had in their head. I found out his name. Naruto announced, causing everyone in the room to raise an eyebrow, as they didn't think the Kyuubi had a name. He has a name. Jiraiya asked Naruto, unsure, since Kushina never told him the name if Kyuubi had a name, so Jiraiya had his doubts. But then again, Kushina had a worse relationship with the Kyuubi than Naruto did. Yup, the old furball's name is Kurama. Naruto answered the old toad. Well, usually a name is given by the parent, so does that mean the Kyuubi had a parent? Jiraiya questioned Naruto further. Nope, it was technically the Sage of Six Paths who created him and named him, but he wasn't really born. Naruto explained, relieving Jiraiya of his confusion. So you're in touch with the fat old fox again. Tsunade stated. She commonly called the Kyuubi a fat old fox, and whenever that happened Naruto could hear growls coming from the seal. Anyway, back to work. That was all I wanted to tell you guys. Naruto sat down to do the important bundle of paperwork that he had on his desk. He had enough shadow clones roaming around the Hokage Tower looking for information on Uchiha Shisui for hope of countering Kotoamatsuki. His plan A was actually being able to counter Kotoamatsuki by adding something to the seal. His plan B was using a chakra residue stored in a seal for the talks so Kotoamatsuki wouldn't affect it, since it can't affect something without a mind. Or he could simply talk through someone via seals. Plan C, in case Plan B failed and Danzo found out about the chakra residue, was using Hiraishin and using Kawarimi on a council member and accusing Danzo of using Genjutsu when Danzo used Kotoamatsuki on him. He had to make sure that it was one of the useless council members like Kazashi if it came down to that. His clones were all using a triple layer. Henja's civilian workers. Kumogakure. Raikage's office 9:30 p.m. Konoha will soon get what was coming for them. They did stupid things like banishing their Jinchuriki and keeping that over-emotional Uchiha traitor. They failed to make their Jinchuriki loyal to the village and made their Jinchuriki resent them. Now they'll finally fall this year. Danzo can't have enough funds to keep his village going for more than a few months. He's probably desperate for an alliance. None of his enemies will ally with him. Kiri turned down his alliance, meaning none of the great villages are going to ally except maybe Uzu. If Uzu moves in, then there'll be a problem. The Raikage thought in his head. A knock was heard on the Raikage's abnormally large door. Come in, he commanded. Reporting from a rank mission, Our mission to gather information was successful. We managed to find out that the Hokage has asked for talks to commence between Uzushio and Konoha. A woman in her mid-20s reported. She had blonde hair tied in a long braid. The braid extended all the way to her eyes, which were dark obsidian colored. It was extremely hard to tell where the pupil was. And, what did the Uzukage reply? The Raikage asked. He said that he would come, but if anything displeases him, or he finds the terms are stupid, he'd leave. The woman replied. She was aware of the Uzukage's power, having fought him 5 years ago during the alliance breakup. She was defeated easily despite having used the chakra of the two tails. She also knew about the appearance of her savior, because her Biju told her that she was saved by an unknown man who had a constantly changing chakra signature, who defeated Hidan and Kakuzu. She admired her savior and hoped she would meet her someday. I see. The Raikage put his elbow on his desk and held the side of his neck. That doesn't matter. The Uzukage doesn't have any reason to join him. Yugito, the Chunin exams are coming up. They'll be held in Konoha. Even during the war, the villages will call for a ceasefire and go to the Chunin exams. But I will not do Orochimaru's stunt. I simply want you to take these talented genin, and beat the Konoha brats fair and square. Consider this a long-term rank mission. There is a little over a month. I've sent B, their sensei, away for a while, and I think that they'll benefit from learning from you since B isn't exactly great in some of the ways you are. He may have better control over a Biju than you, but the only other things he's good at is Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. You simply have to act like a Jonin operative. The Raikage ordered the woman whose name was Yugito. Hi Raikage-sama, I will teach them so they can be ready. Yugito said in affirmative. Good. Their names are Karui, Omoi, and Samui. You'll begin tomorrow. You may leave now, the Raikage said. Yugito bowed and left to go to sleep. Uzushiogakure, 12 a.m. Naruto took a walk in his village. Uzushiogakure had plenty of grass now. It wasn't just a dirty stone ruin like before. Luckily his ancestors were smart, and masters of Fuinjutsu, so they hid their secrets in the Whirlpool. The symbol of Uzushiogakure used to be blue at the time of the Shodaime, but the symbol changed to red during the First Shinobi World War. He looked up at the sky, a full moon. He could hear several wolves howling in the distance. He went to his favorite spot in the southwest of the city. You could see the sunrise and sunset best from there. It was a beautiful green hilltop that literally glowed orange in the sunrise. No one knew it was his favorite spot since he only visited the place at sunrise or sunset. He used many complicated seals to store the Hiraishin seal into the hill. The seals were so complicated that unless you had the key, you would never know how to undo the seal. The key was a code that only Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kazuki, and he knew. Of course there was still the blood seal on it, which meant only Naruto could read it. Konoha is going to host the Chunin exams in a month. That means we will show them who's the best Kage and has the best shinobi, right Kurama? Yeah kid, who cares? Kurama groaned. I care. I need to show Konoha that their kunoichi and shinobi are a load of crap without emotions. If they don't have emotions, they can't get motivated or determined, nor will they care about saving comrades in danger, only the mission effectively lowering their manpower. Emotionless people don't have precious people, so they can never be truly strong. So, I'm a damn demon and I don't have precious people, yet I can obliterate everything. Kurama declared. I guess. Naruto thought, not knowing what to think about that. Listen Kit, I will not tolerate a container weaker than any other containers. I have 9 tails, so I'm the strongest Biju and should have the strongest container. Kurama stated arrogantly. Sheesh Kurama, you're starting to sound like Sasuke. I have the Sharingan, so I'm undefeatable, elite. Naruto tried to imitate Sasuke's voice going through his head, but failed miserably. Listen Kit, if you want to live, do not compare me to a vile Uchiha ever again, or I'll personally end your pitiful existence. Kurama roared. Oh, shut up. The next time you even have a chance of getting out of this cage is when I die, and when that happens my existence will be ended, so you won't get a chance. Naruto spoke. HMPH. Kurama growled and went to the inner departments of his sewer to sleep. Konohagakure, 12 a.m. Hyuga Hinata was on top of the Yondaime's head. There were only 5 heads on the monument, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th Hokage's heads. She was thinking about her clan. A bunch of main branch members tried to rebel, some even challenged her to a fight, but since those members were arrogant in their techniques they failed to beat her. She had replaced the elders with younger more reasonable people with support from Inuzuka Sume, who was tired of the behavior of the elders, Yamanaka Inoichi for the same reason as Sume, and Aburame Shibi, because he thought it was illogical to leave the Hyuga clan to people over 80. The branch members were content with the situation as they were no longer slaves and had the same rights as the main branch. The main branch members were not content, especially the older ones, since they now had to learn how to cook from branch members. It angered them to see a branch member better than them in any way. The same thing happened with Neji. The elders demanded him removed from the ninja program since he was better than the man branch, but Hiyashi argued, saying that was wasted potential, and proposed removing the branch seal from Neji using Jiraiya, but they said once a branch member, always a branch member. Now that she thought about it, there was close to no chance of having the branch seal removed since the elders couldn't remove it themselves since they forgot how to do it, and no branch member in the history of the Hyuga clan actually had their branch seal removed. "Hinata-san, what are you doing here so late in the night?" A familiar voice, Shino's, rung through her brain and snapped her outside her thinking trance. Shino-kun, I'm just thinking about my clan." Hinata's voice responded shakily, turning around to see the bug user staring at the moon. "I was thinking about how oddly my bugs act around the Hokage. They don't act logical, like something's bothering them." Shino replied. "Hinata-san, you should go to sleep. It is not logical to stay up late right now as it will hamper mission effectiveness. Konoha is going through troubled times. If we can't pull through, Konoha will fall against its old enemy," Shino stated. "Shino-kun, inside Konoha there is plenty of darkness. The new Hokage Danzo doesn't let anyone from the younger generation have emotions. This weakens the bonds inside Konoha. He's also a dark cage, not above sending people to suicide missions like Kurenai-sensei. The Hyuga clan's main branch is full of arrogance, which could be my clan's downfall. I must figure out how to purge the arrogance from my clan and remove the cursed seal," Hinata told Shino. "I see, Hinata-san. Forgive me for bothering you, Hinata-san. I will take my leave." Shino left, leaving Hinata to think. Orochimaru's lair. "Tell me, Kabuto, what's the average lifespan of an Uzumaki?" Orochimaru asked his lackey, who was currently picking up some gross thing that looked like the remnants of someone's rotten skin. "From our tests we managed to find out that the average lifespan of an Uzumaki is over a century." Kabuto answered the question successfully, now dipping the rotten skin in an odd yellowish substance, causing the skin to burn up from the inside. "Orochimaru-sama, your poison is a success. Now all I have to do is dip into pessarazine, made-up name of a purplish substance, and you can use it with your snakes," Kabuto announced. "Excellent, Kabuto. Now come look at this." Orochimaru showed Kabuto a couple of bottles with a bunch of disgusting shit inside. Each of these bottles were labeled differently. Sandame Raikage, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Nadaime Mizukage, Nadaime Tsuchikage, Sandame Tsuchikage. 10S and SS rank shinobi kunoichi were in his possession. No one stood a chance, not even the Akatsuki. Of course Orochimaru couldn't control all of them at once. He could control a maximum of 4 people. Uzushiogakure. The next day, 8 a.m. Naruto was currently looking over the Uzumaki clan information. Something caught his eye. It was about a bloodline of theirs. They could create anything they wanted out of pure chakra. Blades, swords, chains, locks, scythes, anything. He personally thought it was amazing and wondered whether he had the bloodline or not. But he knew the bloodline only appeared in certain members, so there was no point dwelling on the subject. It was decided that he and Danzo would meet after the Chunin exams, so there was still a full month. Sasuke had been doing well with his new family. He seemed to be a very happy little baby, happy with his new life, and Naruto wouldn't take him away from it. The Konoha Council could do shit, but Naruto was well in his right to ignore them. Suna Council meeting in a week, Konoha Council meeting in 2 months. Naruto knew all about his uninvited visitors, but he would do nothing about it currently. He would wait till they came snooping around Uzushiogakure. Flashback. Itachi and Kisame got off the boat. They came across the border. A guard was currently checking all the tickets. He was in the genjutsu Itachi and Kisame put them in, so the two managed to pass by. Most of the border had cameras and knockout gas, but the heavily guarded entrances where civilians passed through were free of knockout gas. However, sensors alerted the guards to people who thought they could pass by genjutsu. There was always at least one heavily skilled genjutsu user. The two Akatsuki members didn't know of the sensor technology and were caught by the sensors. Itachi wanted to prevent this since he knew that if he used the Mangekyo Sharingan 2 more times it would lead to total blindness. The guards were onto them, so they ran into Uzu, and since Kisame had enough stamina to last the night and day giving Itachi chakra as well, they managed to outrun the ones tailing them. End flashback. He would meet them very soon. I could be an evil bastard and end it there, but I'm not gonna. Hakai Town, 30 miles from Uzushiogakure gates. In a restaurant. Itachi, want some sake? Kisame held out the bottle to Itachi, who was drinking some water. They were sharing a 2-person table at an outside restaurant. Kisame was rather annoyed that Itachi was using perfect table manners, while he was spilling sake, inflating his face, stuffing his mouth, and having hardly any table manners whatsoever. So Kisame decided to get Itachi's side of the table dirty, so he, accidentally, spilled some sake at his side. That wasn't very nice, Kisame. Itachi glared at Kisame as much as he could while staying emotionless. Ah, come on Itachi, why are you so boring? Kisame pouted. He hadn't had any fun, not even killing anyone during the mission. Kisame, stick to the mission. If you came here to have fun then you joined the wrong organization. Itachi spoke to him seriously, his eyes at the same level as Kisame's eyes. You're right, I better retire and just go around as a missing nin killing everybody, that sounds so damn fun. Kisame grinned in excitement to his future life. We must go, I feel fully functional again. Itachi got up and started to leave. This restaurant was the kind of restaurant where you pay as soon as you get your meal. Kisame started to move as well. Itachi thanked Kami that his partner wasn't drunk and began to head out towards Uzushiogakure. Since a ninja moves much faster than a civilian, Itachi estimated that it would take only a single hour to reach Uzushiogakure, well more like where the previous Uzushiogakure was. Kisame, I have something to tell you. Itachi said every word slowly, since he would reveal something extremely important. Huh, what is it, Itachi? Kisame asked. I'm nearing blindness. Itachi informed his teammate seriously and in a low tone. Oh crap. That means in case we do get spotted we can't use your Mangekyo Sharingan, damn those eyes. Kisame cursed, but Itachi remained emotionless. It enraged Kisame that Itachi could remain emotionless for so long. He could only do it for a few hours and then he felt like blurting out all his emotions. The two were racing through the ocean of trees that Naruto planted when he was 12 using seeds of trees that grew extremely fast. The sky was a grayish color, and the clouds were black. A storm was coming for them in more ways than one. -1 hour later, outer walls of Uzushiogakure. A large moat surrounded the city as if it was a castle. Kisame stood at the edge of the moat. Getting into the city worked like getting into a castle, except there was no drawbridge. The drawbridge was a glass platform that came out of a seal on the other side if you had been authorized to enter, or had an identification seal. Instead you had to have an identification seal or be authorized to enter. People couldn't get across the moat via water walking, because the whirlpools would rip them apart. Making any kind of bridge was also impossible since protective seals were there that would swallow anything with unauthorized entry. If you jumped across you would meet the same fate. For this reason there were warning signs saying that unauthorized entry would be met with lethal force. Of course there were also rails, because of the civilians. Getting your hands on an identification seal wasn't easy as well, because it was invisible and it never ever showed up on the body. If you somehow managed to carve the seal off someone, the seal would crawl back to that someone. It could also send out a distress signal, in case the person was captured or meeting someone who he couldn't take on without backup. The distress signal would be received via an electronic device in the Uzukage's office. The two Akatsuki were there wondering what to do since they knew they couldn't cross the moat, since they knew the whirlpools would shred them into many pieces and their remains would never be found. Even if you threw someone into the village they would be swallowed by a vortex, since that was the barrier of the village hidden in the swirling tides. To deactivate the barrier without an identification seal you had to be someone that was almost as good as Jiraiya with seals. Someone was waiting for them, a blonde with the cage hat. His ocean blue eyes were covered by the shadow, lightning struck by him and the heavy rainfall started. Kisame was enjoying it, but Itachi gave out a faint groan. He knew he couldn't use his Kaden Jutsu in this fight, and there was no running from the fight. Damn it, he's been expecting us. I suppose we were foolish continuing the mission on schedule when we got discovered. Itachi gave a low faint sigh and began to speak. Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, come quietly or we will have to use needless force to bring you with us. The blonde said nothing for a moment, but then two words came out of his mouth. Request denied. He drew his sword and began to walk to the two Akatsuki members slowly. Guess this is where we fight him, Itachi. Kisame drew out the Samahata, which was shaking uncontrollably. This is the second time the Samahata is yearning for your chakra, but this time the Samahata will taste it. Kisame ran and threw an unorthodox slash at Naruto's chest. Naruto stabbed his own sword into Kisame's Samahata. He felt a chakra drain. Damn thing is draining my chakra. I wonder, can that thing handle Senjutsu chakra? Ero Sennin told me that it's really dangerous. Naruto closed his eyes while the hideous sword began eating his hands. If that thing had eyes they would widen. Both of them knew something was wrong when the Samahata stopped sucking at their foe's hand and fell to the floor. Naruto stopped gathering chakra, and moved on to Kisame, but Itachi was in the way, calculating the direction he would move with his Sharingan. The former Leaf Shinobi intercepted Naruto with his kunai and crossed blades with Naruto's sword. The kunai was instantly obliterated and Itachi's hands had burns on them when Naruto charged some ration chakra through the sword. Itachi didn't halt though, since he was trained to feel the pain those burns gave him. He began doing hand seals along with Kisame. Sweden. Suigaden, water release. Water Fang bullet. A drilling water blast came from in front of Itachi and charged towards Naruto, but there was a smirk on the blonde Jinchuriki's face before he held his blade right in front of the incoming blast. The two S-class shinobi watched as it was absorbed before their very eyes. Kisame was ready to perform his jutsu. Sweden. Goshokuzume, water release. 5 feeding sharks. 5 sharks came into existence and smashed against Naruto's sword. They were absorbed with no difficulty. Kisame, that was foolish. We had already discovered his sword could absorb Sweden techniques. You wasted chakra pointlessly. Itachi reprimanded. They're not serious yet, Naruto thought as he stared at his opponents. Itachi began speeding towards Naruto, evading his sword, and delivered a clean blow to his side. He used some genjutsu with his Sharingan to make Naruto believe he was delivering a kick to his ribs instead of a punch to the face. Naruto couldn't sense him quickly enough, so he flew backwards, sword still in hand. No shinobi is invincible, Itachi stated, rushing towards Naruto. Kisame just stood there, still not helping, since unlike Itachi he didn't know what to do, but stay alert. Before Itachi could reach Naruto, smoke surrounded the blonde and he was gone. Underground. Kisame disappeared underground with the Samahata fully unwrapped, using the Samahata overground using one of his Doden Jutsu, subterranean voyage. Itachi examined that he left a seal on the ground, but as he wasn't a seal master he had no idea what it was, but he knew to be wary of it. Kisame surfaced overground with the blonde in his hands, beginning to choke him, but the blonde poofed into smoke. Shadow clone. The two Akatsuki members turned around just to see a barrage of kunai, unusual kunai neither had seen since the Kyuubi attack. These are. Itachi's eyes widened when he saw what must have been at least 20 clones coming out of the seal. Hiraishin no Tatsumaki, Flying Thunder God Tornado. The clones turned into blurs while hundreds of cuts appeared on Kisame in about 10 seconds, and he lost out from blood loss, since they were deep cuts. Itachi realized that he was next and only had one choice. He was near the edge of the kunai field with only about 10 Hiraishin kunais surrounding him. He saw 15 Narutos coming at his normal speed. His eyes changed into pinwheels and blood started trickling down his cheek. Amaterasu, god of sun. Everything was obliterated and scorching. The clones were screeching in pain until every last one dissipated. Itachi began walking over Kisame, who paced out, when suddenly he heard a small whisper. Behind you, and with a quick chop to the neck everything went black. Itachi was awakened by the sound of someone speaking nearby. He tried to open his eyes but something kept his eyes snapped shut. After a few moments Itachi found out that he was completely immobilized. He was in a soft bed, most likely a hospital bed. He heard someone, perhaps a doctor, say, "This one's awake." we got strict orders to keep him asleep for at least 2 days, and the other one that was just brought in won't be waking up anytime soon. Itachi's ears could hear footsteps approaching him. He could do nothing to stop them from injecting him with anesthetic, which made him lose consciousness. A damp cave near Tsuchi no Kuni. Orochimaru-sama, I just found out something. Kabuto called his snake master. What is it, Kabuto? This better be worth my time. I have to find out how to control more than 4 bodies with Edo Tensei. Orochimaru hissed. I think I just found out how to do it. Kabuto took a piece of paper and began scribbling something that filled the whole page. Interesting, Kabuto. I underestimated your scientific prowess. You were the only one of my servants who I would not just throw away. Orochimaru began grinning evilly. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto walked away, leaving his master in the room. With this kind of power I can destroy Konoha easily. No, with this kind of power I can do anything I want. I'll revive all the dead, force them to teach me my jutsus, find Sasuke-kun and take his Sharingan, and become the supreme power who rules all of the elemental nations. And I couldn't have done it without Kabuto. He's a miracle pawn. He was swallowed by the darkness, as he went to experiment with the new notes. Uzushiogakure, 12 p.m. The once Godime Hokage sighed. She looked at the sky frowning. Shizune, I've run out of sake. Go get me some, Tsunade ordered. Shizune frowned. A now 34-year-old Shizune told her drunken master to go get it herself. She used to allow herself to be bossed around by her master and usually did all the shopping, but these days she was just tired of it. Tsunade-sama, you'll kill yourself if you just keep drinking sake. Why don't you try something like tea? Shizune suggested. Tea? I won't drink tea. Tsunade smashed her empty bottle. There was a rule against littering, but all the police were scared of Tsunade, so they backed off when she broke the rules. I think we should just go home or something, anything that would stop making you drink so much. Shizune yelled, frustrated, but just then Tsunade passed out from drinking too much. Shizune smiled, knowing that Kami had heard her yell. The Uzukage's office. Naruto, still planning on what he would say at the Suna Council, which was tomorrow, sat on his chair. He wondered what cute little Sasuke was doing at the moment. When he was young, he never thought that Sasuke was so cute when he was a baby, just the glint in his eyes wanted to make him smother the kid. The Kyuubi was never calm, he was continuously raging inside his cage. If he didn't rage, he was silent or sleeping. When Naruto would enter the cage, he would be leered at by the devil fox. What creeped him out was that the fox was actually grinning when he visited him. His peace had to last, and for that he needed alliances. The fate of many things depended on tomorrow. The Chunin exams were quite worthless to him, since the only purpose of the Chunin exams were to show your country's strength, and to make profit, both unnecessary, since he didn't want to show secrets, and his country was already wealthy enough. He could just not have bothered, but it was important for the genin, so he sent them. Naruto looked at his watch. It said 12:50 p.m. I have to get going to Suna. For a normal person at least 5 days would be necessary, but I've got Hiraishin. Even then I need to get going. I only have 24 hours. Naruto picked up a backpack and began to put things in it, many things. What should I pack? I already put in all the essentials, but what I need is more ramen. X0 bowls of cup ramen later. Naruto finished his packing and decided to go home for a break, while leaving clones to finish up work. Konohagakure, 3 p.m. Nara Shikamaru, how long do you think Konohagakure will last if it continues like this? Danzo asked. About 9 to 13 months, Hokage-sama, Shikamaru responded. Then I'll have to act fast, we're on our last legs. The other council members have been very unresponsive. Shikaku hasn't thought of any plans to aid us. Inoichi and Choza are just sitting on their asses doing nothing, and I never know what Shibi is thinking. Asuma is probably going desperate. The stupid girl won't keep her trap shut, and the civilians are all begging me to help. The reality is that I can't do a single thing, and with all these resources being spent on the war, Konoha is just weakening. In the Nara clan house, Shikaku had just returned from his post at war, and was given a week to rest himself. In reality he knew Konoha would not last long and was mostly corrupted by Danzo. So he was planning to leave elsewhere. He didn't want to abandon Konoha at first, so he stayed loyal, but he was tired of his corrupt root ways. He quickly ruled out Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. Uzu was an unknown factor, and that left Suna. Tsuchi no Kuni, 3 p.m. Let's give this a test. If it works, no one will be able to stop me. The snake thought evilly. Kuchio's no Jutsu. Edo Tensai, summoning technique, impure resurrection. Where am I? The white-haired man stumbled out of his coffin. He was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Right, last thing I remember is telling a blonde brat who was getting the way, trying to save the weak Nibi, that no one disrespects Jashin-sama. Then he used some super blue ball to crush me into powder. The man yelled out. Just then another coffin rose. This one had a man who had green eyes and weird stuff coming out of his mouth. He also had weird masks on his back and long gray hair. Where did the blonde go? Someone that powerful was probably worth a lot of money. The odd man mumbled. Kakuzu, am I glad to see you. I don't have a clue to what's going on. The Jashin crazed man conversed with his partner. Hidan, I thought you were finally dead. I saw the blonde blow you to bits. That should have gotten rid of you and your annoying mouth. Kakuzu grunted. I am immortal Kakuzu. I can't die, so no blonde can kill me. Hidan bickered. I saw you get wiped off the face of the earth. Nothing was left besides your pitiful hand. There's no way you managed to survive that. Oh yeah, then how am I here right now? Orochimaru, tired of their bickering, summoned his third coffin. From his third coffin came a mad blonde bomber. Where am I? And why? Oh my god. It's Orochimaru. Deidara tried to move, but he was immobilized in his place. What the heck did you do to my body? Deidara demanded an answer. Orochimaru, ignoring him, summoned the fourth coffin. This coffin had a red-haired puppet master, probably the most sane of all the dead Akatsuki members. He came out of his coffin and immediately began staring at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you'll pay for what you've done to me. I have no intention of becoming your puppet. Sasori growled. Hidan stared wide-eyed at Sasori and Deidara. He couldn't comprehend with his ant-sized brain how they came back to life. Of course you can't understand, Hidan. You've always been the stupidest. It's one of Orochimaru's techniques called impure resurrection. It was originally created by the Nadaime Hokage, but he failed to complete it. While we are in this state, we are like slaves to Orochimaru. Sasori explained. Hidan immediately started yelling at Orochimaru. I'm not your slave. Jashin-sama forbids it. I'll never become the slave of a creepy, demented pedophilic snake. That ticked Orochimaru off, so he made Hidan cut his head off. You crazy ass snake. Jashin-sama will have your head. Hidan shouted maniacally. Orochimaru sighed. It was time to test whether Kabuto's notes worked. He slammed his hand onto the ground and a fifth coffin appeared. That coffin contained the demon of the mist. Orochimaru was pleased with Kabuto's results as he could control all of them without trouble. Orochimaru decided to put a permanent stop to Akatsuki's plans. Go fetch me the one tails, and the two tails, alive, do it quickly. Orochimaru ordered. He made Zabuza collapse into dust because he was unnecessary. The zombie duo and the art duo left their separate ways while Orochimaru returned to his cave. Kei's no Kuni, desert 8 p.m. Naruto had teleported to where he left his marked kunai, which was somewhere in the desert. He had left it in one of the rocks, but that rock seemed to have been blown away somehow, because he knew he was nowhere near Suna. He had wandered aimlessly for an hour or two, looking for Suna, but he was unsuccessful. Damn, I knew I should have pinned it to the wall at the front gate. Naruto grumbled. The only way to do this now is Sage Mode, something I hoped to avoid, because someone might sense my chakra, and I don't really know how to get rid of it. They'll obviously think it's Ero Sennin, but he's stayed low for the past 8 years. I really don't want anyone from Konoha finding out who I am just yet. I'm not ready yet. Naruto closed his eyes and stopped all movement, this gathered Senjutsu chakra allowing him to enter Sage Mode. When he entered Sage Mode, he tried to sense lifeforms and found his way. When Naruto went to foreign villages for things that have nothing to do with violence, he always went alone. That's because he believed that even if he needed backup, he brings some backup in a couple of minutes through clones and Hiraishin, so he thought he could use the ninja better in completing their own missions, not escorting him around. He increased his chakra applied to his feet to move much faster, and headed toward the direction of Suna. When he arrived, the people cage greeted him, and gave him a hotel room. Uzushiogakure, hospital 11 p.m. Kisame was still knocked out, blood was being pumped into him, but not enough to make him completely healthy. Itachi's vision was very blurry, he couldn't tell the difference between a chair and a table properly, the chair would appear as a blur, and the table would be a bigger blur. If he saw a human, all the physical features would be blurred out so he couldn't tell between an ally and an enemy. The only thing he could see was the color, since he couldn't tell the shape properly, but he could define what was human and what wasn't. He closed his eyes and stared into the darkness of his head, he could still feel the pain of killing all of those Uchiha clan members. He still had nightmares of killing his own mother and father. He couldn't control them, even though he was trained to be emotionless, those dreams kept reminding him of his burden, his guilt. It hurt inside like a poison slowly killing him, slowly and painfully. He could hear their screams over and over again. Sasuke was supposed to be the savior of the Uchiha clan, but from what Itachi observed that wouldn't happen anytime soon. The foolish boy stuck to vengeance, even though it was clear he could not kill him. He had hoped his foolish little brother had turned strong enough to wipe him out, but when he saw his Jonin exam, he was not impressed. He thought about the people of Konoha as they were now. These people were either arrogant, stubborn, foolish brats like Sasuke, or emotionless killers like Sai. Some of the major clans were getting too arrogant for their own good like the Hyuga and the Inuzuka. The Aburame weren't thinking as logically as they had been before. The Inoshika Cho weren't working as effectively as before. Although Konoha failed to notice it, it was all because of the blonde Jinchuriki. Konoha suffered big time when their trade was cut, the village wasn't as rich as before, this made all these changes happen. Near the border of Kaminari no Kuni, Hidan and Kakuzu were forced to travel all the way to Kaminari no Kuni in a mere 12 hours, it would take a normal shinobi at least 5 days. But they were Edo Akatsuki members, they couldn't feel tired and their body didn't need food, so they could move at their fastest all the way to Kumo. They met 3 squads passing the border, the squads could not see them at first, because they were all barely awake, and less aware of their surroundings. Orochimaru kept the Akatsuki members' personalities intact, because he wanted to annoy them. The two stepped into the light of the campfire silently, as Hidan was forced to keep his mouth shut. The Jonin of the squad was awake, she looked at the red clouds on the cloaks of the approaching enemy and immediately panicked. She couldn't evade a strike by Hidan's scythe, and she screamed in pain, alerting all the shinobi around her. Kakuzu wrapped her in his special strings and added her heart to his collection. The genin were extremely scared, they were warned about the Akatsuki, their blood drained from their faces as the scythe-wielding Akatsuki pounced on them and quickly erased their existence. The 2 other squads heard their screams, and went to aid them, but as soon as they saw the red clouds, they realized they had walked straight into a trap. There was no escape for the genin, so the Jonin tried to save themselves, one sacrificed himself to save the other who headed back to Kumo. Unfortunately the Akatsuki were also headed to Kumo, which just about wiped out his chances for survival. Orochimaru forced the 2 to stay stealthy when entering Kumo. They subdued the rest of their foes, and interrogated them about the whereabouts of the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, ni Yugito. As it was about 6 a.m. in the morning some civilians were awake, as the Akatsuki got nothing out of the ninja they proceeded to the civilians. Kakuzu, this is so boring, I thought Orochimaru wanted the Jinchuriki dead, why'd he ask him to bring her alive, I mean we did that last time. Hidan whined. No we didn't, the masked man killed us so we failed, now shut up. Kakuzu responded, as he approached the civilian. He grabbed the man by the throat, and held his hand near the man's mouth, the other hand was causing the most silent pain possible, the man's screams were muffled so nobody came to his aid, and the street was empty. Kakuzu began asking questions, after a minute or two the man cracked. Why you mean the demon? SSSCL lives on top of the smallest mountain, B but Raikage Sama F forbids us from going there to kill her. She's allowed to kill anyone who crosses into her territory. She's a really dangerous demon, so whatever business you have isn't worth the trouble. He squirmed, and maybe pissed himself. Kakuzu dropped the man onto the floor, and headed to the mountain. The top of Mount Rai, 7:30 a.m. Yugito had begun her training half an hour ago, when she sensed intruder nearing her house. her inner demon began speaking with fear clearly present in her voice. Kitten, run, it's those two from before, you won't stand a chance, even though you can control my power quite well. Go to the wreckage now. The Nibi warned. Yugito wasn't hesitant, she started towards the wreckage, because she trusted the Nibi. However, it was too late, the zombie duo had cornered her. Hidan, stay back this time, you will only get in my way, my body is truly indestructible now, so she has no chance of winning. Kakuzu whispered. That set Hidan off. He started yelling about how Kakuzu was being stupid, and how he was truly immortal and indestructible, and how Kakuzu should be bowing to Jashin-sama, for being honored with his presence. Kakuzu was tired so he detached so he bounded Hidan's mouth, and hands with some of his strings, and then cut them off with a kunai. Onipo. Neko Bunshin, Demon Art. Cat clone, at least 100 weaker versions of Yugito were made by that technique, it used demonic chakra instead of her own. The next stage of her plan commenced. The clones began running around Kakuzu, who did absolutely nothing but stand there. Bunshin Debakua, Great Clone Explosion, every last cat clone ran to Kakuzu and blew up in his face, causing a lot of smoke. Hidan was laughing muffled laughter as he was gagged, seeing Kakuzu get creamed, but his eyes widened as he regenerated himself in about 30 seconds. There was not a single scratch on him. Yugito's eyes widened. She decided it was impossible to fight him, last time he had hearts, meaning lives. That explosion should have taken care of all of them, but it failed to. She blew a lot of demonic chakra on the clones, and the explosion, she had to escape somehow, but how? She looked to the sky as if Kami would give her the answer, when a light lit up in her head. Ninjutsu was useless, taijutsu was useless, but what about genjutsu? Kakuzu took advantage of the distraction, and wrapped her in his slimy threads, they squeezed her neck harder and harder. She couldn't make hand seals, and she couldn't rip the threads, which left her with one option, she couldn't believe she didn't think of it before. She closed her eyes, and bluish, but demonic chakra formed around her, it immediately burned all the threads. She knew this would work, the wreckage would come, because he would feel the demonic chakra. Kakuzu was given more hearts by Orochimaru, 1 wind, 1 fire, 1 water, 1 lava, and 1 earth. They came out of his back as black masses with masks. Kakuzu prepared a huge combination attack, and freed Hidan. He grabbed Hidan's body, and forced him in front of Yugito's incoming attack. Kaden. Neppu, fire release. Heat wave, a huge blast of fire shot out from Yugito, who was in her one-tailed state blew up Hidan, but since Kakuzu and his masks were hiding behind Hidan no damage was taken to Kakuzu's mask. Kakuzu, you're lucky I didn't feel any pain or I'd sacrifice your head to Jashin-sama. Hidan yelled angrily. They can't feel pain either, what happened to their bodies? And their eyes are black and white, the iris is white while the sclera is black, they have no pupils. I have to hold out. Yugito thought worriedly, she started shifting into her two-tailed state, her biju was friendly enough not to break out and kill her, but she could only stay in this state for 5 minutes before passing out. Kakuzu and all his masks spread out, surrounding the two-tailed Jinchuriki. The first mask opened its mouth. Futon. Daitapa, wind release. Great breakthrough, the second mask opened its mouth. Kaden. Enden, fire release. Flame bullet, the third mask opened its mouth. Sweden. Sweryuden, water release. Water dragon bullet. The fourth mask opened its mouth. Yoden. Yogen Katamari, lava release. Lava globs, the fifth mask opened its mouth and made a structure surrounding the Nibi Jinchuriki with 4 holes to ensure the Jinchuriki couldn't move, and all the attacks would hit, it could be crushed, but it would take more than 1 hit. There wasn't enough time, all the jutsus hit her hard. Meanwhile with the wreckage, I can't lose my Jinchuriki a second time, I need to move faster. He powered up his lightning armor and moved toward the mountain. Back with Yugito, Kakuzu moved swiftly. He grabbed the Jinchuriki, who was barely alive, suffering 4th-degree burns on her legs, arms, and hands. The wind and water attacks were almost harmless thanks to the Nibi's chakra, but the water one affected her stomach, making her cough up blood. The fire jutsu hurt her a lot, but the lava one was the worst. Her arms were charred black, and several places on her legs were as well. The force of all of these attacks made her hit her head hard, which made her unconscious. Of course that wasn't the end. because Hidan made sure she was out by using his scythe to cut across her body, affecting her lungs and liver. Kakuzu rushed out of Kumo just in time, because the Raikage had just arrived onto the mountain when he left the gates. The Raikage, frustrated he lost his Jinchuriki a second time, and sent 12 teams from Kuno to search for the Akatsuki. Sunagaku, Council Chambers 8 a.m. This meeting shall commence now. The council member yelled. I'm afraid that the meeting will have to wait. I feel a presence heading straight towards us, more specifically, heading straight towards Kazekage-sama. Naruto's glance shifted to Gaara, who was at the other end of the room. Gaara was immediately alerted, and began looking behind him. A couple of bangs were heard, before Naruto got up. We have a hostile heading straight for Kazekage-sama, he's coming up right behind him. Gaara's sand reacted instantaneously. It lifted him up to the sky, through a big window to face his pursuers, a blonde and a redhead. The blonde kept dropping clay bombs on Sunagaku, an unforgivable act in Gaara's opinion. The sand instantly covered the bombs which blew up on it. Gaara took some extra sand from the desert and used it to wrap the bird the Akatsuki members were traveling in. He crushed it with the sand, forcing Deidara to make another bird. He made some clay mosquitoes, and directed them to Gaara's eyes, aiming to make him at least partially blind. Gaara's sand wall blocked them, and blew them up. All this time Sasori had been trying to attach chakra strings to Gaara. It was quite difficult, but not impossible. He finally got one to his leg, and forced him to slip, while Deidara made lots, and lots of clay mosquitoes. Before that he formed hand seals. Doden. Tsuchi Yari Earth Release. Earth Spear. A long spear hit Gaara, which made his sand shield protect him, but just then all the mosquitoes came. The sand shield couldn't form back fast enough. Gaara knew he was in big trouble. Raiden. Rai Hari Lightning Release. Lightning needles around the 100 needles shot from Naruto's hand and pierced the mosquitoes, disabling them. Gaara looked back, and smiled at the masked Kage, who gave him a wink. Naruto was of course confused that Deidara and Sasori were back from the dead, but knew they were up to no good. Gaara's sand lashed out viciously at Deidara, and caught his hand, and eventually his whole body. Sabaku Q, Sand Burial. The sand crushed Deidara. Everyone expected the sand around him to turn red, but instead they saw pieces of Deidara reform, until he was whole again. Naruto finally understood what was going on. Orochimaru had somehow gotten hold of their DNA and resurrected them. Kazekage-sama, I need you to lift me to them. Naruto spoke in a formal tone. Very well, Uzumaki-sama. Gaara's sand lifted Naruto to Deidara's bird. Sasori got out his puppet, the Sandame Kazekage. The whole council was surprised at this, but frowned in disgust when they saw what Sasori had done to him. Satetsu Shigur Iron Sand Drizzle. Pieces of iron sand hidden in Suna's sand rose up, and shot out at the two cages. Gaara's sand rose to do the sand drizzle technique, but Naruto had a better idea. However, he needed a distraction. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu Shadow Clone Technique. 5 clones were made, who defended Gaara and the council by doing the defense technique. Darai no Tate Great Lightning Shield. The iron sand couldn't penetrate the shield, and fell to the ground. The Sandame Kazekage prepared for another round of iron sand drizzle, and Deidara prepared some C4 to blow up the Kazecage's tower, but they never got the chance. Naruto, in Sage mode, jumped onto the bird. He stuck a Hiraishin kunai on it, and began to fight. He blew the Sandame to pieces with a single punch, but his job wasn't over. A Rasengan began forming in his right hand. That Rasengan had a shuriken-like structure that kept expanding. Wind chakra was being added to it. It made a weird high-pitched sound. Futon. Rasenshuriken Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken. The huge shuriken flew and decimated Sasori completely, until he reformed, which was far quicker than Naruto expected, so he couldn't seal him off. Luckily he also decimated all of the scrolls containing puppets, so Sasori was useless. At least that was what Naruto thought, when he surprisingly took off his shirt, and held out his hands, which spewed out intense flames. Naruto, who was caught off guard, took a small bit of the burning to the face, but luckily it was nothing serious, because Kurama made the burn dissolve as if nothing ever existed. His main problem was that some part of his whisker marks were showing. What the hell? He turned himself into a puppet. Naruto had no time to go deeper into his thoughts, because Deidara started throwing clay bombs at him. Art as a bang. Katsu. Deidara yelled. Naruto emerged from the smoke cloud unharmed. Deidara's eyes widened as Naruto grabbed a kunai with a seal on it, and proceeded to stab it into his chest, but Sasori's blades that were attached to his arms came through for Deidara just in time to block the slash. "Deidara, I want more clay birds," Sasori ordered. Deidara nodded and went straight to work. Sasori took out a scroll from his back and opened it. Large streams of fire were continuously expelled from it, making it similar to a flamethrower. Naruto jumped in the air and made a clone. Right before Sasori aimed his scroll upwards, the clone threw him down, while he took out a Hiraishin kunai and went straight for his heart. At the last moment Deidara pulled Sasori out of the way, making Naruto miss, and almost making him fall off the bird. There were about 10 birds, all flying around the tower. Deidara tried to kill some council members, but Gaara blocked him with his sand. Meanwhile, many shinobi gathered around the tower to see the fight. This was a bad thing, because Deidara could freely drop bombs around people easily, and Gaara would have to save them. "Damn it, my sage chakra is running low," Naruto muttered under his breath. He wrote a note while avoiding Sasori and Deidara's continuous attacks, and attached it to a kunai, and then he threw it at Gaara. Gaara picked up the kunai, and read the note. "When I throw my chakra shuriken, wrap the area the opponent is in and keep it wrapped." Naruto's chakra shuriken covered his hand once again. He charged at Deidara. Futon. Resenshuriken, wind release. Spiraling shuriken. Gaara's sand followed close behind the shuriken. Deidara was unable to dodge the shuriken as 2 of Naruto's clones held him in, having 2 Resenshurikens on board. The bird was destroyed. Naruto was caught by Gaara's sand, while Sasori jumped to one of the other 9, who grouped together. Gaara winked at Naruto, who responded by giving him a thumbs up. The wrapped Deidara stayed in the same place. Naruto, while walking on Gaara's sand, started making a storage seal. He stored Deidara in the seal, and then completely smudged up the ink, leaving him trapped in the scroll. Sasori took out one of his scrolls on his back. He rolled it open. Part of his body opened up, and 100 chakra strings came out. They pulled 100 puppets out of his scroll. The bird he was on went towards the tower. Sasori's arm blew a hole into the tower with his flamethrower. The puppets went for the council members. Sasori's eyes widened when he saw Hiraishin kunai fly everywhere. The council members were gone. Minato namikaze. Sasori stumbled back, confused. The council members disappeared in an instant. Naruto stood ready to face his puppets. Gaara floated down to the council chambers. Sasori began to doubt himself. If this man really is the Yellow Flash, I stand no chance. My chances of winning are 2/100. Even with an impenetrable body. Naruto threw a Hiraishin kunai right behind Sasori, and hit him with a Rasengan at point blank. The sphere drilled into his body. Naruto made a clone and cut through all the chakra strings Sasori had with a simple kunai while Sasori reformed. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. The sphere hit Sasori once again, and Naruto pierced him with his special kunai, which sealed the person away in a storage seal. He smudged the ink, and Sasori was gone, erased from the elemental nations. The council members were very curious about how they were saved. Was that Hiraishin? Baki asked Naruto when they were all safely back in the council chambers. No, it was natural speed, and Kazekage-sama helped me by protecting you with his sand while I moved and got you out. Then I used a powerful seal which allows me to rip a hole into another dimension, and rip another hole out of that dimension, so you ended up down there. Naruto lied. It was a foolish lie, but the council members believed it when he removed his weight seals and moved around. Naruto sighed a bit, because it was time for the politics. Naruto began. What do you have to gain from Konoha, besides revenge against Orochimaru? Naruto asked. We have their support if war ever comes to Suna. If we aid them it might pay off in the future. One council member said. We have their protection. They send 3 squads monthly to help us, and they were quick in sending help for our Kazekage 4 years ago. Another council member said. That was true, but Naruto got to him and defeated Sasori and Deidara before the squads were within 10,000 feet of Suna. We were promised that once Konoha gets on its feet we would get what we gave them during this war, and more. One of the council members said. Naruto could detect a greedy glint in his eyes. Konoha has drawbacks as well. In this war one believe you have lost at least 3,000 out of your 9,000 shinobi. Losing 1/3 of one's shinobi force is not to be taken lightly, as well as the fact that Konoha has been eating away at your resources, while giving nothing in return. And if Konoha is attacked by a major power like Kumo directly, how much do you think you'll lose? My country, however, is not in danger of being attacked very soon, and will not take any of your resources. However, I will replace your lost resources, and send you 2 squads a month, as well as aid you if you are in trouble. Naruto said. The council members thought about for a while. They would be getting things while the other side gets nothing from them. It seemed fair. The only thing I asked from you is information. For example, what was this about giving more than it has taken? So who is in favor of making an alliance with Uzu no Kuni? Naruto spoke. There were 13 council members, including Kazekage. They all gave their decision. No, yes, 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 no, yes, yes, no, 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 yes, yes, no. Then it is decided, an alliance between Suna and Uzu is formed. Gaara spoke with authority. Good, now what will Konoha give to you that they did not take? Naruto asked. Gaara quickly spoke up. A girl with a bloodline limit, the Byakugan, her name is Hyuga Hinata. Naruto had a disgusted look on his face. Hinata agreed to this. Most likely not. It must be some kind of plan to regain control of the Hyuga clan, who were becoming borderline defectors, and their loyalty was becoming questionable. I voted against it, because I do not trust Danzo, but I was overruled. Gaara added. When is she going to come to Suna? Naruto asked. The day after tomorrow, Gaara replied. That is all I wanted to ask. I must leave now. I have left my country for far too long, and it is not wise to leave one's country for long if you are a Kage, especially an unknown one. Naruto informed the council, and he was escorted out of the village. Once he was out, her eye shined back to Uzushiogakure with ease. Uzushiogakure 12 p.m. How did it go? A certain female ice user asked, suspicious of the blonde Kage's whereabouts. It went pretty well, but I was attacked when the meeting started by Deidara and Sasori. Naruto replied in a calm tone. I thought you killed them. Then what we suspect is true. Orochimaru is collecting bodies and reviving them, most likely powerful shinobi. You know what this means, right? With that kind of power, I doubt Orochimaru would only target Konoha. It's a weak village, so if he can revive one SS rank and a few S ranks, it's done for. Konoha doesn't have any proper guards or anything, so I'm sure you know where you're headed next. The ice user responded back. Haku had been among the first of Naruto's friends in Uzu. It was discovered that Haku did not really die 8 years ago. She was put in a comatose state, because Kakashi's Chidori had just missed her heart, and struck her between her heart and her lung. No one had bothered to check her pulse, except in the aftermath of the battle, when Team 7 was already gone. She was kept in bed, until Naruto came back to Land of Waves with the 2 Sannin and his sensei. With Tsunade on the job, she recovered in about 4 months, because there was lots of internal bleeding. Tsunade herself said it was a downright miracle she survived. Of course, at the beginning all Haku did was mourn Zabuza, but with Naruto's positive influence she managed to see that there was more to life than being an emotionless tool. Some people from the Leaf defected. He welcomed them with open arms actually, and he wanted to show people that he would accept people regardless of the place they came from, as long as they were good people who weren't against him for no good reason, and they weren't being tracked down by hunter nins or something like that. He would search their memories with his almighty mind technique that was based off of Yamenka 1. He taught this technique to his IC, information and communication, staff, so he wouldn't always be needed. Of course, a seal had to be applied to ensure they don't go rogue and spill secrets. It was harsh, but had to be done. One of such people to go through with this process was Anko. She came when Naruto was around 18, because she was sick of Danzo. Her boss Ibiki didn't come because he didn't care who was pulling the strings as long as he had someone to hurt, and money to gain. You know, he may have already stolen your parents' bodies by now, and he might already know you're the Uzukage now. Orochimaru is actually smart, not dumb like the majority is. He'd get you to slip while fighting using your parents and kill you. Haku reminded the clueless blonde. She couldn't blame him. She knew he had a shitload on his mind, but what she just said was very important. And yes, all Naruto's friends, close friends, knew his secrets. Oh shit, I gotta go, thanks for the reminder. Naruto parted with those words, and disappeared into thin air. Konohagakure. 2 p.m. Naruto moved as fast as he could without being undetected, heading for the burial places of the Yondaime and his wife. He used his invisibility genjutsu to get past the guards, and ran towards the resting place of his mother and father. He didn't care how he got there, and all he cared about was getting there, hopefully before Orochimaru got there, or even thought of the idea. He refused to allow anyone to desecrate his parents' tomb, yet now he would have to do what he wanted to avoid. The tomb was in a temple inside the fort's head in the Hokage monument. The entrance was through the nose. The Yondaime and his wife had no funeral, they were buried secretly. His father didn't want his body to be used for Edo Tensei, neither did his wife. There was a tombstone in one of the few still nice parts of Konoha. It was where the Hokage was mourned, but no bodies were under it. Naruto reached the Hokage monument in almost no time flat. He walked up the huge mountain wall up to the Yondaime's head. He went inside the nose. The entrance was lit dimly, and there was a seal on it. Naruto unlocked the seal to open the huge, almost indestructible door of adamantine. What he saw was not what he expected. There were only 5 people who currently are living that actually knew their resting place. Those people were Jiraiya, Tsunade, himself, Kakashi, and his old teammate Rin, who was presumed deceased until now. The brown-haired woman was kneeling down. She put some ornaments on his parents' tombs, but she was shocked when she felt the tombs were lighter than usual. She opened them to see they were completely empty. Naruto came just then. He looked at the girl with purple markings, and saw her as a threat at first sight since his parents' tombs were empty, but then he registered her as Rin from his photos and data he collected. He didn't see her as an immediate threat, but he couldn't be sure, as ninja are masters of deception. I need to be sure, so I'll have to take a few forceful measures. Step away from those tombs now, Naruto yelled, drawing his swords. Rin turned around as if she was stung by a wasp. She expected the seals to be enough to force anyone out. What's your name? And what are you doing with my father's tomb? Naruto shouted as if he was angry. He just wanted to get information in reality. I am Surusui Hybe. I was walking up the hill when I found something strange inside the Yondaime's nose. I am sorry if this is where our Yondaime rests. I will leave now. Rin lied, all while not looking at Naruto, so she couldn't see that he was wearing Whirlpool, not Leaf. I see no reason for you to lie, Rin-san. You shouldn't use stupid aliases to cover up your name in situations like this. You should have analyzed me before to see that I am wearing the Whirlpool, not Leaf. No one knows this is the true burial site of the Yondaime except a select few, and you were skilled enough to disable the seal on the wall, meaning you had to be decent at seals at the very least. People in Konoha no longer have even decent seals anymore, because they believe it to be a useless art. Naruto stated clearly. What about Jiraiya-sama? Rin asked curiously. You must not be up to date with shinobi villages, Rin-san. We should leave this Menki cave so I can tell you more, but first I need to figure out who took my parents' skeletons. Naruto replied. He glanced around every corner, and then felt a disruption in the space-time barrier. I know that if there is a disruption in the space-time barrier, that big someone else is using space-time ninjutsu nearby. I need to do something. I'll be back as soon as I can. Naruto told the still curious Rin, who just set aside her curiosity for a while. Naruto warped into the space-time dimension, but when he tried to teleport back to Konoha he saw a vortex, and decided to jump right into it. This was dangerous, because straying from the space-time dimension was dangerous, since if you weren't at least at Jiraiya's level of seals you would be stuck in there forever. Naruto was pushed out of the hole and fell flat on his face. He looked up, only to see a dark cloak in front of him, with red clouds. He stared into the single hole the figure had in his mask. You. Naruto looked at the masked man before him. The cave roof covered the sky so only the glow of the masked man's Sharingan and Naruto's glowing red eyes could be seen, but this was more than enough for the two. You'll die right here and right now, Obito. Naruto disappeared in a red flash with every intention of tearing Obito in two. Obito's Mangekyo eye was revealed. He disappeared in a vortex. Ikaku Suruzume, menacing claw, 3 slashes of dark energy flew at cave, causing it to shake, making large boulders fall from the roof, exposing light. Obito reappeared at the top, with his Sharingan spinning. Naruto immediately forced himself up to the top of the cave, now there was one tail on his newly formed chakra cloak. He started randomly crushing boulders near Obito while chakra arms continued to attempt to hit the Uchiha. I will capture you, Kyuubi, no matter what it takes. I cannot let my plan fail. With those thoughts, Obito automatically looked Naruto, who had at this point 3 tails, in the eye. In Naruto's mindscape, I will not let myself get controlled. If Uchihas are the alternative, I choose you. Kurama roared and started clawing at his cage. He started glowing red as his energy started to drain from him. Good to know, Furball. Naruto grinned with his red glowing eyes, showing that he was mostly in control. The red eyes did not have slit pupils unlike before. Now they were just red eyes with normal pupils. His whiskers weren't more clearly visible than before, but he still had canine-like teeth. Of course, from the outside of the mindscape Obito couldn't tell because Naruto was still wearing his mask that covered his whisker marks. Insolent fool, you should be grateful I'm giving some power to you. When will you learn to respect me? Kurama growled, annoyed at the blonde. Maybe when you stop acting like an arrogant. Naruto grumbled. He was in front of a sucker who needed to be taught a lesson. He didn't have time for chit-chat with the bastard fox. Although he was grateful Kurama let him escape the hypnotic gaze of the mangekyo, he was confident it wouldn't work on him anyway, or that he could overpower it. He left the mindscape. Kurama just sunk back into his little cage and went to sleep. Outside the mindscape, Obito stood there. He saw Naruto in his 3-tailed form looking at him straight at the eye with no hints of hatred, or so he thought, and was sure he was in a trance. He lifted his arm and commanded. Come to me, Kyuubi. Obito looked at Naruto straight in the eye to double-check whether he was in a trance or not. Naruto didn't make a move. Come. Obito's voice started showing hints of impatience as he edged closer and closer to Naruto. In a swift split-second movement, the blonde Jinchuriki scratched open the Akatsuki member's cloak, revealing standard Anbu armor beneath the cloak. Now the Anbu armor had big scratches and blood was flowing freely through the dents. Obito began coughing up blood and threw up, but managed to get his phase-through vortex working just in time to avoid another slash. You beast! Obito panted out as he saw the destruction on the top of the cave. It looked as if a meteor crushed a mountain. You think I'm a beast when you killed my parents for your own delusions. Now, it's time for you to die. Now 4 tails were sticking out of the chakra cloak, but Naruto was still in almost complete control of his actions. His more bestial traits just surfaced. His nails were at least 2.5 inches long. His canine teeth were hanging out of his mouth, each about 1.5 inches long. Naruto held his palm up to the sky and thrusted it downwards like he summons his heavenly lightning, and just like that the clouds became almost black. His tails shot up pure Yukai. But this all happened so fast that Obito could barely react to what was coming next, even though he already started to make his escape vortex. Chiame, blood rain, corrosive rain started to pour everywhere. The cave, at this point, was barely a cave, because it wasn't even covered. It was more like flat, rocky land. More than a few drops got into Obito's vortex, but what happened to him wasn't seen, as he was already gone. Naruto cursed as his chakra cloak receded and he fell to his knees. The skeletons he fought to protect were completely melted and dissolved into the soil. Naruto smiled. The last physical piece of his parents was gone. His parents would never be revived and find peace in the afterlife. May you find peace in the afterlife, Ka-chan, Chu-san. With that in his mind, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Konohagakure, 2:20 p.m. Rin looked at the sky in Konoha one last time before exiting Konoha through a secret passage in the Hokage monument. It was obvious the stranger wouldn't come back. She didn't even know why she waited so long. She was just about to leave when a kunai flew into the ground and made a crack. Going somewhere, Rin-san? Don't you want to find out more about current events? Naruto shot her a piercing glance. She nodded quickly and asked where they were supposed to go. Naruto nodded back and motioned her to follow. He set off at incredible pace, creating an afterimage of himself. Rin couldn't follow, so he had to go slower. The two soon ended up outside of Konoha. Perfect place, Naruto muttered, grabbing out his transmitter and pushing the button. Central Command, this is the Uzumaki, requesting stealth plane near the Hokage monument. Will send location coordinates in a sec, just deploy plane. Naruto waited a few seconds for the signal to reach the command center. Stealth plane number 12 deployed, ETA to Konoha Hokage monument 1 hour. A robotic voice came out of the receiver. 1 hour later. It was a terrible day for Hitaki Kakashi. He had just come back from negotiating a 1-month peace treaty with Iwa. Their forces were allowed to rest for a month, because both sides were in bad condition. Iwagakure itself was much richer than Konoha at the moment. The camps where the soldiers lived were in terrible state, and the fact that they were fighting with Konoha, which was far from Iwa, meant that supplies could not get to Iwa Ninja very fast, and they often ran out of supplies. Konoha was simply in decline. He was brooding once again at the memorial stone when he thought he saw a flicker of light, like a star in the sky, and decided to follow it. That led to him climbing over the Hokage monument and jumping out of Konoha. He saw what looked like a UFO, but when he looked closer, a woman with brown hair beginning to board the UFO. His eye met her eyes met his eyes. Even for a split second he noticed the purple marks at the side of her cheeks. It can't be. Kakashi's heart started beating rapidly. Flashback. Kakashi, you idiot, what were you thinking using that technique? It nearly got you killed. If Sensei hadn't stepped in. Rin started to scold Kakashi but was interrupted. I don't need your concern. Kakashi pushed her away coldly. I was just trying to. Rin was cut off. Forget it, just leave me alone. Kakashi used a shunshin. Minato watched from the trees silently, sighing at his student. He went to pursue him. Training Ground 17. Minato looked at Kakashi with very gloomy blue eyes that reflected a sense of sadness. The boy hadn't learned what it truly meant to be a shinobi. He was just living off book smarts and prodigal skills. He didn't have anything truly driving him forward. Kakashi, I need to ask you a question. Minato looked solemn. Is something wrong, Sensei? Kakashi had no emotion in his voice. What are friends, Kakashi? Minato stared hard at the 12-year-old. Friends are tools to be used. They are for elevating yourself in status, for getting free tools, for carrying out orders. Kakashi responded calmly. Minato shook his head. He was disappointed. No, Kakashi, no, Minato sighed. Friends are people you care for, who care for you in return. Minato explained for the 100th time. I do not understand what caring for means. Minato just shook his head. The boy had a long way to before he would ever consider him to be Jonin, but Sarutobi was forcing his hand. He had the skill, the determination, but he lacked the camaraderie, wisdom, or mindset required for Jonin, all in all just a deadly tool. End flashback. Kakashi fainted from hyperventilating and dropped like a stone, making a thud sound which was heard by Naruto and Rin as they were boarding plane. Someone was spying on us and I couldn't sense their chakra, but what made them fall to the ground and give away their location? Naruto speeded to the source and found his ex-sensei on the floor. After much inner debate he decided to leave him there, but first. Let's see what you look like without your mask, loser. Naruto ripped Hitaki's mask from his face. What's this? Another mask? Naruto groaned, and started tearing of Kakashi's masks one by one. How can he have so much clothing on his face? What kind of devil jutsu is this? Naruto yelled. After about 20 masks, Kakashi's true face was finally revealed. He had 2 big buck teeth. I knew it. Naruto yelled to the heavens. Rin was looking at him from afar as if he was some wild animal. Naruto-san. Rin raised an eyebrow. Naruto quickly remembered what he was supposed to do and ran off to the plane which was set for Uzushio. Sarutobi Cave, Konohagakure 12 a.m. Konoha 10, discluding Hinata, Ino and Team 7, no Sai either, and including the Konohamaru Corps, sat in the Sarutobi Cave in the regular meeting place. We need to leave Konoha before it crumbles. Shikamaru stated with clarity to the rest of the group. We leave Konoha, find boss, throw away Danzo and put Shika in his place. Konohamaru said in agreement. Shikamaru instantly froze. No, my dad says that the Nara clan will soon leave Konoha forever. I thought you would have wanted Naruto to be Hokage. Shikamaru announced. No, because he'll never want to be Hokage, he'll be something greater, the Uzukage. Konohamaru crossed his arms. I'll come with you, Shika. Choji said quickly and clearly. No, you're needed here, to protect the children and their families from the upcoming assault on Konoha. If everyone leaves, then the innocent civilians will all be annihilated. The Nara clan is only leaving because Danzo's putting too much pressure on our members and torture us for not coming up with winning strategies, Our few winning strategies he does not even put to practice, and that's why we're leaving. Shikamaru explained. Hinata-sama also intends to leave, because she no longer cares about Konoha. Neji told the rest of the group. When? Shikamaru asked. During the next full moon, the day after tomorrow. Neji answered. Neji, isn't that unyouthful, leaving the village? Lee ringed across the cave room prompting everyone to shut their ears except Neji and Tenten who were used to it. What's unyouthful, Lee, is the things our current Hokage does, forcing children who are less than 10 into becoming genin just because they have talent. And treating deaths as necessities. Neji calmly spoke. The cave rumbled. Everyone was frozen on spot. It rumbled Agdane. This time their shinobi instincts kicked in, but a second too late as the cave completely collapsed on both sides and trapped them. It was dark. None of them could tell where who was except Neji who had his Byakugan on. We've been found out, Neji whispered. Kuopo drilling step, a large hole was made on the top as the shinobi and kunoichi concealed themselves. L1. Hyuga Neji, Keiru Moegi, Mitakato Udon, Sarutobi Konohamaru, Rock Lee, Tenten, Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Akamichi Choji, you are under arrest for plotting against the Hokage. We know you're here, surrender and you will not be harmed. Kat said. Yugao-sensei, I'm sorry for this. An outside voice with two moonstone eyes thought while looking at the Anbu mask, Kat. She swallowed hard and changed into her inner fighter. Kokuyoseki Dageki, Obsidian Strike, Yugao's sword destroyed a large path of rocks, blood erupted from their shadow. Arg, Shikamaru stared at the blood flowing freely from his waist. He started to form hand seals, but the sword would hit him too fast for him to finish. The way and forced her onto the rock-hard floor. It was obvious by this time no one was at that part of the cave besides the three. Yugao coughed up blood. So the Hyuga clan head is a traitor too. Yugao muttered. You're the traitors. Traitors to Konoha. Traitors to Hai no Kuni. Danzo and his regime are fools. Fools who will be crushed, I can promise you that. There was no point in staying in a country that will be crushed soon, and you will die here. Hinata stated as she stood against her opponent on equal ground now. Cage Shihai, shadow control, Shikamaru finished his hand seals and started moving Yugao's shadow and body with his hand. Stop. The purple-haired Anbu took off her mask on Shikamaru's command and fell to the floor throwing sword far away from her body. Shikamaru was getting ready to kill her when he saw a seal glowing on the back of her neck. It was a permanent one. No, please Hokage-sama, give me another chance. Yugao suddenly started screaming and screaming. The seal was now red. It started glowing more vibrantly every second as Yugao was screaming in agony. Shikamaru now realized what the purpose of the seal was. Hinata get bought. It was too late. Yugao's seal detonated taking her, and almost Hinata to the abyss. Shikamaru was blasted back with minor damage, but Hinata was bleeding everywhere. Apparently that seal was a wind bomb that killed the person who used it because the wind blades were coming from inside the body stored as a wind ball. When it was used the blades would separate and blast out of the body. Due to it being compressed it also did blast damage when it expanded. Hinata. Shikamaru ran over to her bleeding body and kneeled down. Shikamaru, is that you? Listen, if I don't survive, Hinata coughed up more blood. Don't think like that, everyone knows you'll get through this. You just have to stay strong. Shikamaru told her in an absolute tone. You're right. Hinata gave him a weak smile. Shikamaru assessed the situation. Her chances were honestly low without treatment, and there wasn't a medic among the 10 so she would have to tough her injuries out with first aid. No one could even tell what parts of her had been damaged, because no one knew how to do a diagnostics jutsu. Shikamaru wondered what happened to the others. In a different section of the cave with the Konohamaru core. What was that noise, Konohamaru-kun? Moegi whispered fearfully. She trembled in the cold dark cave, her whisper unfortunately echoed. It was followed by a sharp growl as a dog started barking. Udon started to shake in fear, because even though he was a chunin he wasn't very good at combat. A lone dog stepped out of the shadows. Akamaru, come here boy, now don't make a sound. Konohamaru approached him slowly and silently. A senbon flying through the air struck the point exactly between Akamaru and Konohamaru. I don't like doing this, I don't wanna do this especially since I hate Danzo, but I have to. I have to deal with any traitors, because if I don't the leaf will be in even deeper shit than it was before. Genma stepped out of the darkness. Let's show this nutcase why we're called the Konohamaru core guys. Udon, get behind me, give me a strategy. Moegi blast him with genjutsu. I'll take the front, eat this bastard. Konohamaru formed a cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. 3 Konohamarus grabbed the original and threw him at Genma. He went whizzing through the air like a bullet and charged his next attack in midair. Shingeki, Death Strike. Konohamaru held out his 2 fingers and chakra charged them, preparing to stab Genma in the nuts, but all he hit was a log. Where did you get a forbidden technique? Genma calmly asked, as if the person standing or rather lying on the floor wasn't his current enemy. Straight out some awesome scroll hidden in the secret section of the Hokage's library. Konohamaru smirked, getting on his bruised legs. Senbon shower, at least 100 poison Senbon were launched in all directions, everywhere. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball jutsu. The fireball burned through a couple of the Senbon, making sure Konohamaru didn't get poisoned, but his shadow clones dispersed and Udon and Moegi hid under a rock. The area they were in had a small clearing area that Genma and Konohamaru were in, and a more rocky area that Moegi and Udon were in. This guy is hard, I might have to use my other technique. Konohamaru scratched his head and slumped his shoulders back, his legs hurt so he had somewhat of a sloppy posture. This wasn't when Moegi's genjutsu hit Genma. He started to have hallucinations of Konohamaru looking demonic. Moegi gave a slight nod to the Sandame's grandson, who nodded in return. Udon looked at both of them. They both sent a small nod Udon's way. Konohamarudan. Toripuru Yoso Renden. Konohamaru release. Triple element barrage. Moegi, Konohamaru and Udon combined their elements of water, lightning, and fire into one attack. It wasn't actually that effective, because of the elements affected each other, weakening the power of the attack, but it was still enough to knock out Genma. Konohamaru grasped a kunai and prepared to slit his throat. No one said anything when his head was removed from his body. Since he died, the seal on the back of his neck started to glow. It didn't explode though. With the rest of the group. Must we stay hidden for so long? Hiding from battle is unyouthful. Lee almost shouted, but Neji quickly threw his hand over the mouth of his babbling teammate. Quiet Lee. Tenten gave him a disapproving look. I can't find my chips, and where's Shikamaru? Choji whispered. It is illogical to care about food at a time where our enemies could have discovered our rebellion. Shino said in his same monotonous voice, albeit a bit quitter. Jerk Choji and Kiba thought at the same time. Kurenai-sensei, and Asuma-sensei, I don't want to kill either of them. Thought Choji while staring into the darkness. Kurenai's eyes suddenly flickered, and she whispered something into Asuma's ear. Kaden. Hisekisho fire release. Ash pile burning. His jutsu created a smoke cloud in which the 2 Jonin entered and whispered one thing into their students' ears. Run. They looked at their frightened students and gave them a warm smile. Shino disappeared by turning into a swarm of insects. Neji used Shunshin. Lee released his weights and ran out of the place. Kiba burrowed underground, but covered up his hole. Tenten used Shunshin with Neji. Choji went with Kiba. The 2 Jonin gave a slight smile before Asuma burned the ash cloud. Konoha Gates. Konohagakure 12:40 a.m. She doesn't have much time left. Shikamaru said sorrowfully as he laid Hinata to the ground. I'll tell the clan to leave now. They're all ready, we were supposed to go soon anyway. Neji put his hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. Hinata-sama, you will break the curse like you promised. You're not allowed to die before that. Will you go back on your word? As soon as the Hyuga clan came, they left. Kurenai and Asuma's home 1 a.m. After Kurenai and Asuma had finished spouting lies about killing their students and guys, they hurried home in panic. Danzo placed a seal on every Jonin and killed every inefficient one. We need to leave Asuma. He'll kill us when he learns that we didn't kill them. We can't stay. Kurenai told her mate in panic, grabbing his sides. I know, we'll leave tonight, with our little child. Asuma held her close, she was sobbing. I never wanted it to be like this. All I wanted was a peaceful home and a peaceful life, no wars, no shit. Ever since Danzo came to power we've been dying slowly. Konoha has been dying, and now I want to destroy it even more. Kurani's tears subsided, leaving her cold pale face to stare at her little child entering the room. Mom, where are we going? His innocent voice destroyed all thoughts of anger she harbored. I don't know. She held him close, a lone tear dripped onto the raven-haired boy's nose. Naruto's dream. Naruto walked around a relatively colored room. It was very long, he couldn't see the end. He saw portraits of different people. Every step he took into the room was harder to take than the last. He saw a small shadow with purple eyes at the end. The black shadow looked at him closely. He or she was squinting at him hard. Hey, who are you? Naruto's voice echoed down the hallway. His sword started glowing as the old man disappeared. He stared at a mirror. The Kyuubi started giving him a mad grin as he looked at what was staring back at him. It was him, except he had red eyes, fox ears, black slits for pupils, vampiric teeth, and he had the same grin of insanity the Kyuubi had. What? Naruto stared in awe as the alternate version of himself walked out of the mirror and merged with himself. The dream ended with a scream. He wasn't sure where it came from. Uzushiogakure, Tsunade's house 4 a.m. Naruto went rushing for Tsunade, who was asleep, and quite possibly drunk, judging from the numerous bottles littering her bedroom. Ba-chan, I have to tell you something. Naruto yelled loudly, making sure the quiet presence of the dark room was noisy. Naruto heard a large groan as Tsunade got up. I had a nightmare. Naruto started, but was interrupted. That is so childish. For Kami's sake, if you came rushing to me for that, you should just get out before I get mad. Tsunade said in a sleepy, irritated, tired tone. Is there any of the Kyuubi's chakra leaking into my system? Is the seal stable? Naruto asked. Go bother Jiraiya with that, he's the expert. And aren't you a seal master too? Tsunade slid back into bed. Naruto knew he wouldn't be able to find Jiraiya, so he just decided to bag it and went for a walk, because he knew he wouldn't manage to fall back asleep. The reason he couldn't check himself was because he didn't have much knowledge on his seal, since he specialized in battle seals, not storage ones like Jiraiya. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. You're telling me the Hyuga clan escaped? Danzo killed the man on the spot and looked at his teammate. Assemble teams and force them back. I will not accept failure, understood? Danzo glared at the shaky Anbu. We are crumbling. We have one final hope. Near you no Kuni, Uzushiogakure. I won't make it, Shikamaru. Her voice suddenly alarmed Shikamaru, as she had been silent all this time. Tell Naruto that I love him, and I always dreamed of what could have been, our future together. I'll meet you in the afterlife. Hinata suddenly went limp. Wake up, Hinata. Hinata, do you hear me? One day before the shinobi of the leaf reached the borders of Uzu no Kuni, after Rin was safely transported to Uzu no Kuni, and before the incident that forced Konoha 10, along with the Hyuga clan, to leave. Naruto woke up to a dream of the Kyuubi merging with him once more, but this time, to his horror, he was bleeding everywhere. He got up and immediately looked in the mirror. Fangs were sticking out of his mouth. He scrunched his stomach in pain and passed out. He looked like a heap of waste. His wounds weren't even being healed. Writhing in agony wasn't going to do any good. It felt as though a knife was slowly sawing its way through all of his organs, and it wasn't stopping. His seal burned a crimson red as Kurama's chakra started going out of control. 3 tails had already sprung up from the leakage of Biju chakra. Mindscape. Naruto woke up unharmed, but with the fangs, he gave the fox a menacing glare. The fox was noticeably smaller in size, but still dwarfed Naruto in comparison. Kurama, what is happening to me? Naruto bellowed. He was tempted to shove a Rasenshuriken up the fox's ass. Oh, don't blame me for this mess, blame your beloved father. He gave you a faulty seal, and this is a result. The Shinigami may have sealed me, but the seal itself was made by a mere mortal. By the age 21, Uzumaki Naruto, you will die. All of my chakra is slowly going into your mortal body. And what's worse, he knew that he was giving you a faulty seal. He expected you to conquer me by age 20. Every decade your seal weakens. You have 3 months to either befriend me or enslave me. Kurama gave Naruto a calculating gaze, while deep in his mind he started to doubt his own power. It can't be, my father, that bastard. Naruto punched one of the Kurama's bars in anger. I will never forgive you for this, father, never, and I hope you enjoy seeing your village rot in the hellfires. I'll let Orochimaru desecrate my father's remains so he can be the pawn that initiates his revival. Naruto gritted his teeth. That bastard will watch, as he kills every soul he ever cared for, especially those pathetic moronic villagers. Kurama, what do you want? Besides your freedom? Naruto glanced at the fox with a rather passive look. I want to crush Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito with my bare hands, and see all with the Sharingan, and all who adore the Sharingan die. As well as completely crushing the leaf, and obviously my freedom, don't forget that. Kurama started seeing some light at the end of the damn sewer. I can't give up Itachi, or Sasuke, but I can let you kill Obito and Madara. I'll allow you your freedom after everything is done and over with, and the leaf will die, rest assured. Naruto stated. Hey, when I turn 21 will you die too? Naruto looked at the demon fox straight in the eyes. Yes, I will. The Yondaime figured that even if you failed Konoha would still be safe. Guess he never saw this coming. Kurama started grinning. Naruto started using the key that he had procured from Garotora. The door slowly unlocked. The Naruto outside started growing tails. There was a chakra outbreak in Uzushiogakure, and everyone was scared, because it was coming from the cage tower. 8 tails stuck out from the top of the cage tower. Tsunade, Kazuki, Itachi, and Jiraiya rushed to stop another 9 tails outbreak. Rin was unaware of what was going on, because she was in a room so powerfully sealed that not even a speck of chakra was able to be detected from it. This was to keep the secret of the Kyuubi away from her. She knows about Naruto's existence, but she doesn't know which boy was chosen for the sealing. A hand suddenly pushed Naruto out of the, making him stumble and lose control, so some of the seal was still intact. Kyuubi, a man with a white cloak opposed to Naruto's black cloak, muttered. His blonde bangs trailed down the side of his eyes as he stared at the Biju with his deep blue eyes. Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze, come here, I'll rip you to shreds. Kurama banged against the prison bars. In that case I'll stay away. I never wanted to see you again, Kyuubi, but since you let me see my son again it's even. Minato grinned. He looked at his son. Naruto decided to play the idiot for a while. Son. Naruto's great acting masked his face into a puzzled expression. That's right, you're my son. Minato's grin simply turned into a smile. Naruto faked an emotional laugh. I'm the son, the Yondaime Hokage. The smile of his looked so genuine Minato forgot Naruto was just talking to the Kyuubi about freeing the Biju. Yondaime Hokage. Kurama banged his gate, which was much weaker, so there were small dents on the iron bars. He's a loud one, isn't he? Let's go somewhere quiet. Minato snapped his fingers and Kurama was nowhere in sight. Instead they were in a white room. There seemed to be no walls, or floor, no entrances or exits, but Naruto knew this was just another space-time creation. He could easily rip a hole, and be back where he was before. That dimension used by the Mangekyo Sharingans of Uchiha Obito was another one. Minato scanned his son. His body looked young and fresh like his own. He had no idea why Naruto wore a mask, or why he was unable to see any events of Naruto's life after the Chunin exam's second stage. It must have been Orochimaru. That was Minato's last sight in Naruto's world. The snake bastard and Naruto rushing over to each other. Orochimaru had his 5 fingers out. Yes, that was it. It was the Gogyo Fuin that Orochimaru used that must have messed up the seal. As for the mask, it must have been Kakashi's doing. Minato continued to try and figure Naruto out. Based on the look in his eyes, he was innocent, and looking at his hands, which had gloves on them, Minato figured he was a melee fighter that went head-on in most combat. This was also based on the 12-year-old knucklehead he had seen. Minato, based on the look in his eyes, guessed that he had never taken a life, and that he was very positive and not the sharpest tool in the shed. Unbeknownst to him, every one of his points were wrong. Minato was sad though. Naruto only had 3 months to conquer the Kyuubi or he would die. Minato was sad for his son, but he had to protect the Leaf Village. If he had not done it this way, then Naruto would not be able to stop the masked man, as he needed a unique skill set, nor would he be able to change the world. Minato hoped that in these 8 years he had already fulfilled the prophecy and brought peace, or he was strong enough to confront the Kyuubi. If Naruto didn't understand, then it would be because of his idiocy. This was bigger than his son's life. This was the fate of the shinobi world. Dad, Naruto's pitch was almost a whisper. Minato was broken out of his thoughts and looked at his son immediately. What's wrong? Minato used a confident tone, one that he believed was able to support how confused his son seemed. Naruto's fist came flying at his stomach so fast that not even Hiraishin could possibly evade it. Minato felt like throwing up as his organs jumbled around in his body. Naruto seemed to start spilling all of his bottled-up emotions. Why did you seal the fucking Kyuubi in me? Do you know how hard it is living like that? Naruto's eyes were watery. Naruto, how old are you now? Minato remained calm. 20. Naruto pretended to wipe tears from his eyes. I've caused you nothing but grief, some father I am. All I can do is apologize. The Yondaime flashed a small smile. It disappeared quickly when Naruto looked up. Whatever, I'm the Yondaime's son, I can deal. Naruto seemed to have a more serious face, but even this was part of a facade he put on to fool Minato until the moment of opportunity. Minato gave him another one his smiles. This one was more sheepish than the others. His hand trailed along the back of his neck scratching his hair. Minato shut his eyes for a moment, and Naruto saw his opportunity. The Yondaime couldn't see it coming, because his eyes were closed. Naruto grabbed his father's arm and flipped over his body, which planted it into the ground. Minato felt pain. The solid surface in the dimension which he created backfired on him, as he could feel the pain of making a crater 9 feet deep, and Naruto wasn't even using chakra-enhanced strength. Naruto walked around the crater, laughing. You think I'd really forgive you so easily after what you've done? That just proves how idiotic Hokages are not to suspect things. You think Orochimaru shut you off? No, I did. I've been studying my seal ever since I was 8. Orochimaru thought he knocked me out, but I was just looking for an opportunity to shut you off. After I read your journal I forgave you for 7 years, until now. Bastard, what do you think Kurama and I were talking about just before? Protect the village. Tsunade was right. A Hokage is a fool's job, and I was wrong to tell her otherwise. Naruto spoke in a half-mocking half-laughing voice as he put his foot on top of Minato's chest. Minato was shocked beyond words. He looked into his son's eyes. These eyes were the eyes of a cold killer, who understood the true ways of the shinobi world, and how cruel it was. One that was skilled in politics, destruction, and all of the shinobi arts necessary in order to complete his mission. This boy had none of the traits he had. Minato was ashamed of himself. He who prided himself as an analyst failed to see through his son's facade. Minato struggled to get up, but it was useless. Naruto made 1,000 small knives, because despite it being Minato's pocket dimension it was still Naruto's mindscape, so he was the one with the control. Now suffer. Even if it is just a little, you'll suffer more later, and I guarantee you'll feel the pain. All of the blades impaled Minato, and even if just for a little before the former Hokage's chakra faded, Naruto watched as the imprint of his father got knives sawing through his body, and since Naruto could do whatever he wanted in his mindscape, he forced Namikaze Minato to feel pain. Why you won't win? The Kyuubi will destroy your idiotic foolishness, and you'll rot in hell for harboring him. Minato knew what was coming out of his mouth was just rubbish, but he didn't care at the moment. Fool, didn't you see us both just about to seal a deal, and Abiju's word is his bond? Naruto laughed maniacally once more. That was the last sound the great yellow flash heard before he faded. Naruto sighed. He ripped a hole in his mindscape and resurfaced back to the sewer. About time you finished talking with that father of yours. Are we gonna get this done or what? Kurama banged on the iron bars impatiently. Naruto began to move the seal again, until the lock was completely gone. The Kyuubi rushed out of his cage and jumped up and down a couple of times, and roared at the top of his voice. Freedom. Kurama had a huge grin on his face. It suddenly got a lot more negative. Naruto decided not to comment on the fact that it had been jumping for joy 2 seconds ago. I have something to tell you. I cannot allow you the use of my chakra. Kurama informed Naruto very seriously. Why is that? Naruto looked disappointed that he wouldn't be able to cause mass destruction. While my chakra is compatible with one sage chakra, the toad's, if you add another to the mix your body gets used to natural energy. It's like having to control 5 energies at once. The only way you are able to do that is if you become a demon. I can turn you into one, but you would have to give up your chakra and trade it in for yokai. Humans cannot adapt to so many energies at once. even dual sage mode is pushing it. If you try to use my chakra normally, which you may, you can only use the amount you have always been using up to now without my chakra interfering with your natural energy. Kyuubi gave a long and lengthy explanation, but Naruto understood easily. However, I will unlock your bloodline, but that is all I will do, besides not causing havoc in your belly, as I know you have the means to control me, even though you do not know it yet. I applaud you for freeing me. I had not really made a deal with you, and I know you didn't trust me and were fully ready to destroy me. The Kyuubi closed his eyes, and Naruto felt a fog in his head clear. He felt emotions coming from him at all angles, memories perhaps. He could see Uzumaki Mito, his mother, and a couple of other random Uzumakis that he didn't know. These seemed to be mere fragments of the memories of his predecessors, and then he saw it. One man was fighting another. They were both under shadows, so he couldn't see it clearly. It seemed to be a fragment of a memory of one of his predecessors. A single part of the memory that lasted for about a second made him extremely curious. One of the men turned and there was a slight glint of purple in the one of their eyes. Now Naruto was very confused. Was that the past? Anyway, maybe Kurama knew more. He would ask later. Now Naruto would get out of his mindscape and stop worrying his people, who had most likely seen the Eight Tails transformation. His whole village knew he was Uzumaki Naruto, but they didn't really seem to mind. Due to the suppressing abilities of the village, no Kyuubi chakra was leaked to the outside world. Thank God that fiasco is over. What the hell were you trying to do? Let the Kyuubi lose and kill everyone. Jiraiya scolded Naruto. Naruto frowned and sighed. He understood why Kurama didn't like humans. They had such unbelievable prejudice. Shut up about a situation you have no information about, Jiraiya. Naruto calmly waved off Jiraiya's scolding. Jiraiya flinched. Naruto never used his name unless he was extremely serious. Well, if you weren't trying to do that, then what? Jiraiya only got angrier after Naruto's response. I will not tell you. Naruto stood firm on his decision. Kid, you gotta tell me everything. I mean, I taught you like all the cool moves you know, and this is how I get repaid. Jiraiya continued to persist. Naruto finally got tired of his godfather. Foolish godfather, you didn't teach me anything. You showed me a demonstration and left me to do the rest on my own, and for the rest of the things you just beat me to a pulp. For Fuinjutsu you gave me a book and left me with one demonstration of a seal. The rest of Fuinjutsu I had to grasp on my own. The only real teacher I'll acknowledge is Kazuki-san, and even the drunk could do better than you at teaching. And besides, you didn't even fulfill your duties as a godfather and abandoned me for 12 years, right? Naruto glared at his godfather. His godfather felt like Naruto's sword was being stabbed into him and was slowly making its way to his manhood. My father never left me a message. You were the one who wrote that message using a sample of Minato's writing, as it didn't match. It was definitely solely for the purpose of excusing yourself. I've simply been using you from since I found out 6 years ago, when I finished the diary, using you for techniques, skills, whatever little you could provide. The two main pieces of evidence to support this is that I've searched the Hokage's office completely and there is absolutely no record, not even in the old man's journal, that you went on a 12-year spying trip. The second piece of evidence is actually several pictures of you in bathhouses and bars during your 12 years of absence. I can't believe you even tampered with Ka-san's letter. Naruto explained with bottled-up rage. Wow, wait a second, Naruto. Jiraiya took a step back, feeling guilty. Now you have two choices. Either you go to your Konoha pals and accept your punishment for betrayal, or you can stay here, knowing you're just a pawn in a large chessboard. Oh, and newsflash, your spy network is weaker than mine, so I won't be losing anything. Naruto smirked and stared down at the Toad Sage's frightened eyes. The Toad Sage knew there was no denying it. Naruto's genius was most likely far superior to Shikamaru's in deception, in solving mysteries. He had but one card to play. You're forgetting I can tell all of your plans, all of Uzushiogeku's secret entrances. I can do whatever I want with the knowledge in my head. Jiraiya laughed at Naruto. Naruto gave Jiraiya the, "Are you an idiot?" look. You think I would really tell any truths to my godfather? My plans, I told you, were all fake, and if you haven't noticed the seal on your tongue that prevents you from telling any secrets, similar to Danzo's root seal, but 1,000 times more efficient as it requires a key. I can also kill you with it. Your life is in my hands. Now, choose. Naruto used a tiny bit of demonic chakra. Jiraiya suddenly got an idea. I knew it, the Kyuubi is tampering with your mind. That was what the transformation was. If you just calm down I can help you, I can seal the evil away. Jiraiya moved closer to Naruto's glowing red seal. He failed to notice the menacing glare and small bits of ki. As Jiraiya reached for the seal he froze. Naruto's killing intent brought Jiraiya to his knees. At least 10 glowing white chains restrained the Toad Sage. Jiraiya marveled at what he had seen only once, now twice. He stood there frozen for a few seconds, admiring the chains that quickly wrapped around his body. They seemed weak and feeble for a moment, but then they suddenly seemed as hard as adamantine. Naruto brought the Toad Sage closer to himself, and stabbed him with his sword. It was a quick stab, and left quite an injury. It also affected his chakra system, leaving him unable to use chakra for a few days. Naruto, the sage of the toads and wolves, grabbed his summoning scroll from the back and wet it a little, so the old blood seemed to become liquefied again. He then started rubbing the part where his name was written so fast that the paper came off. Now instead of his name there was a blank. It was his way of parting with the inferior toads. He could still use Toad Sage mode, because it was a skill not a contract. He teleported his tool of a sensei to the outskirts of the Leaf Village, and left him there. Jiraiya was still struggling with his bleeding wound, and mustered enough strength to summon a toad, but something was wrong. The blood ritual wasn't working. Why wasn't it working? He failed to notice where he was, or that he no longer had a summoning scroll. Naruto had kept it with him. Mount Myoboku, 5:56 p.m. The toads gazed at the sunset. They each felt something was wrong. They reported their thoughts to the elder toads. Shima and Fukasaku brought up the lists of all the toads. No toad was gone. Nothing seemed wrong. One of the younger toads suddenly started yelling, "The summoning scroll! Look at what happened to the summoners list!" Shima and Fukasaku rushed to the summoning scroll and looked at the names on it. It was noticed that Naruto's name had disappeared. Naruto-chan betrayed us. Fukasaku was in denial. He looked at it over and over again hoping the name would appear. Shima was crying, still not accepting it. Oh dear, if Naruto-chan betrayed us and rubbed his name, then what happened to Jiraiya-chan? He couldn't have killed him, could he? Fukasaku snapped out of his denial. He ordered the toads to mount a search for Jiraiya. They were going to check Konoha, Uzushio, and the roads between them. It started to rain. Lightning roared down from the skies. Fukasaku made his way to the White Mountain, home of the summoner wolves. He sat on Gamabunta the boss toad's back and they moved quickly knowing it was a matter of urgency. Gamabunta leapt and hopped over the rocks and trees, making sure the toad on his back reached his destination as fast as possible. It was rare to see him so determined to do his duty, that even Minato on a good day couldn't make the toad exert his power like this. The White Mountain, 8 p.m. The boss wolf watched along with the elder wolf sage. They were watching Fukasaku using a large mirror. The two toads were still a week away. It would take 10 days for Jiraiya to regain use of chakra based on the damage Naruto's sword did to him. The reason Jiraiya couldn't use his chakra was due to a powerful drug that was present on the tip of Naruto's sword. It was disturbing that they still, after all these years, couldn't decipher the name of Naruto's sword. It was written in ancient runes from at least 15 centuries ago, maybe more. It was engraved on the blade itself, but no one seemed to be able to read it. Not the toads, slugs, foxes, phoenixes, dragons, snakes, crocodiles, ravens, hawks, armadillos, the list goes on. All was going as Naruto said it would. They were simply doing their part to play. Naruto warned them that his plan had many variables, many variables. They had only been told their part to play, because it was for his safety that they couldn't know too much. Konoha wasn't Naruto's only target. There were more targets. Konoha was the only one they knew. They may even be just pawns in Naruto's shogi game, but they were still loyal to him no matter what happened, because Naruto brought them peace. Ryozoku may have been their only summoner, but they had been constantly fighting before. But Naruto erased their idiocy, and allowed them to live in peace. He united them so that they were a true, respected clan. And for that they would follow him wherever he wished. Kuni Uzu headquarters, 10 p.m. Naruto teleported back from Konoha. For a while he just slept, reflecting on what happened during the day. The others were bound to find out what happened to Jiraiya, then they would start asking questions and questions. He needed to come up with a reasonable explanation. He had the toad scroll lying around, so that could imply that he killed Jiraiya since there was blood on the floor, and more than enough cloth to make him look like the killer. He could make the excuse that he had sent Jiraiya on a mission, but Tsunade would eventually find the blood on his floor. He suddenly had an idea, but it would require a new seal. Uzushiogakure, Uzu no Kuni. He teleported back to his house. Naruto complained that a mansion was too big and he would never find his way around, and started drawing the kanji for blood kai, shishio, and then he drew the kanji for absorption over it. He created a complex structure like a circle over it and grabbed his paper to see if it worked. He cut his finger, and then charged chakra into the seal. The seal only absorbed the blood, not the wooden floor, or the carpet over it. He teleported back to his office. The blood, though wiped, was still around. He activated the seal and the stray blood was all absorbed. Naruto grabbed a map with all the secret entrances, fake one that Jiraiya had, and put it on the perverted sage's table in Jiraiya's own house. Naruto put a half-open camping bag on the floor. He made it look like Jiraiya was planning an escape, for some unknown reason. Naruto took some of the perverted sage's blood from the seal, not all of it, and put some in his house, making it seem as if someone stabbed him. Naruto then put some of his own blood on Jiraiya's house's floor. This made it look like there was a confrontation between them. Naruto used a sealing scroll to store blood to make blood clones. The blood in there was older than Jiraiya's blood, so it would look like Jiraiya attacked first, and he had to use his sword in self-defense. He also left copies, not the real ones, of Jiraiya's Minato letter and Kushina's tampered one carelessly on his office table. He also left Page's copies, again, of Minato and Kushina's diary on his table as well. It was to show Jiraiya's failed tampering, and his naivety when he was 12 and 13. After he was done with his work, he left Central Uzushiogakure. 8 a.m. no Kuni, the next day. A troubled Shikamaru looked around for any hospital. The Hyuga clan head's breathing was getting faster by the second. He was still covered by her blood. She was losing it. Kiba recognized a symbol they passed by. Uzu no Kuni. Damn it, Shikamaru, we gotta get out of here. These guys who work under Naruto's Uzumaki swirl symbol are hardcore. They're way stronger than Konoha. If we... Kiba started talking in a panicky way. Shut up, Kiba. Let's go towards them. Shikamaru told Neji, who commanded his clan, to move towards the symbol. A robot stood there, looking at them. Target identified. Non-lethal takedown initiated, requesting aid. The robot called out in a robotic voice. Several other robots seemingly popped out of nowhere so suddenly. They all released knockout gas covering the whole area. This gas also had other properties, such as paralysis, so the Konoha nins were all knocked out, including the whole Hyuga clan, the non-ninja, and the children. The robots followed standard procedure and sent them to the hospital in chains. Hospital, Uzushiogakure. Shikamaru woke up to the sound of a voice. Her internal organs have been damaged, and she is in need of a blood transfusion. Her blood type is A. Shikamaru exhaled in relief. None of his comrades would die saving him, of that he would make sure from now on. Shizune, would you do the honors? A random medic asked. Something clicked in Shikamaru's head. Shizune, where have I heard that name before? Right, she's Tsunade-sama's apprentice, so that means Naruto is here. He must have a high rank, and is probably respected. That must be why they're healing Hinata. Naruto was watching from a window. He was closer than Shikamaru thought. You already know too much. I'll have to wipe your memory of Shizune's name. You'll be too close to finding me out if I don't. You may be missing Nin, but you'll scream it out to the world, and nor do I want to be accused of harboring missing Nin. My friendship with Gaara has come in handy. Shikamaru is likely the only one awake now. In fact, I'm sure he is. Time to do my jutsu. Naruto walked down to Shikamaru, looked at him. He was behind Shikamaru, but the Nara could sense his near-ominous chakra. Naruto placed a hand on Shikamaru's head. Kami no Shinton, God of Mind. Naruto replaced Shikamaru's knowledge of Shizune with another medic and made him forget what Shizune looked like. Shikamaru knew Shizune was Tsunade's apprentice, but wasn't quite sure what she looked like. All Leaf Village missing ninja, and the Hyuga clan may find refuge in Suna. I have already written to Gaara of the Sands, Suna's cage, and they have accepted. Naruto announced. Naruto felt the need to still cover his face, even more so as he now had fangs. he would not even be able to take his mask off in front of Tsunade, as even though the merge stopped, Naruto still had fangs, almost slitted pupils, and his eyes held a tint of red. Naruto wasn't sure if these changes were permanent, and didn't care much anyway. Naruto met his father within the seal. He wondered when he'd meet his mother. There was clearly a Kushina written on his seal, so he was sure he'd meet her sometime. Konohagakure, sometime during the night. Kurenai, her child, and Asuma set out to leave Hinokuni. Kurenai's child was fast asleep in his mother's arms. The two ran, far away from the Leaf Village. Their destination was the border. It didn't matter which one. Their forehead protectors lay on the grass, with a large slash on the village symbol. Orochimaru's lair, little Minato, and little Kushina, the two idiots who gave their lives to seal the great and powerful Kyuubi into a worthless. That worthless runt evolved and became more powerful, and then he got hunted down by a venomous snake that bit him. The venomous snake laughed as the boy died in agony. The end. Orochimaru told Kabuto what he called a bedtime story. Kabuto was fast asleep. Orochimaru went to a huge room at least 50 meters long and 100 meters wide. There were thousands of humanoids. They seemed to be similar to white Zetsu clones, except black. "At your service, my lord." A black humanoid approached him. "I love it." Orochimaru screamed out loud in a girly way. His gleeful face suddenly turned into a grin, a malicious one. "I'm coming to get you, Namikaze." The end. Now we will see you in the next video.